cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Fall into the Abyss. Listening to Abian's story, Lu Feng gradually understood Abian's thoughts and the reason why he wanted to conquer the Black Blood City. 30 years ago, Abian had already comprehended the law of the origin of light to the limit of the Morning Star Wizard. This time he entered the blood trial secret realm to break through the limit of the law of the origin of light. Abian also knew the use of the ancient blood and the blood source of the small city. However, the ancient blood was somewhat in conflict with the wizard method he practiced, and did not meet the requirements of the purity of the law of the origin of light. Therefore, Abian could not enjoy the effect of the ancient blood's strange power on the law. Abian also tried the blood source of the small city. Although the effect of improving the perception was good, it was still a little short of what he wanted. After turning around, Abian set his sights on the Black Blood City, which was not small in size, hoping to take down the Black Blood City and use the blood crystal stone altar and the blood source to help him break through. He also made the decision to lure the ancient blood warriors in Black Blood City after Abian investigated Black Blood City. There is a branch of the Blood God Temple in Black Blood City. The Blood God Temple branches or Lu Feng does not participate in the management and struggle of Black Blood City. They are only responsible for accepting the supplies supplied to the Blood God Temple from major cities every year and guiding the strong men who have been promoted to ancient blood warriors in the Black Blood realm to enter the 9 days of the bloody trial world and enter the real territory of the Blood God Temple. There are 13 ancient blood warriors in the Blood God Temple branch in Black Blood City, and there is also a very mysterious branch hall master whose strength is unknown. Abian recalled the information he had found out and told Lu Feng one by one. Hearing this, Lu Feng thought about it and said, "Oh. In that case, you have led out 5 ancient blood warriors, and there are only 9 ancient blood warriors left in the Black Blood City. However, your ambush this time can be regarded as alerting the enemy, and the remaining 9 ancient blood warriors may not be easy to lead out. The people of the Blood Temple in the Black Blood City are not fools." Seeing that 5 of their colleagues chased out and none of them came back, they knew that the enemy outside was strong, and they were probably on high alert at this time. There is no possibility of luring the snake out of the hole. Thinking of this, Abian's handsome face also showed a trace of sadness. 9 ancient blood warriors are grouped together, which is not easy to deal with. Lu Feng shook his head and said, "There is no rush, let's leave here first. This place has been destroyed by your witchcraft. It is estimated that it will not take long for someone in the Black Blood City to come to investigate." Abian looked around. The noise he made just now was really a bit loud. "I believe that the Black Blood City not far away will definitely send someone to investigate." Lu Feng took Abian back to the small town where he had just stayed, and continued to discuss the plan to deal with the Black Blood City. Not long after they left, as Lu Feng said, a group of people from the Black Blood City came. However, to Lu Feng's regret, these people were only at the level of blood warriors, and their strength was not strong. If an ancient blood warrior came, Lu Feng, who saw the situation here through the backup left behind, would definitely drag Abian back here and force the ancient blood warrior who came out to explore alone to stay here. If it was just a group of blood warriors, then there would be no need to kill them. It would not affect the battle situation in the Black Blood City, and it would be a waste of time. This group of blood warriors searched the big pit caused by Abian's attack. The strong breath of light in the pit made them dizzy and uncomfortable. Abian's level of perception of the origin of light was too profound for these blood warriors. The residual laws contained in the light power left here could cause damage to their bodies and flesh. Under the uncomfortable aura of light, this group of blood warriors found some sticky blood at the bottom of the pit. The strong aura on it clearly came from the predecessors of the Blood God Temple. Looking at this place, there are few people. There is no aura of the predecessors of the Blood God Temple within 100 miles. The faces of these blood warriors who came to explore suddenly changed, and their faces turned pale in an instant. A shocking guess also emerged in their hearts. Could it be that the 5 predecessors of the Blood God Temple died here? These blood warriors did not dare to think too much, for fear that there were still enemies hidden around, and the next moment they would jump out of the void and give them a knife, ending their lives. They did not dare to stay here for too long. These warriors rushed back to Black Blood City at a faster speed than when they came, as if they were being chased by someone. Report all the information they have explored here to the Blood God Temple branch. Blood God Temple branch, inside the hall. A man with a gloomy face, as if he was always shrouded in a shadow, with a trace of imperceptible worry hidden in his deep eye sockets, and his lips were tightly pursed, appearing to be very taciturn. There was a chilling coldness in him, which made people dare not despise him. This man was the master of the Blood God Temple branch. He was wearing a blood-red robe. He listened to the report of his subordinates, and his chest was full of anger. Where did these bastards come from? How dare they come to our Blood God Temple to make trouble? In the hall, behind him stood a row of bloody ancient blood warriors, a total of 8 people, standing on both sides. At this time, the ancient blood warriors who were unparalleled in the Black Blood City were like grandsons in front of the Blood God Temple Master. They listened to the angry words of the Master and did not even have the opportunity to speak. They knew how powerful the Master was, so they did not dare to speak. Lu Feng and Abian were unaware of what was happening in the Blood God Temple branch. After some discussion, they decided to start from outside the Black Blood City, slowly eat away at the Black Blood City, completely annoy the Blood God Temple in the Black Blood City, and lure out the ancient blood warriors in the Blood God Temple before making plans. This method was basically the same as Lu Feng's method of slowly eating away the entire Black Blood region from the Blood Ya City. However, now Lu Feng and Abian used it together on the Black Blood City. After all, the Black Blood City was the long-standing nest of the Blood God Temple branch. If the blood source in the Black Blood City was used to raise the defense barrier, with the current means of Abian and Lu Feng, it was estimated that they would have to use all their trump cards to take down the Black Blood City. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Abian and Lu Feng did not want to use their trump cards. They had only been in the blood trial world for more than a year, and there were still more than 8 years. If they used up their trump cards early, how would they live in the future? However, Lu Feng was not in a hurry to act with Abian. He let Abian rest in the city first, and Lu Feng found a quiet and deserted place, and cast his eyes on the King Mufudi. He had just snatched 5 seriously injured and dying ancient blood warriors from Abian. These ancient blood warriors were equivalent to the 5th level. If they were not dealt with in time in the King Mufudi, they would be like a time bomb. If they were not careful, they would easily turn the King Mufudi upside down. As soon as these 5 seriously injured ancient blood warriors were sent to the King Mufudi by Lu Feng, they were suppressed under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. This time, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings did not dare to tie up the ancient blood warriors with only a few small branches, but pressed all 5 ancient blood warriors under the huge tree roots like the 5-finger mountain. Their bodies could not move at all, leaving only their heads outside, so that Lu Feng could interrogate them. In order to prevent these ancient blood warriors from waking up and breaking free from the restraints of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Lu Feng also specifically told the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to be ruthless to them. After all, they were all 5th-level lives, and a little injury would not affect their lives at all. So, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings deliberately stretched out countless roots, pierced into their bodies and flesh, locked every inch of their muscles, and slowly absorbed the energy in their flesh and blood, so that even if these ancient blood warriors woke up, they would not have any spare energy to resist. At this time, Lu Feng's eyes were fixed on them. He saw the masterpiece of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and was very satisfied. To deal with such dangerous elements, you have to be ruthless. Lu Feng didn't want to rebuild King Mufudi for a few future subordinates. That was really not worth it. Under Lu Feng's instructions, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings controlled a white root and stirred it in the body of an ancient blood warrior. The severe pain immediately woke up the unconscious ancient blood warrior. The ancient blood warrior opened his eyes from his coma and was greatly encouraged by his miserable state. Seeing him wake up, Lu Feng immediately began to torture him and forced him to surrender. What made Lu Feng frown slightly was that the ancient blood warrior's physical strength and recovery ability were quite strong, and ordinary torture methods had no effect on him at all. Moreover, this ancient blood warrior seemed to have received some kind of resistance training to torture, and his mental will was particularly resistant. For a while, Lu Feng could not take him down at all. Are the 5th-level ancient blood warriors already strong? It seems that there is no hope to get a few more ancient blood warriors as subordinates before the war with the Blood Temple of Black Blood City. It's easy to kill him, but it's too difficult to make them surrender completely. I heard that there are also means of forcibly enslaving others in wizard civilization. I wonder how many plain origins such a secret method requires. Lu Feng tried, but the ancient blood warrior was as hard as divine gold, and he couldn't pry it open no matter what he did. In desperation, Lu Feng could only arrange for Licorice to come under the sapling of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, and let her, a demon born from a succubus, think of a solution. At the same time, he also thought of the secret method of slavery in the wizard world, and wondered if there was such a secret method of slavery in the earthly immortal world. However, now he was about to attack the Black Blood City with Abian, and he really didn't have the time to go to the two worlds to find the corresponding secret method, so he could only let his men find out if there was a solution in King Mufudi. However, after Licorice arrived, she looked at the ancient blood warriors suppressed by the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree saplings, thought about it, and thought of something, but was not sure, so she just said to Lu Feng that he could give it a try. As the demon lord of the 1,344,456th layer of the abyss, Licorice had been in contact with the consciousness of the endless abyss for a long time, and she also had many abyss methods learned from the endless abyss. In addition to the demons produced by the endless abyss itself, the most favorite thing to do is to lure the powerful creatures of other planes into the abyss and become the people of the endless abyss. Therefore, as a demon lord, Licorice still has some means to lead people into the abyss. But master, if I take action, it is easy to pull him directly into my abyss, and then they will degenerate into demons. Will it affect your arrangement needs? Licorice was still a little confused about this. After thinking about it, she asked Lu Feng. It doesn't matter, just do it. When you lure him into the abyss, ask this ancient blood warrior to separate a soul origin and integrate it into the King Mufudi to deepen his connection with the King Mufudi. The rest, whether he is a demon or a human, will not be affected. Lu Feng thought seriously and explained to Licorice, asking her to give up the boldness of luring the ancient blood warrior into the abyss. Splitting the soul is a troublesome job. Lu Feng does not have the secret method to forcefully enslave others, so he cannot do such a delicate job. If he forcefully takes action and makes a mistake, it is easy for this hard-earned ancient blood warrior to die. It is too wasteful. Hearing this, Li Kalasi nodded and said, I understand, sir. I will deal with this ancient blood warrior well, but these ancient blood warriors have reached the 5th level. My strength is still a little lacking. Even if I rely on the power of the abyss, it will take some time for them not to resist. It's okay, take your time, safety first. Lu Feng encouraged, and also told Li Kalasi to be careful. Although these ancient blood warriors have not comprehended the laws and are a bunch of green hands, they have cultivated to the 5th level after all, and the essence of their life level is still higher than that of Li Kalasi, the demon lord. In a cross-level battle, if there is any accident, Li Kalasi will easily fall. It doesn't matter if the ancient blood warrior dies, but if Li Kalasi has any accident, Lu Feng will be distressed. After listening to Lu Feng's order, Li Kalasi stayed at the root of the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling with peace of mind. The shadow of the abyss appeared around her, and the power of the abyss dissipated, and began to corrode the ancient blood warriors. However, just as Li Kalasi thought, this process was just like Lu Feng's interrogation, and the progress was very slow. It seems that the 5th level thugs will not be online in a short time. Take your time, Lu Feng is not in a hurry. After arranging the things in King Mufudi, Lu Feng also rested in the city. The next morning, he and Abian set out and flew towards the distant Black Blood City. Soon, the two arrived in Black Blood City. The atmosphere in Black Blood City today is obviously much more tense. There are blood warriors under the Blood God Temple patrolling everywhere in the city. Anyone who enters and leaves Black Blood City will be questioned and checked. Yesterday, the news that Abian used brilliant means to kill 5 elders of the Blood God Temple was passed back to Black Blood City, making the residents of the city feel insecure. If the Blood Temple cannot quickly find the culprit, this tense atmosphere will continue to accumulate, and perhaps something will evolve into a powder keg that will detonate Black Blood City, turning Black Blood City upside down. However, this tense situation in Black Blood City is exactly what Lu Feng and Abian want. Chapter 377 The Battle Between Light and Dark. In the afternoon, the weather was gloomy. The clouds in the sky were heavy and low. They rolled slowly, constantly gathering and compressing, foreshadowing the coming of a fierce rainstorm. In the dull atmosphere, Lu Feng and Abi quietly slipped into the Black Blood City and began their harassment plan. Before splitting up, Lu Feng thought of something and turned to Abi and said, Sir Abi, if you catch a blood warrior later, remember to keep it for me. The blood warriors here are of some use to me. I can exchange them for some resources. Hearing this, Abby was stunned and a little confused. What's the use of the blood warriors in this world with such weak combat power? Just when Abby was about to refute, Abby suddenly remembered that Lu Feng seemed to be a powerful person who had comprehended the laws of space and could use the plane space in his body. It turned out that he was captured into the plane space in his body as a slave. That's right, the blood warriors here are at least the 4th order life level, and they have the power of ancient blood. It is a bit useful to raise them in the plane space in the body. Thinking of this, Abian secretly said yes, but it was a pity that he did not have the talent to comprehend the law of space. Otherwise he would also like to collect a group of blood warriors in this bloody trial world and bring them back. After a little training, they would be a group of good fighters. Even if he could not use them in the future, he could earn a lot of plain origin by selling them. Even Abian would not think that the plain origin was too little. Coming back to his senses, Abian smiled and agreed, no problem, I still have a vitality leather bag that can carry witchcraft pets, which can barely store some blood warriors. Anyway, it's only one day, and it can last until the handover with you. Although it was a bit troublesome to catch some blood warriors, it was just a gift to thank Lu Feng. Seeing that Abian agreed, Lu Feng smiled happily and said, okay, let's make a deal. We'll make some noise in this Black Blood City later. If we get beaten, we'll retreat immediately and go to the agreed place. He originally thought that Abian couldn't use the plane space in his body, so he couldn't help him capture a few blood warriors. Now that he saw Abian took out a vitality leather bag, he felt relieved. This vitality leather bag is a witchcraft secret treasure used by some wizards to store pets. Because Morningstar wizards usually have plane space in their bodies, they basically don't need this thing. I didn't expect that Abian still had such a rare thing in his hand. In the blood trial world, although this vitality leather bag was also affected, it seemed that because it was originally used to store pets and living things, its function was weakened a lot, but it was not completely unusable. It can barely hold a blood warrior and store it for a short time without any problem. After confirming the means of invasion into the city with Abian again and agreeing on the meeting place, Lu Feng and Abian looked at each other and parted ways. Watching Lu Feng's figure disappear on the streets of Black Blood City, Abian also lowered the black hood on his head and disappeared into the crowd. Before the members of the Blood Temple in Black Blood City discovered the trick, an invasion of Black Blood City quietly began. After choosing a place far away from the Blood Temple buildings, Lu Feng turned into a black shadow and accurately found the blood warriors in the buildings. He quietly moved over and knocked the unsuspecting blood warriors of Black Blood City to the ground with a light hammer. The blood warriors of Black Blood City are not that strong, they are all made of flesh, and they can be defeated with one hammer. Lu Feng curled his lips in disdain. With a kick, a shadow of a space door flashed by, and the unconscious blood warrior on the ground was sent to King Mufudi by Lu Feng. When they arrived in King Mufudi, their own subordinates in the feudi went to deal with the newcomers who entered the feudi. Having sent so many 4th-level blood warriors to King Mufudi, Lu Feng's King Mufudi has now formed a relatively complete system of persuading surrender, ensuring that the 4th-level blood warriors who enter the feudi will become Lu Feng's shape in no time and start a new life in King Mufudi. Lu Feng was nimble and quickly took the blood warriors from Black Blood City into King Mufudi. None of these blood warriors could survive a single move under his hands. On the other side, Abian, like Lu Feng, kept attacking the blood warriors from Black Blood City. For Lu Feng and his men, the blood warriors' training system in Black Blood City was imperfect. There was neither a defensive formation that could be explored nor a life-saving treasure. Even their eyesight and senses were mediocre. Both of them were Morningstar wizards, and they had many mysterious secrets in their hands. They used some of them to hide their figures and walked in front of the blood warriors with a swagger. These blood warriors could not detect their figures. If they were not afraid of the 5-level ancient blood warriors in the Blood God Temple, the 2 Morningstar wizards, Lu Feng and Abian, could have taken down all the blood warriors in the Black Blood City. However, as the 2 men's actions became more and more aggressive, the patrol soldiers of the Blood God Temple also discovered the strange phenomenon in the city. Dang dang dang. The sound of the Blood God bell, which can only be rung at the critical moment of the survival of the Blood God Temple, suddenly rang in the Blood God Temple branch located in the center of the Black Blood City. The blood warriors in the entire Black Blood City changed their faces when they heard the bell, and quickly gathered in the direction of the Blood God Temple. Once the bell of the Blood God bell rang, all the blood warriors had to gather in the temple. Once they neglected it, the entire family would be regarded as a traitor to the Black Blood City, and the entire family would be slaughtered without a single one left. The Blood Warriors in the Black Blood City quickly came to the red square in front of the Blood God Temple branch. The door of the Blood Temple was wide open. The Lord of the Temple, Ubis, had taken off his blood red robe at some point, put on his blood red armor, and slowly walked out of the scarlet door. Under the dim sky, the blood red armor on Lord Ubis flashed with a cold luster, as if it had been stained with blood, exuding a murderous aura. The patterns on the armor were complex and exquisite, as if they were ancient runes, containing powerful power. Each piece of armor fit his body tightly, outlining his strong figure and hard muscle lines. His face was deep and majestic, and his eyes were burning with raging flames of war, and seemed to be able to see through everything, firm and sharp. He walked step by step, and each step seemed to contain powerful power. When he walked, the blood-red armor made a slight metal collision sound, as if announcing his arrival. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the blood warriors in the square in front of the temple suddenly changed. Their hearts trembled, and they had an ominous premonition. They lowered their heads and dared not look directly at the glory of the Blood God Temple Master Wu Bisi. The Blood God Temple Master has always walked out of endless killing in Blood Sea, stepping on the white bones. The Blood God Temple Branch Hall Master has been cultivating in Black Blood City for so many years. It is the first time that all the blood warriors in Black Blood City have seen him in such a posture, showing his murderous aura without reservation. With a dim skylight, the blood warriors present felt that a crazy killing might happen today. The Blood God Temple Master Wu Bisi walked out of the temple door without saying much. The blood warriors in the field communicated with each other and understood the whole story of ringing the Blood God Bell today. In this short period of time today, many blood warriors in Black Blood City have been killed by the enemy. Looking at their relatives and friends who disappeared one by one, the blood warriors present were all sad. While feeling sad for others, they were also afraid of the dangers they themselves were facing. Today, as soon as Lord Ubisi opened his mouth in front of the temple gate, a roar suddenly sounded at the edge of the Black Blood City, and thick smoke instantly rose to the sky. Some soldiers of the Blood God Temple rushed to the gate of the Blood God Temple in panic, saying, "It's not good. It's not good. There is a wizard army outside the city attacking, and they have already entered the Black Blood City." What? How is it possible? How did they come so quickly? Impossible. With a Blood God Temple here, how could those wizards have the courage to attack the Black Blood City? Impossible. When we came here just now, there was no enemy army. How is it possible that such an army appears in an instant and breaks into the Black Blood City? The blood warriors in the city who were still lamenting their missing companions just now showed horror in their eyes, talking a lot, and their faces were covered with disbelief. The Blood God Temple Master Ubisi did not panic, and calmly ordered, "First calm down, you line up and go with me to see the incoming wizard army." Ubisi's voice gave some psychological comfort to the blood warriors present, and then Ubisi led his large group of men directly to the east city of Black Blood City, which was in chaos. The entire Black Blood City was now in chaos, but as the blood warriors led by Ubisi came all the way, wherever they went, the residents and soldiers in the city recovered their emotions, quickly came to their jobs, and prepared for battle. Black Blood City is the most powerful city in the Black Blood domain, and it is also the most solid fortress in the Black Blood domain. There are 1.3 million residents in Black Blood City, and there are about 1 million third-level warriors. After being beaten by Lu Feng and Abiang, there are still 5,000 to 6,000 blood warriors who have reached the 4th level. With such a large number of people, relying on the Blood Temple in the Black Blood City, their strength will be increased. There are also a large number of war materials in the entire Black Blood City. It is a real fortress that will never fall. Anyone who wants to enter the Black Blood City will have to pay a painful price. But for Lu Feng and Abian from outside the blood trial world, this indestructible Black Blood City is just that. Their methods are completely beyond the imagination of the blood warriors in the Black Blood City. The huge technological gap between civilizations makes Lu Feng seem to be attacking at a reduced dimension. Boom boom boom. Several loud noises shook the earth and mountains, and the sound shook for hundreds of miles. At this time, on the wall of the Black Blood City, Abian casually threw down a piece of witchcraft crystal that sealed the 4th level fire witchcraft, allowing small suns to rise in the Black Blood City. The violent flames and shock waves were like an abyss, instantly swallowing up the east city of the Black Blood City, and were still spreading towards the center of the city. Just one test from Abian killed and injured countless residents of Black Blood City, and screams and wails continue to be heard in the area covered by flames and explosions. What a terrible flame explosion! The Blood Warriors under Ubis, who were about to arrive in East City, were filled with fear when they saw the golden suns rising into the sky. Dang dang dang. Blood God Bell. Ubis, the master of the Blood God Temple, was not frightened by the violent flames, and coldly pushed the Blood God Bell in Black Blood City. Suddenly, a scarlet light flashed in the Blood God Temple, accompanied by a deep and heavy bell sound. A wave of scarlet sound waves rushed towards East City like a wave with a Blood God Temple as the core, and instantly rushed into the small suns rising into the sky like a tide. Under the control of Ubis, the Lord of the Blood Temple, the scarlet sound waves were rising one after another, constantly impacting the hot little suns that washed the sky clock, and annihilated the little suns that contained rich flame power in the sky, like a balloon that was blown up. Haha, I've been waiting for you to do this. Facing Ubis's counterattack, Abian was not panicked at all. He casually threw out more than 100 red flame crystals, which exploded in the air into hot little suns, and crushed Ubis's Blood Warrior team. As the most core disciple of the Holy Tower of Light, Abian came into the bloody trial world this time, but brought a large amount of resources for self-defense and fighting. There were not many other things, but there were a lot of witchcraft crystals that killed the enemy. It was not a big deal to be able to kill the enemy with money. The nearly 100 little suns roared again and fell towards Ubis's team. The rolling high temperature hit, and the surrounding houses began to burn and melt. Blood-colored sky. 100 shadow blood arrows. Blood river roars. In the team behind Ubis, ancient blood warriors launched powerful attacks one after another, trying to disperse the attack of the little suns falling from the sky, and to gain the power for Ubis to activate the Blood God Bell next time. Under their attacks, dozens of the nearly 100 little suns in the sky were extinguished. But before they could be happy, Ubis frowned and cursed. A thief actually sneaked into the Blood God Temple and stole my Blood God Bell. The Blood God Bell and the little suns still falling in the sky forced Ubis to attack together with his ancient blood warriors to forcibly intercept the remaining little suns in the sky. Otherwise, when these little suns fell to the ground, it would be unknown how many blood warriors behind Ubis would be able to stand. In the little suns in space, Ubis felt a terrifying hot power, which exploded enough to destroy many ordinary blood warriors. While Abian was teasing Ubis, Lu Feng had already sneaked into the Blood God Temple, captured all the soldiers left behind in the Blood God Temple, and then swaggered into the hall. In the blood-red atmosphere of the Blood God Temple, Lu Feng immediately fell in love with a blood-red bell hanging on the top of the hall. Now that I see it, it's mine. Lu Feng flashed and came to the Blood God Bell. After the Blood God Bell rang once, he dismantled it and sent it to King Mufudi. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. A battle is in full swing. Buzz buzz buzz. The Blood God Bell, which was grabbed by Lu Feng and dragged and thrown into the Kingmu Blessed Land, wanted to resist. In an instant, the spiritual veins of heaven and earth in the Kingmu Blessed Land formed a large formation to cover the Blood God Bell. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings were not to be outdone and ran over to join in the fun. With the branches and leaves flying, they suppressed the Blood God Bell. Woo woo. The Blood God Bell contained spirituality. Under such treatment, the bell body trembled and made a sad cry. It wanted to resist, but was defeated in the Kingmu Blessed Land. Without the control of the owner, it was just an artifact after all. Although it was a little magical, it was helpless in the end and could only admit defeat. On the other side, Ubis, the master of the Blood God Temple who had just dispersed the attack of Abian, felt the disappearance of the Blood God Bell and his face suddenly changed. He didn't expect that there would be a day when his home would be stolen. The man in front of him, using such means, was just a means of luring the tiger away from the mountain. It was really outrageous. Could it be that the wizard from outer space was so powerful and so arrogant? As the master of the Blood God Temple, Wu Bisi is already qualified to contact the upper level of the blood trial world and has some knowledge of the secrets of some worlds. He also knows that every certain period of time, a group of wizards will come here from outside the world, set off a monstrous disaster, and bring endless war and death to the world. Wu Bisi was born after the last blood trial. He has been practicing all the way until now, and has never seen the power of wizards. This time, he is face to face with Abian for the first time. However, in just this short fight, Abian's inhumane attack method gave him infinite shock. The use of natural energy, the way of sealing attacks, the way of moving. All the means displayed by the wizard, Wu Bisi was horrified to find that they were all things he couldn't understand, like facing a cloud of fog. Although he felt that Abian's breath was a few points weaker than his, after this confrontation, Wu Bisi, the master of the Blood God Temple, was under a lot of pressure. At this time, he had to face Lu Feng's plan of dividing troops to steal the house. Chase Abian, or protect the house? At this moment, Yubis had to choose one. You go back to protect the Blood Temple, I will go after this man. In just one breath, Yubis made a decision and shouted, "Yes." Hearing the order of the temple master, the ancient blood warriors behind Yubis immediately rushed to the blood temple in the city to protect it and eliminate the enemies who stole the clock in the temple. The remaining blood warriors also began to deal with the disaster in the city one by one. Some rushed to the city wall, ready to return to their posts to deal with the enemies brought by the wizard. And Abian, who was standing on the city wall, saw that only the master of the blood temple was rushing towards him. Abian did not want to fight. 6 pairs of sacred wings emerged behind him, and his figure flashed and flew out of the Black Blood City and flew into the distance. The surprised look on the face of the Blood Temple Master behind him became more intense. He used 70% of his strength to chase, and could barely keep up with Abian's speed. 1 white and 1 red, 2 lights and shadows rushed out of the Black Blood City. Abian noticed the bloody figure behind him, but he was not panicked at all. He took out a magic treasure for transmitting sound and reported the battle situation to Lu Feng. Then he urged the sacred wings behind him to slightly distance himself from the Blood God Temple Master behind him and lure him to the ambush side of Plan B. Before the start, Abian and Lu Feng had already discussed everything. At this time, everything was under their control. Abian had this Blood God Temple Master in his hands. At this time, the ancient blood warriors who came back to support the Blood God Temple left, and the blood warriors in the city were terrified to clean up the disaster in the city, walked up to the city wall, and checked the enemy army outside the city that was shouting constantly. However, to their surprise, when they climbed the city wall, they were shocked to find that the army outside the city seemed to be fake. The land outside the city was empty and quiet, with no enemies in sight. Only the shouts of the army on the city wall echoed like echoes, noisy and loud, as if there were really thousands of troops. Seeing this scene, the blood warriors on the city wall didn't understand what was happening. This was obviously a false illusion deliberately arranged by the enemy to fool these fools. Soon, the blood warriors in the Black Blood City also found echo stones on the city wall that could emit sounds. The evidence was conclusive, which made these blood warriors lose face. Damn it, if the Lord of the Palace can catch these wizards, we must make them live a life worse than death and pay the price. Yes, we must not let them die too easily. The blood warriors on the top of the city were furious and cursed, praying in their hearts that the Lord of the Palace could catch the wizard thief and teach them a lesson worse than death. Oh, really? Do you hate wizards so much? It's a coincidence that the adult you just cursed is my master. I am a very stingy person. Let's see if you can withstand my punishment later. Heh. When the blood warriors on the top of the city were cursing, a cold voice came into their ears, making the walls of Black Blood City quiet in an instant. Many blood warriors looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman with blue hair and a charming figure, holding the trident of Poseidon, staring at them coldly. The cold eyes made them feel cold in an ice room even in the hot summer. Who are you? A timid blood warrior asked subconsciously. The one who wants you dead. Another cold voice came into the ears, and the next moment a battle was about to break out. All the 4th level masters in King Mufudi came out under the leadership of Elio, surrounded the blood warriors in Black Blood City, and fought together. The flash of swords, the bloody atmosphere, the wind, fire, thunder and lightning, it was very lively. On the other side, in the magnificent Blood God Temple, Lu Feng sat on the throne in the temple with a big sword and a golden horse, looking at the 8 ancient blood warriors rushing into the temple with a smile on his face. You little guys are here. The 8 ancient blood warriors who rushed back to the Blood God Temple were all full of blood and mighty. At this time, listening to Lu Feng's disdainful words, they were furious and took out their weapons without saying much. The wizard and the demon are cunning, everyone should fight together. As soon as these words came out, the 8 ancient blood warriors flashed and immediately rushed to Lu Feng, and the sharp weapons in their hands chopped towards Lu Feng's body. And Lu Feng seemed to be frightened by the sudden attack. He sat on the throne motionless, allowing the weapons of the ancient blood warriors to stab into his body, chopping him into a bloody mess, and blood splattered. Success? Question mark. The next moment, the faces of the ancient blood warriors changed. They saw a strange smile on the broken face and said, "You little bastards are too young. Come with me to my house and play." The sudden change made the 8 ancient blood warriors feel a sense of danger and immediately wanted to pull out their weapons from Lu Feng's broken body. However, their weapons seemed to be held tightly by a huge force at this moment, and they could not pull them out no matter how hard they pulled. Just when they wanted to abandon their weapons and escape, they were shocked to find that their bodies had been entangled by layers of transparent roots, tightly tied to Lu Feng. What? When? The 8 ancient blood warriors were extremely shocked and terrified to find that Lu Feng in front of them had turned into a mess of twisting roots at some point, and the roots that bound them were growing and spreading from Lu Feng's body. The next moment, a silver-white light circle fell from their heads, taking Lu Feng and the 8 ancient blood warriors and disappearing into the blood god temple. In the Qingmu Blessed Land, Lu Feng, who had recovered his body, looked at the 8 ancient blood warriors tied up by the roots, and smiled. The fight just now was not satisfying. How about we do it again now? Lu Feng's sinister smile was reflected in the eyes of the 8 ancient blood warriors, and the powerful aura that seemed like a god was displayed, leaving the 8 ancient blood warriors with only infinite fear. Accompanied by a miserable cry, Lu Feng walked out of the Qingmu Blessed Land with a little boredom and returned to the blood god temple. I thought it would be a hardy battle, but from the moment these 8 ancient blood warriors walked into the blood god temple, the battle between Lu Feng and them was over. After receiving the message from Abian, Lu Feng set up a room full of traps in the blood god temple, and used all the natural secrets he learned from the Natural Source Classic, and had already built a blood god temple like a copper wall and iron wall. The 8 ancient blood warriors looked at the empty blood god temple, and were completely unaware of the traps that Lu Feng had set up in the hall. They rushed in blindly and ran into the traps set up by the natural secrets. While Lu Feng was talking trash, countless plant seeds followed the breathing of the 8 ancient blood warriors and entered their flesh and blood bodies, weakening their bodies from all aspects, blinding the perception and mind. When they rushed to Lu Feng, they were trapped and captured by the roots that Lu Feng had placed on the throne, and they lost their ability to move for a short time. If they fought back desperately at this moment, with the realm of the 8 ancient blood warriors, they would still have a chance to break free. But these 8 ancient blood warriors were really weak, and their resistance was so weak that they did not have the ability to break free in a short period of time. When they lost their ability to move, Lu Feng directly opened a space door and sent them to Qingmu Futi. In Qingmu Futi, Lu Feng's strength was further improved, and these 8 ancient blood warriors could not make any waves. After a few casual struggles, they were suppressed by Lu Feng under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, just like the unlucky guy who was seriously injured by Abian 2 days ago. After dealing with these ancient blood warriors, Lu Feng walked around the blood god temple for a few times and got a general idea of the blood god temple. Half a day later, the war in the Black Blood City outside the blood god temple gradually stopped. With a burst of Ulala footsteps, Elio led a team of 4th-level men into the blood god temple. As soon as she entered the door, she found Lu Feng and came to him to report to the master, all the blood warriors in the Black Blood City have been captured by us, the resources in the city are being confiscated, and orders being restored in an orderly manner. Well done. Master, I am very satisfied. Lu Feng smiled and nodded, but when he lowered his head, he found the dust on Elliot's face and some damage to her robes, and his brows frowned immediately. Staring at Elliot coldly, Lu Feng reached out and wiped the dust off her face. A touch of emerald green vitality glowed in his hand and he checked Elliot's body. After confirming that she was not injured, but just exhausted and a little tired, his gloomy expression gradually eased. Rubbing Elio's smooth blue hair, Lu Feng said seriously, "You helped me conquer the world, Master. I like you very much, but you hurt yourself, Master. I don't like it. Next time there is a battle, you should be careful. There are so many subordinates, you don't need to fight desperately. If you are hurt, Master, I will be distressed." Yes, Master. Lu Feng's cold words were very warm in Elio's heart. Just looking at Elio's mind that was obviously immersed in his care, Lu Feng couldn't help but hold his forehead, and could only wait until the evening to go back and slowly educate Elio, who was in love. Just a while after Elio reported his work, a bright and sacred breath came from the Black Blood City. Abian is back. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and motioned Elio to stand behind him. Sure enough, the next moment, a brilliant figure, with 6 pairs of wings of light, rushed into the Blood God Temple. The light breath alone swept away the haze and filth in the Blood God Temple, as if it had been dragged out and exposed to the sun for several days, clear and fragrant. Abian, you're back. How is the Lord of the Blood God Temple? Seeing Abian coming back, Lu Feng smiled and walked forward to welcome him. Pa. With a light sound, Abian threw the Lord of the Blood God Temple's branch hall, Ubis, at Lu Feng's feet with a gloomy face, folded the sacred wings behind him, and collapsed on the floor of the Blood God Temple, his face pale, and a trace of golden red blood from the corner of his mouth could not stop flowing out. Ahem, the master of this Blood God Temple is quite strong. It turns out that the ancient blood warriors who can make a certain amount of power here are still quite capable. I challenged him above my level and almost fell over. In the end, I used a trump card to kill him by luck. I promised rest that you can't bring back your captives. Oh my god, at this time, you are still thinking about me, really? Seeing this, Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to help Abian up and supported him to the throne in the Blood God Temple. At this time, Lu Feng found that Abian's clothes on his chest were torn to pieces, and a knife wound cut from his left shoulder to his lower right thigh, almost cutting through Abian's vitals. The knife wound was very deep, and the flesh and blood on the wound disappeared. Lu Feng could see the spine in Abian's body at a glance, and the heart that was missing half and was still beating. There was also an extremely condensed scarlet energy attached to the flesh and blood of the wound, preventing Abian from consuming the origin of the plane to restore his body. Chapter 379 Alter Transaction. At this time, Abian was in a very bad condition and his injuries were quite serious. Lu Feng helped him sit on the throne and began to check his injuries. The master of the Blood Temple Branch Hall, Ubis, was an ancient blood warrior. According to the life level classification, he was already a master of the middle and late 5th level. Abian was only at the peak of the late Morning Star Wizard. In the previous battle, he was directly leapfrogged to a higher level. It was a great fortune to be able to fight to the death with Ubis in his current state. Although the Morning Star Wizard who had comprehended the law was strong, the ancient blood warrior of the late 5th level was not a soft person. Of course, Lu Feng felt that if he had a big battle with Ubis, he should not lose so badly. With his strong and sturdy body and cautious fighting style, he would probably win more. Without spending too much time on a dead person, Lu Feng began to heal Abian. Abian was seriously injured, mainly because the flesh and blood of the wound on his chest was attached with a sharp blood-colored aura from Ubis. This tough and sharp aura hindered Abian's body's ability to repair itself. Lu Feng from the botanical garden was the best at dealing with this kind of energy injury. He summoned a bunch of white energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings from the Kingmu Blessed Land, letting them take root in Abian's flesh and blood, and devour the power left by Ubis. In less than half an hour, Lu Feng cleared the alien energy from Abian's wound. Woo, I finally feel better. This kind of injury is still the best treatment for the wizards in your botanical garden. Without the interference of the alien energy from Ubis, Abian showed a relaxed expression on his face, and the pain and weakness in his body were also alleviated by a large part. Next, without asking Lu Feng for help, I saw waves of pure and sacred light emerging from Abian's body. Then, the wound on his chest was quite large, and the bloody wound seemed to be alive, wriggling, growing, and slowly healing together. More than half an hour passed, and Abian breathed a sigh of relief. The pain on his face disappeared, replaced by some paleness and weakness. The wounds on his chest had all disappeared, leaving only a piece of white and tender skin, which was out of tune with the healthy skin around it, showing the injuries he had suffered. A mere fatal injury was not that serious for Abian, who was at the peak of the late Morning Star Wizard, but this injury still hurt some of his roots, and Abian needed to rest for a while. The new flesh and blood also needed to be slowly nurtured and tempered until it was in harmony with his whole body. Rester, thank you so much for this time. If you hadn't dealt with the ancient blood warriors left in the Blood God Temple, I don't know how I could have taken down this Black Blood City. After his injuries were mostly healed, Abian finally had time to thank Lu Feng for helping him so much. Haha, it's a small matter. I also gained a lot from taking down Black Blood City. After discussing the solution to Black Blood City with Elio and the others, Lu Feng smiled and nodded when he heard Abian's thanks. He was telling the truth. Whether it was Lu Feng or Abian, it was not an easy task to take down Black Blood City alone. Cooperation is a win-win situation. After chatting with Lu Feng about his fierce battle with Ubis, the master of the Blood God Temple, Abian took a break, and then found a secluded place to heal his injuries. Lu Feng did not disturb Abian. He took Elio to completely take down Black Blood City, and all the 4th level blood warriors were sent to King Mufuti, and slowly transformed into his subordinates. It was a bit troublesome to tame the few ancient blood warriors earned from the Blood God Temple, and it would take some time to slowly train them. Lu Feng was not in a hurry, but was looking forward to how much benefit and profit he could bring to his King Mufuti when he recruited all these ancient blood warriors. One day later, under the busy work of Elio and others, Black Blood City was completely controlled by Lu Feng. The riots in the city were quelled, and the peace and order of the past had been restored. Abian's injuries also recovered a lot of vitality during his self-care. After finishing the chores in Black Blood City, Lu Feng and Abian searched the body of Ubis, the master of the Blood God Temple, checked the Blood God Temple, and found Ubis's Blood God Seal. With the Blood God Seal, Lu Feng and the others successfully entered the blood source of Black Blood City. When they first arrived here, the scale of this blood source gave Lu Feng and Abian a big shock. They both conquered small cities outside Black Blood City and saw the blood source in the city. But the blood-colored springs in those small cities are completely different from the blood-colored springs they saw at this time. Black Blood City sucked the resources of the entire Black Blood region to build Black Blood City. The blood-colored springs in the city have also become stronger and stronger in the construction over the years. Lu Feng and the others looked at the large-scale blood-colored spring in front of them. The blood crystal stone altar in the center of the blood-colored spring was extremely large. It was made of a material called blood crystal and flashed a faint red light, as if it was flowing blood. The blood crystal stone altar was surrounded by a blood pool formed by the convergence of blood-colored energy. The pool water was deep red and bubbling, as if it had life. A strange melody was echoing in the red blood pool water, which made people tremble and want to jump into the blood pool and drink it immediately. Lu Feng and Abian walked along the stone road paved with blood crystals and slowly walked up to the 3 or 4-story high blood crystal stone altar. A strange wave lingered around them. Although they did not use the blood god seal to activate the blood crystal altar, they still felt the power of the ancient blood on them, allowing them to vaguely touch the traces of the origin of the law. Not bad, not bad. With this blood crystal altar, I have a chance to be promoted to a moonlight wizard. Carefully inspecting the blood crystal altar, Abian could not hide the joy on his face. It is difficult to comprehend the law. Even if Abian is talented and wealthy, when comprehending the law, he cannot comprehend it. No one can help him, and he has no way to do it. He can only rely on time and resources to slowly comprehend and study. After trying his best to come to the blood trial world, Abian wants to use the secrets in this world to help himself break through the bottleneck of comprehending the law and take his strength to a higher level. When this blood crystal stone altar is activated, it can accommodate 5 people to comprehend the laws together. I will activate this altar now. Rest, you and I will comprehend the laws here together. Abian looked at Lu Feng, his eyes flashing, and he wanted to start enjoying the benefits of this blood crystal stone altar immediately. Well, Lu Feng looked at Abian seriously, but shook his head, and then said, Abian, I won't comprehend the laws with you. When we took over the Black Blood City yesterday, the movement was too loud, and several Morning Star wizards from other wizard organizations came at once. I thought about it and sold my position and the remaining 3 positions directly. You were still recuperating yesterday, so I didn't discuss it with you. As he said, Lu Feng waved to the entrance of the blood source. In Abian's surprised eyes, 4 more Morning Star wizards came in from the entrance. Hey, hello, Abian. We are wizards from the realm of blazing flames and the realm of the ocean. We are sorry to bother you. We have already negotiated the price with Lord Rest and made a starry sky oath. Please rest assured. The Morning Star wizard Duran, who was wearing a red robe and had a masculine face, walked up to the blood crystal stone altar with his friends, smiled, stood opposite Abian, and said kindly, You. Abian looked at Lu Feng and couldn't understand Lu Feng's thoughts. As a Morning Star wizard, why did Lu Feng give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and give up this amazing blood crystal stone altar in the Black Blood City? Doesn't he need to comprehend the laws and break through the realm? Lu Feng didn't say much to Abian in this regard, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Last night, when Wizard Durin brought people to find Lu Feng originally refused, but when he saw the resources mentioned by Wizard Durin, Lu Feng decisively gave up. Compared with the Blood Crystal Altar in the Black Blood City, the resources provided by Wizard Durin and his 3 teammates are really too good. Besides, Lu Feng has now taken over the entire Black Blood region. There are nearly 100 blood source springs in the small city in his hands. His subordinates are now sitting on each blood source, comprehending the law. The law comprehending experience provided by Lu Feng's 4th level subordinates every moment is far better than the Blood Crystal Altar in the Black Blood City. Without knowing this, Abian couldn't figure out Lu Feng's thoughts, but Lu Feng couldn't explain these to Abian. It doesn't matter. Wizard Durin has paid enough. Abian, you can rest assured to comprehend the lore with him here. You don't have to worry about the rest. Lu Feng persuaded Abian with a smile, and didn't give Abian a chance to say more during the conversation. Holding the Blood God seal, at Lu Feng's signal, Wizard Durin and others walked to the opposite side of Abian and sat on the top of the blood crystal with him, concentrating their minds and preparing to comprehend the law. Seeing this, Abian knew that he could not persuade Lu Feng, so he sighed and sat down. Opening the Blood Crystal Stone Altar, watching Abian and others begin to comprehend the law, Lu Feng smiled and walked out of the blood source. Another win. These resources are just right for my King Mufudi to replenish. Last year's expansion was too fast, and the foundation of my King Mufudi was emptied. In the Blood Temple, Lu Feng sat on the throne. His eyes fell into the King Mufudi, checking the ancient blood warriors who were suppressed under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The ancient blood warriors have reached the 5th level of life. In the King Mufudi, only the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and Lu Feng can barely suppress them. Lu Feng's subordinates, Elio, Licorice and others are far from being opponents of the ancient blood warriors. These ancient blood warriors have not yet completely surrendered. Now suppressing them in King Mufudi is equivalent to planting several bombs in King Mufudi. Lu Feng must be more careful to prevent his base camp from being turned upside down by these ancient blood warriors. There are 13 ancient blood warriors, only one head is exposed. Today, they are still emotionally stable, spewing shit, constantly insulting Lu Feng, venting their dissatisfaction. Seeing them so spirited, Lu Feng is relieved. Licorice stood in front of the weakest ancient blood warrior, constantly guiding the power of the abyss to erode the mind and flesh of the ancient blood warrior. After 2 days of hard work, a clear purple-brown line has climbed up the face of this ancient blood warrior. The abyss power from Licorice is attacking his last line of defense. Under the influence of the abyss power, this ancient blood warrior feels as if his flesh and blood are not his own. In his ears, there are demons whispering to him about the greatness and mystery of the abyss, tempting him to fall into the abyss with all his heart and soul. This ancient blood warrior can still resist, entirely because of his 5th order life level. If a life of the same level as Licorice is under her treatment, it will definitely not last more than a day and a night, and will fall into the abyss intact and become a demon. No hurry, I have plenty of time. Looking at Licorice's work, Lu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Not only was Licorice's abyss erosion, Lu Feng also did not give up his own torture and forced submission. There was also an auxiliary system that played the promotional video of King Mufudi non-stop, introducing them to the benefits of King Mufudi. Some blood warriors who joined King Mufudi came to them to tell their stories, and used multiple methods to constantly persuade the other 12 ancient blood warriors to give up resistance and join King Mufudi. Take it slowly, Lu Feng has seen some results, and knows that these can't be rushed. After confirming the safety of these ancient blood warriors, Lu Feng's eyes turned to the other side of King Mufudi. This is a barren land on the edge of King Mufudi. At this time, there are several mountain-like materials piled here. These materials are the rewards paid by Wizard Durin and his 3 teammates for the right to use the Blood Crystal Stone Altar in Black Blood City. The plain origin and a lot of materials, together worth about 100,000 plain origins. This price is enough for Lu Feng to equip himself with a set of top-notch 4th level witchcraft secret treasures. It was more than enough to exchange for the right to use the Blood Crystal Stone Altar in Black Blood City once. That's right, Lu Feng was not ready to sell Black Blood City completely. Since the Blood Crystal Stone Altar in Black Blood City could sell a lot of plain origin, Lu Feng did not intend to just make a profit from plain origin. Lu Feng had seen the blood source in Black Blood City. The blood energy accumulated in it was enough for the blood crystal stone altar to start operating at full power for 10 days. After 10 days, it would need to accumulate blood energy again to charge it. Judging from the efficiency of the formation in Black Blood City, it would take 10 years to fully charge it once, but Lu Feng had more than just Black Blood City. With the power of the entire Black Blood region, he could shorten the charging time of the blood crystal stone altar in Black Blood City to 1 month. Use it for 10 days, charge it for 1 month, and it would be a cycle of 40 days. There were still more than 8 years before leaving the blood trial world. This long time was enough for Lu Feng to sell Black Blood City dozens of times. Chapter 380 Major Events in the 10 Regions. Because the blood crystal stone altar in Black Blood City is effective, it is worth it. The most important thing is that Lu Feng's strength is enough to suppress these Morning Star wizards who want to use the blood crystal stone altar and control this opportunity treasure. When Wizard Duran first came to Black Blood City to find Lu Feng, he was not as friendly as he is now. Lu Feng used his hard fist and immortal spirit to suppress Duran and the other 4 fiercely, and they were willing to sit down and have a good talk with Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng and Duran and the others are also Morning Star wizards in the wizard civilization, they have never had any contact before, and they are not members of the same wizard organization. They met in this bloody trial. They were strangers to each other, without any feelings, and they were still competitors for resources. Here, fist power is respected after all. Whoever has a bigger fist and stronger power can get more treasure resources here. After counting the resources taken from Duran and his men, Lu Feng sent those with high value and extra uses to his own treasury for safekeeping. The rest were directly refined by Lu Feng to nourish the various spiritual veins of heaven and earth in King Mufuti, and then radiated to every corner of King Mufuti through the spiritual veins of heaven and earth, strengthening the origin of King Mufuti. In this process, the residents of King Mufuti will also enjoy the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gain more opportunities, and benefit a lot. In the following days, Lu Feng stayed in Black Blood City with peace of mind, watching Elio and others take care of this Black Blood domain that temporarily belonged to him. Under the management of Fan Changking, the residents of King Mufuti under his command efficiently developed the entire Black Blood domain with the cities in the Black Blood domain as the center. Although the Black Blood domain is the poorest area among the 9 heavens and 10 domains, with such a vast land here, King Mufuti can still obtain a lot of resources from it if it is squeezed. After he had dug up most of the Black Blood region, Lu Feng also planned to bring several nearby regions under the control of King Mufuti. There were still more than 8 years left. It was not easy to come here, and King Mufuti could not suffer a loss and waste the opportunity. 10 days later, Lu Feng was listening to Elio's report in the Blood Temple. At this time, the wizard Duran and his 3 teammates found Lu Feng with some disappointment and asked, "Brother Lei, can we renew the blood source again? 10 days are not enough for me to break through the realm." Hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the blood source of Black Blood City is a business that can be done for a long time. Motioning Duran to sit down, the maid in the Blood Temple served hot tea to Duran and others. Lu Feng took a sip of the tea and then sighed leisurely. "Brother Du, it's not that I don't want to renew your subscription, but the blood energy in the blood source of Black Blood City takes many years to recover after each consumption. I have no choice. Besides, it's not just Brother Du who needs the blood crystal stone altar in the blood source. In the past few days, several wizard friends have found me and want to try the effect of this blood crystal stone altar. I can't refuse." Listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Duran's face froze, and his perception spread slightly. He felt a breath of many unfamiliar Morning Star wizards in Black Blood City. This discovery made Duran feel uneasy. When he looked at Lu Feng again, he always felt that the smile on Lu Feng's face was full of cunning and treachery. Lu Feng's meaning was very obvious, that is, the opportunity to use the blood crystal stone altar in Black Blood City is very precious. If you want to use it, you need to pay more. Thinking about Lu Feng's fighting power and the existence of other Morning Star wizards in Black Blood City, Wizard Duran could only give up the idea of taking action. The wizard society is not all about fighting and killing, there are also human relationships. Now that the use of the blood crystal stone altar in Black Blood City requires payment, it has become a tacit rule for many Morning Star wizards. Wizard Duran's strength is not enough to overthrow Lu Feng, so he has to bow his head in front of Lu Feng and act according to the rules of Black Blood City. After the 10-day use of the blood crystal stone altar, Lu Feng called other Morning Star wizards in Black Blood City and auctioned 4 opportunities to use it in a month in front of everyone. Originally, there were 5 opportunities, but in 10 days, Abian did not break through the limit of the Morning Star wizard, and he needed to use the Blood Crystal Stone altar several times. In addition to part of Lu Feng's salary, Lu Feng also needs to prepare the blood energy consumed by the user when using the Blood Crystal Stone altar. The scale of the Blood Crystal Stone altar in Black Blood City is larger than that of the Blood Crystal Stone altars in ordinary cities. Each activation consumes a huge amount of blood energy. If the Morning Star wizards were to plunder cities one by one, it would take them a long time to accumulate the amount consumed by the Blood Crystal Stone altar. Moreover, the blood energy consumed by the Blood Crystal Stone altar cannot be replaced by the resources and plane origin stored in the plane space in their bodies. What can provide Morning Star wizards with the power to comprehend the laws is not ordinary energy, but a special source of power in the blood energy unique to the blood trial world. This power is also the core component of the ancient blood. Although the blood energy consumed by Black Blood City is large each time, it is easy for Lu Feng, who owns the entire Black Blood domain, to collect this energy. Who made Lu Feng's King Mufudi break through the limitations of the blood trial world and do what other Morning Star wizards can't do. Only Lu Feng can earn this resource. Others can't earn it even if they want to. After learning these things from Lu Feng, Durin and other Morning Star wizards were not so repulsive to Lu Feng anymore, and accepted the deal of paying money to use the Blood Crystal Altar. The only thing that made them complain was that every time the quota for using the Blood Crystal Altar was auctioned in public the day before accumulating energy, they were asked to pay money to compete, and whoever paid more would get the position. Those who didn't have money would get out. They were greedy for money. They were really greedy for money. It really disgusted Durin and his team. However, disgusting as it was, every time Lu Feng auctioned the opportunity to use the Blood Crystal Altar, Wizard Durin and his team would bid as much as they could. They were afraid that they would not be able to grab a quota. As for the means of private collusion and joint price locking, they were destroyed by a few shameless villain wizards as soon as they were used, forcing them to see everyone as an enemy and go all out in every auction. Of course, competition was competition, and Wizard Durin and his team did not raise the price of each Blood Crystal Altar too high. Lu Feng has always been in a situation where he can make money, and those who pay for opportunities are not too bad. Everyone is an elite genius of the wizard civilization. After leaving the blood trial world, there will be many opportunities to meet in the future. There is no need to hurt the relationship here. Because the opportunities for the Blood Crystal Stone Altar in Black Blood City are limited, there are also Morning Star wizards who have come to Lu Feng to buy the use rights of the Blood Crystal Stone Altars in some small cities. Although the effect is a bit weak, it is better than no blessing. After a deal, Lu Feng made a lot of money by owning the Black Blood domain. With the arrival of these Morning Star wizards, Lu Feng also learned a lot of news outside the Black Blood domain. There are a total of 3,000 Morning Star wizards who entered the blood trial world with Lu Feng. Because the Black Blood domain is desolate and barren, fewer people come, and there are more Morning Star wizards from other 9 domains. After discovering the role of the blood source in the city here, the powerful Morning Star wizards took action and took control of the indigenous cities one by one. Although the strongest Morning Star wizards who came here were only at the peak of the late Morning Star wizards, and none of them had broken through to the Moonlight Wizard, just like Abian was able to kill Ubis, the master of the Blood Temple, the Morning Star wizards who came here were all elite geniuses who had been refined from the big waves, and it was common for them to challenge each other. Even the ancient blood warriors from the Blood Temple who came down from the sky could not stop the front of these Morning Star wizards. No matter how many ancient blood warriors came, they would die, and they could not even make a wave. In a short period of time, the 10 domains of the blood trial world had been occupied by Lu Feng and other Morning Star wizards. However, the 9 heavens of the blood trial world in Xianshan was still an unknown area that the Morning Star wizards had not yet reached. Even if Lu Feng captured a few ancient blood warriors, he did not ask them about the location of the 9 heavens of the blood trial world. Even though these ancient blood warriors joined the Blood Temple, they had no way to take the initiative to go to the heavens. Every time they entered the 9 heavens, they needed people from the 9 heavens to descend from the sky to guide these ancient blood warriors. The mystery of the 9 heavens in the blood trial world also made some Morning Star wizards interested in the 9 heavens, and they began to gather together spontaneously to study the secrets of the 9 heavens. The garbage 10 realms all had good things like the blood source, So it made no sense that there was nothing above the mysterious 9 heavens. With the arrival of the Morning Star Wizard and the trade with his blood crystal stone altar, Lu Feng also established normal communication with the Morning Star Wizards in the other 10 realms. There was a Morning Star Wizard who took out a witchcraft secret treasure from his body plane and established a virtual space in the blood trial world, similar to the Emerald Dream space of the Botanical Garden, so that all wizards in the 10 realms could communicate in this virtual space and exchange what they had. It greatly facilitated the communication between the Morning Star Wizards. Lu Feng also took out a little time every day to learn about the big and small things happening in the 10 realms of the blood trial world through this virtual space. Time flies and passes quietly. 2 months have passed. On this day, Lu Feng was drinking tea leisurely with a Bayan in the blood temple. After 3 trainings at the blood crystal stone altar, the aura of light on a Bayan is particularly weak. Sitting opposite Lu Feng, he seems to be an ordinary person. The deepening of his understanding of the origin of light has made a Bayan seem to have returned to nature. His cultivation has become more profound, and he is only 1 step away from becoming a moonlight wizard. Suddenly, Lu Feng's expression froze slightly. After drinking the tea in the cup, he said something to a Bayan and turned away quickly. Back in Black Blood City, his own residence, Lu Feng immediately looked at the Qingmu Blessed Land. Qingmu Blessed Land, under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. In front of an ancient blood warrior who was suppressed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Nicholas stared at the ancient blood warrior with purple lines crawling on his face with a serious face. At this time, Licorice had already shown the complete appearance of a succubus, with small purple-black wings and a slender tail with a heart-shaped dip. The shadow of the 1,344,456th layer of the abyss was clearly visible behind her. Countless abyss demons inside roared to the sky, and the devilish will soared to the sky. Countless purple-black abyss forces flowed out of Licorice's 1,344,456th layer of the abyss like a surging river, pouring into the flesh and blood of the ancient blood warrior in front of her. At this time, Licorice's erosion of the ancient blood warrior had reached the last step. Only the last trace of clarity and persistence remained in the spiritual consciousness of the ancient blood warrior. Beams of sweat slid down Licorice's forehead, and before they fell, they evaporated and dissipated in the rich abyss breath around her. After several months of fierce fighting, even though Licorice was a demon lord and a lower-level demon god, at this time, she was almost at the point of exhaustion. However, compared to the ancient blood warrior who had been suffering, Licorice could still take advantage of the home field advantage and take a break occasionally. Otherwise, with her strength as a 4th-level lower demon god, it would be harder than ascending to heaven to force a 5th-level ancient blood warrior to such a point. Sensing that Licorice and the ancient blood warrior had reached the last step, Lu Feng cast his eyes on her, and Licorice felt Lu Feng's gaze. Licorice's mouth curled up slightly, and she called a group of ordinary people from nearby and asked them to persuade the ancient blood warrior. "Grandpa, Grandpa, I am your granddaughter, you should surrender quickly, the lives of our family will all depend on you. Husband. Dad. Obviously, these people are the direct blood relatives of the ancient blood warrior, and Elio has found them one by one from the Black Blood region, just to eliminate the last bit of resistance of the ancient blood warrior at this last moment. The continuation of blood is inseparable. The ancient blood warrior, whose mind was eroded by the power of the abyss and became chaotic, still heard the call and persuasion from his blood relatives at this last moment. Hey, this ancient blood warrior, you don't want your blood relatives to die in front of you, do you? At this time, Licorice, under the purple-black power of the abyss, grabbed the neck of a relative of the ancient blood warrior and smiled grimly. Licorice's voice, with the magic of the abyss, struck the depths of the ancient blood warrior's soul and dealt him the most fatal blow. I am willing to surrender. Under Licorice's attack, the ancient blood warrior finally gave up the last bit of resistance and persistence, and merged with the abyss power that invaded the depths of his mind. Pa, pa, pa. A series of crisp sounds of bones and muscles colliding came out of the ancient blood warrior's body. As the ancient blood warrior gave up resistance, the deep purple power of the abyss completely merged into the root of his bloodline, transforming him thoroughly and turning him into a powerful abyss demon. At this time, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling slowly relaxed its suppression on the ancient blood warrior. The ancient blood warrior, who was covered with purple-black abyss power, had his flesh and blood twisted and his bones expanded. In the constant changes, he slowly crawled out from the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Chapter 381 The Ancient Blood Warrior Surrenders. 1 step, 2 steps. When the ancient blood warrior got rid of the suppression of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling and came to Nicholas, his appearance had changed dramatically. Berserker. Nicholas' eyes lit up. Berserker is a powerful demon race in the endless abyss. Berserkers are very strong, usually up to 15 meters tall, with well-developed muscles, scales and thorns covering the entire body, and have powerful physical and spell defense capabilities. They have bloodshot eyes, sharp teeth, long and venomous tongues, terrifying faces, and powerful tails that can be used to attack enemies or maintain balance. They usually make a living by fighting and hunting, and have very strong aggression and offensiveness. Berserkers also have powerful spell abilities and can release various elemental attacks, such as fire, frost, venom, etc. In the endless abyss, Berserkers are higher than succubi in race value, and their number is also extremely large. They are the most important combat units in the demon army under many demon lords. In countless years of accumulation, many demon lords who are famous in the starry sky have been born from the Berserker race. At this moment, the Berserker that Licorice saw in front of her, which was transformed from an ancient blood warrior, was somewhat different from the Berserkers she had seen in the endless abyss. The flesh and blood of the ancient blood warriors were made of fine materials that had been tempered by the ancient blood. Now, after being polluted and degenerated by the power of the abyss, they not only possessed the blood of the Berserkers, but also retained some of the characteristics of the ancient blood warriors. The scales and spikes on the back of this Berserker were covered with scarlet lines representing the ancient blood, which added a bit of blood and brutality to the Berserker's violent and fierce appearance. Roar. Standing in front of Licorice, this Berserker panted violently, his eyes were scarlet, and his claws were stretched out, as if he wanted to fight with Licorice, the demon leader. The demons born in the abyss did not have any concept of superiority and inferiority. With power in hand, they would fight if they did not obey. To commit crimes against superiors was just a common occurrence for them. Kneel down. Submit. However, Licorice had no intention of fighting this Berserker. She shouted loudly, and the Berserker, who was originally aggressive, immediately let out a shrill wail, holding his huge head in pain and kneeling on the ground, his thick knees smashing up a pile of dust. Licorice was a demon lord, and all the abyssal power in the Berserker's body came from Licorice. The Berserker now could almost be said to be Licorice's offspring. With such a small difference in life level, it was not enough for the Berserker to have the ability to resist the demon lord. Licorice pulled out the whip and swung it on the Berserker's strong flesh, making a crackling sound. Licorice trained this somewhat undisciplined Berserker and made it extremely obedient. By the way, she also taught the Berserker the secret method of splitting the soul, splitting a soul origin and throwing it into Lu Feng's Star Phantom, completely binding this 5th-level Berserker to King Mufudi. Licorice's own strength is a little weak, and it is still risky to completely suppress a 5th-level Berserker. Asking King Mufukuchi to help can also eliminate the last hidden danger. Well done, Licorice. Seeing that Licorice had dealt with an ancient blood warrior, Lu Feng praised her with a smile, and also checked the Berserker, very satisfied. This Berserker will live in your abyss in the future, follow you, and give you a strong power. You also need to improve your strength quickly, so as not to drag your feet. Smiling and waving his hand, Lu Feng sent the Berserker into Licorice's 1,344,456th layer of the abyss. The Berserker who fell into it enjoyed the rich abyss atmosphere in the abyss, and a roar attracted countless demons in the abyss to bow their heads and surrender. Seeing this, Licorice also understood Master Lu Feng's worries, and quickly assured him, "Master, I understand, don't worry. Now that I have such a 5th-level Berserker, I will definitely not slow down my cultivation by borrowing his power." Hearing this, Lu Feng also nodded. With the first captured ancient blood warrior being refined by Licorice with the power of the abyss, the 11 5th-level ancient blood warriors behind it are estimated that they will not last long. This also means that it will not take much time for the main combat power of Lu Feng's King Mufudi to change from 4th level to 5th level. In comparison, the strength of Licorice, Elio and others is a bit slow. Lu Feng does not dislike them. They are still the most obedient and trusted ones of Lu Feng, but he is afraid that Licorice and others will not be able to convince the crowd, and he will have more worries in his heart. Talk about it in advance to give Licorice and others a shot of prevention, so as to avoid any trouble later. After the fall of this ancient blood warrior, Licorice's abyss temporarily lost the ability to fall into another ancient blood warrior. Licorice apologized to Lu Feng, and then turned into purple light and returned to her own abyss to regulate the abyss and restore her strength. By the way, she studied how to use this 5th level berserker to improve Nicholas's own abyss and strength. A 5th level berserker, with a life level at this level, is a good laborer and thug for Nicholas and her abyss. Lu Feng also allocated some resources to Nicholas to facilitate her to cultivate the abyss and improve her own strength. With the help of many parties, Nicholas and her abyss are thriving. The size is expanding, and the number of demons inside is increasing. Nicholas left with a berserker, and the emotions and spirits of the other 11 ancient blood warriors under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings have undergone some subtle changes. Lu Feng clearly felt that the resistance of these ancient blood warriors was reduced a little because of this berserker. After all, the transformation of this ancient blood warrior from a human into a berserker from the abyss was really amazing and difficult for ordinary people to accept. Seeing the ancient blood warriors' degeneration with their own eyes, the remaining 11 ancient blood warriors could not help but put themselves in the picture. They imagined themselves being eroded by the power of the abyss under licorice, and finally degenerating into berserkers in front of their own blood relatives. If that scene happened to them, it would be better to let them die. However, given their current suppressed state, even if they wanted to die, it would probably not be an easy thing. In their eyes, Lu Feng, who was more terrifying than a demon, was reluctant to give up these 5th level ancient blood warriors. If they could not surrender, even if they had to turn them into demons, they should not be used to their full potential and be slaves under his hands for life. Under such circumstances, the resistance of the 11 ancient blood warriors naturally began to weaken, and Lu Feng took this opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. While showing them the welfare and benefits of King Mufudi, he also showed them the current life of the unfortunate ancient blood warrior who had degenerated into a berserker. The berserker living in the abyss of licorice was like a wild beast, eating raw meat and drinking blood, and it was a miserable sight. With sweet dates in one hand and a big stick in the other, Lu Feng waited for the decision of these ancient blood warriors with a smile on his face. No matter how hard the bones were, they could not withstand Lu Feng's professional surrender method. The remaining 11 ancient blood warriors also persisted for a few more days, and when Licorice recovered and was ready to start degenerating the second ancient blood warrior, they all surrendered. Welcome to join the big family of King Mufudi. Lu Feng bound the star phantoms to these blood warriors one by one, completely locking them in King Mufudi, and welcomed the joining of these 5th level ancient blood warriors with a smile on his face. It was not very comfortable to refine the soul essence into King Mufudi, and the feeling of life and death being controlled by others was not very comfortable. These ancient blood warriors were also the first time, and they were not used to it. But when they faced their master Lu Feng, they had to force a smile and act happy. After all, they would all make a living under Lu Feng in the future, and offending Lu Feng would not end well. However, what surprised them the most was the berserker that Elio brought with him. The originally ugly berserker was no longer a tall and ugly demon, but had turned into a human form like them. Except for his dark skin and red eyes, there was nothing strange about him. My goodness, these ancient blood warriors had clearly seen him degenerate into an ugly and ignorant berserker, and they surrendered to Lu Feng because they were afraid of becoming like him. But looking at the current situation, it seems that there is not much harm in becoming a berserker. From this point of view, they seem to have been deceived. In response, the ancient blood warrior who turned into a berserker scratched his head and smiled. I have learned a secret method called transformation, and temporarily changed into a human form, but in fact I am still a berserker. I turned into a human form just to facilitate my reunion with my relatives. Hearing this, the 11 ancient blood warriors were silent for a while. The master is still a very good person. However, since they could not resist, the 11 ancient blood warriors had no choice but to slowly accept the reality, adapt to everything in King Mufudi, and slowly get used to calling Lu Feng the master. 1 berserker and 11 ancient blood warriors, a total of 12 5th level. Lu Feng did not rush to assign work to these people, but instructed them to start practicing. The berserker followed Nicholas to learn the demon knowledge of the Endless Abyss, and kept improving. The demons from the Endless Abyss are not ordinary people. They have learned something in the Endless Abyss. Powerful demons are also headaches for gods and wizards. There is also a set of berserker demons' knowledge inheritance in the Abyss of Licorice. According to the above method, berserker demons can train and fight step by step to strengthen their own demon bloodline and become stronger. Speaking of which, this method is much faster than ordinary cultivation methods, but the mortality rate of this method is a bit high. The powerful demons in the endless abyss are selected by accumulating a large number of them. For the other 11 5th-level ancient blood warriors, Lu Feng still implanted them with spiritual roots of suitable attributes, and then let them practice the spiritual root cultivation method. From key training to foundation building, to practicing to the Dharma Immortal. As for the 5th-level realm of the spiritual root cultivation method, Lu Feng is also constantly deducing it in combination with the Earth Immortal method. The 5th-level realm called Primordial Spirit is also slowly taking shape in Lu Feng's hands, waiting for these 11 5th-level ancient blood warriors to practice the spiritual root cultivation method to the 5th level, and then verify them one by one to confirm the path. The spiritual root cultivation method and the earthly immortal method are basically the same in terms of the cultivation of the body, flesh, blood, and spirit. When Lu Feng was an ancient blood warrior, he was also learning and deducing the 5th level of the earthly immortal method. After the earthly immortal method was cultivated to the blessed land level, the whole road was not very clear. Lu Feng's methods were also seized from the masterminds of the earthly immortal world. Su Lingzi, who died at his hands, had only cultivated to the 4th level, and his cultivation method was really not very advanced. Su Lingzi was able to go all the way to one of the top 10 masterminds in the earthly immortal world. He received a lot of favors from Chang Yaoxin, and many of them were the foundation of the fundamental methods of the earthly immortal method to open up the spiritual realm blessed land. It was also the study of the earthly immortal method that made Lu Feng feel the limitations of the earthly immortal method. Of course, this refers to the vagueness and crudeness of the earthly immortal method, not the limitations of Kingmu blessed land. The Kingmu blessed land that was refined by the earth immortals was like a treasure bestowed by God. Lu Feng dared to say that he could achieve his current achievements because of at least 60% to 70% of the Kingmu blessed land. The remaining 30% to 40%, 20% was the space gate, and 10% was his own efforts. So now, the more he cultivates, the more Lu Feng begins to learn from others' strengths and weaknesses. The wizard method, the way of the gods, the earth immortal method, the spiritual root cultivation method, and even the blood warriors cultivation method have become the foundation for him to absorb nutrients, gather the strengths of hundreds of skulls and slowly walk out a path of his own. There are many things to say, and Lu Feng also knows that at this time he should be more down to earth, work hard to cultivate the Kingmu blessed land, and comprehend the laws. These are the things he can grasp in his hands now. Time passed, and another year and a half passed in the blink of an eye. This is the 3rd year that Lu Feng has come to the bloody trial world. These days, Lu Feng uses the Black Blood domain as the base, and with the help of several wizards with good relationships, he has expanded his territory a little bit. The Dongle domain and the Wandao domain next to the Black Blood domain were mostly eroded by Lu Feng's men. Lu Feng didn't want those large cities. He only focused on the strategy of small cities. The small cities that other Morning Star wizards thought were a waste of time and didn't want to manage fell into his hands during his negotiations. When Lu Feng helped manage the city, he promised to hand over part of the city's blood energy income to facilitate their use of the blood crystal stone altar in the blood source. No need to worry, you can get income, it's a free thing, no Morning Star wizard can refuse. Lu Feng also looked down on the benefits of this part of the blood energy that was divided. He looked at the population in the city and the mineral resources outside the city. The small resources that other Morning Star wizards looked down on were all good things in front of Lu Feng's Kingmu Futi, which was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much or how good, they were all sent to Kingmu Futi. Under this win-win cooperation, more and more Morning Star wizards choose to cooperate with Lu Feng, which allows Lu Feng's forces to smoothly walk out of the Black Blood region and begin to spread to other parts of the blood trial world. Double monthly ticket time, please vote. This is the last month of this year, please. JPG. Chapter 382 Blood Gods Tower of Babel. Other wizards also wanted to follow this model, but the rules of the blood trial world restricted them. Unfortunately, they did not have Lu Feng's ability to pull people from Kingmu Futi. Only Lu Feng relied on the power of the Space Gate to break through the limitations of the world and could summon his subordinates in the blood trial world at will. With the many blood warriors he conquered in the blood trial world, he was able to expand this business to its current level. If other Morning Star wizards want to achieve this, they must have trusted and reliable subordinates. Without the support of the internal plane space and lacking capable subordinates, the number of cities they can control is limited, and they also have to deal with various troubles in the cities, which greatly affects their daily practice. These Morning Star Wizards came to the blood trial world to find opportunities and improve their strength. Wasting time on the management of cities is simply putting the cart before the horse and wasting time. Under such circumstances, the Morning Star Wizards discovered Lu Feng, a freak, and also found that cooperating with Lu Feng could save them a lot of trouble. Cooperation is a win-win situation, and the Morning Star Wizards also know how to make choices. Lu Feng did not lose anything by taking what he needed. On the contrary, he could also accumulate a number of good resources to cultivate King Mufuti, so that his cultivation level could be steadily improved. Now, Lu Feng's cultivation level has stabilized at the late stage of Morning Star Wizard, and he is almost at the end of Morning Star Wizard. His subordinates Celio, Licorice and others are catching up, and they have also been promoted to the middle stage of the 4th stage, keeping up with Lu Feng's pace. On this day, the energy between heaven and earth suddenly fluctuated. Everyone felt a sudden heat in their hearts. At this moment, a bright moon seemed to rise in the distant sky of Black Blood City, spreading cold light and illuminating the darkness in people's hearts. Someone has advanced to the Moonlight Wizard in the blood trial world. Who is so unwise that he did not suppress his strength and broke through here directly? How can breaking through here be better than breaking through the realm in the wizard world? Abian frowned. Today, his aura has completely returned to its original state. Looking closely, he only feels like an ordinary person, without his original brightness and holiness. It's really strange. It looks like this Hongshan realm among the 10 realms. It has long been taken over by other wizards. How can it still be dangerous? Lu Feng looked at the horizon and wondered. In the past few years, he has been in close communication with other Morning Star Wizards, and Lu Feng has also supplemented a lot of basic common sense of the Morning Star Wizard stage. For 4th level Morning Star Wizards like them, it is best to return to the wizard world and make a breakthrough every time they break through a major realm, because every time they break through a major realm, the world will of the wizard world will send down world blessings based on their contributions to the wizard world, and at the same time give them an opportunity to deeply contact the origin of the world, which can greatly improve their perception of the laws. Every opportunity is precious, and it can be compared with countless rare treasures. It is a good thing that people from other civilizations can't get no matter how hard they try. But at this time, this Morning Star Wizard who was promoted in the blood trial world obviously violated the common sense of the wizard world. Normal Morning Star Wizards would not be so unwise. Apparently, some force majeure had occurred, forcing this Morning Star Wizard to advance in order to have a chance of survival. What happened? At this time, many Morning Star Wizards in the 10 realms looked towards the place where the moonlight aura was rising. At the same time, their thoughts were also invested in the virtual space established in the 10 realms, trying to hear news about this Moonlight Wizard from others. Sure enough, when Lu Feng and Abian came to the virtual space, spiritual thoughts in the virtual space came and went, and there was a lot of discussion. They were all discussing the Moonlight Wizard. Listening to the news in the virtual space, Lu Feng quickly learned the whole story of this incident. This incident happened in this Hongshan realm. Today, in the center of this Hongshan realm, a blood-colored pagoda suddenly fell from the sky, towering into the clouds, standing on the land of this Hongshan realm. Along with them came the Blood God Temple messengers who came down from the 9 heavens of the blood trial world. These messengers were impartial and did not dare to show hostility to the Morning Star Wizards. They flew in front of the towering Blood Pagoda and introduced the origin and function of the Blood Pagoda in front of many Morning Star Wizards. This Blood Pagoda is called the Blood God Tongshan Tower. It is the ultimate test of the blood trial. During each trial, after all the cities in the 10 domains are occupied by the Morning Star Wizards, the Blood God Tongshan Tower will descend from the 9 heavens to the 10 domains. All wizards can freely enter and exit the Blood God Tongshan Tower for challenges and trials. Those who pass the trial can get rewards from the Blood God Tongshan Tower. According to the Morning Star Wizards in this Hongshan domain who have tried to pass the levels in the Blood God Tongshan Tower are combat-type tower climbing. The higher the number of levels in the tower, the richer the rewards. The rewards given are also rare treasures that these Morning Star Wizards can use, and there are many good things. As for the unlucky Moonlight Wizard, he encountered some accidents while climbing the tower. He was defeated and injured by the monsters in the tower level. He had to use breakthrough to save his life. After the breakthrough, he successfully killed the monsters in the tower level. However, this also made him unable to suppress his cultivation. After leaving the Blood God Tongshan Tower, He broke through uncontrollably in the blood trial world and became a moonlight wizard. According to the Morning Star Wizard outside the Blood God Tongshan Tower, it is best not to break through the Moonlight Wizard when participating in the trial of the Blood God Tongshan Tower. The monsters in the tower change according to your own strength. When the Morning Star Wizard enters, the monsters in the tower will only be the Morning Star monsters of the same level as you. The number may increase, but it is more about testing the law perception of the challenger. The more laws you understand, the stronger the combat secrets you practice, the more levels you can pass in the Blood God Tongshan Tower, and the richer the rewards you get. If the challenger breaks through to the Moonlight Wizard, the strength of the level monsters he faces will automatically increase to the Moonlight Wizard level. Although it was only a step difference, the change in life level was enough to increase the difficulty of the level by dozens of times. I see, it seems that we all have to go to Zhongshan Domain. This bloody trial world has finally been transformed by the wizard seniors into a place for us to train. The biggest advantage here should be in this bloody tower. Hearing the news of the Blood God Tower, Abian was very excited. He wanted to go to the bloody tower immediately to try it out and test the results of his 3 years of practice. Climbing the tower is interesting. I didn't expect that the wizard seniors who created the bloody trial world were so simple and direct. Lu Feng experienced this kind of trial for the first time. He was curious and a little disappointed. He originally thought that the last treasure of the bloody trial needed them to go to the 9th heaven to take a look. But now they are just asked to climb the tower. To be honest, Lu Feng is a little disappointed. However, this Blood God Tower is still worth going to. Lu Feng has been practicing all the way. With the help of King Mufuti, he has comprehended many kinds of laws. His flesh and blood and spirit are full of the imprint of laws. This also makes him have never met a decent opponent in the same level. His invincible fighting power in the same level may allow him to get a good ranking in the Blood God Tongshan Tower and obtain many benefits. As soon as he left the virtual space, many Morning Star wizards who were temporarily staying in Black Blood City came to Lu Feng and bid him farewell. Even Abian was among them. The temptation of the Blood God Tongshan Tower is too great, no one can resist it. Lu Feng smiled and asked them to go first, and he would deal with the men in Black Blood City, and then he would come after a few words. Abian and others turned into streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Lu Feng also found Elio and other men, told them the news of the birth of the Blood God Tongshan Tower, and then told them to take care of the land he controlled now, and when the wizards went to Zhongshan Domain, they could also bring more cities and other domains into Lu Feng's hands. The wizards in other regions will definitely go to Zhongshan Domain, as the Blood God Tower of Babel is extremely tempting. After this departure, these Morning Star wizards don't know when they can return to their own cities. If Lu Feng's men are willing to help them take care of the city and provide a stable income of blood energy, Lu Feng estimates that many Morning Star wizards should be happy to give him a face and hand over the city under his command. But this matter must be done quickly, otherwise when other wizards leave the city they control, Elio and his friends will not be able to find the Morning Star Wizard himself, and the power of the city will not be easy to hand over. Even if the city is taken by force, it is easy to cause some trouble. Giving it voluntarily and taking it by force are two different things. The Morning Star Wizards who come to the blood trial world can be regarded as the pride of heaven in the outside world. For them, they may not care much about the interests of a city. It is related to their reputation and face, and it is easy to get carried away and cause trouble. After receiving Lu Feng's order, Elio also realized that this was an opportunity. This is a great opportunity to expand the influence of their King Mufuti to most of the places in the 10 domains. There is no reason for Elio to miss such an opportunity. She quickly found Licorice and others, and then brought a large number of 4th level in King Mufuti, and quickly discussed a complete lobbying plan. Then the 4th level Dharma Immortals in King Mufuti hurriedly flew out of King Mufuti and headed for the cities in the 10 domains. They tried to capture the cities under their command before most of the Morning Star Wizards went to Zhongshan Domain. After explaining everything, Lu Feng gave Elio a few more instructions, and then he turned into a stream of light and flew towards Zhongshan Domain. Lu Feng's flying speed was not slow, but the blood trial world was indeed vast. At his speed that was not inferior to most moonlight wizards, he flew for a day and a night before finally arriving at Zhongshan Domain. As soon as he entered Zhongshan Domain, Lu Feng saw a scarlet light standing in the center of Zhongshan Domain. Without anyone introducing it, Lu Feng knew that it was the Blood God Tower of Babel. As he flew closer, Lu Feng could see more clearly. On the vast land of his Hongshan domain, the blood-red blood god Tower of Babel connected the sky and the ground. Is this the blood god Tower of Babel? Lu Feng, dressed in black, looked up at the blood-colored tower that stood tall. As he got closer, he felt that the blood-colored tower that reached the sky was like a huge spine. Whose spine can be so long? How majestic and exaggerated would his body be? Lu Feng knew that there were some special races in the starry sky. When the alien beasts grew up, their bodies and flesh could grow to a size larger than an alien plane. Such beings, just standing in the starry sky, could probably rival the powerful wizards above the 6th level. Could it be that this blood trial world and the devil blood secret realm are all built on the corpse of a powerful person, and this blood god Tongshan Tower is also made of the spine of that unlucky guy? Combining the legends he had heard on the Blood Cloud platform before, Lu Feng felt that he had vaguely guessed the secret of this blood trial world. Whoosh! Lu Feng turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the blood god Tongshan Tower. The blood god Tongshan Tower was towering into the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth, majestic and mysterious. In addition to its length, it was also extremely thick. When Lu Feng came close to the blood god Tongshan Tower, he felt like he was looking at a blood-colored wall. A stream of light stopped at the bottom of the blood god Tongshan Tower, and Lu Feng looked around calmly. After 2 days of fermentation, the Morning Star wizards in the 10 realms rushed here one after another. Now the bottom of the blood god Tongshan Tower has become a lively market. Some simple houses have been built by the wizards at the edge of the square at the bottom of the tower, providing a place for the wizards to rest, eat and chat. Just as he landed at the bottom of the blood god tower, a loud voice rang out. "Hey, rest. Here, here." Lu Feng turned his head and saw a stream of white-green light flying in the distance, and then stopped on the land next to Lu Feng. The person who came was a long-haired female wizard Leia wearing emerald green hollow armor. This disciple of the wizard Hongye has not been seen for several years, and his aura has become more condensed and restrained. The cultivation of the Morning Star wizard has improved a lot during this period. "Leia. Long time no see." Lu Feng smiled and walked over. "Long time no see, rest. I have heard of your reputation in the Black Blood domain. I didn't expect you to be so amazing that you could comprehend the laws of space at the Morning Star Wizard stage and even broke through the limitations of the blood trial space. Your talent is really amazing. If I didn't know that you were the only one named Rester in our batch, I really couldn't believe that person was you." There was a lot of amazement in the beautiful eyes of the Leia wizard, and Lu Feng was a little embarrassed by the praise. "It's nothing, I'm just a little luckier," Lu Feng explained with a smile. No matter what others say about the things in King Mu Fury, Lu Feng will never reveal anything. The more outrageous others' guesses, the better. Luck is also a part of strength. By the way, Rest, you have just come to the Blood God Babel Tower, right? Do you want me to take you around the Blood God Babel Tower and introduce you to the basic rules of the Blood God Babel Tower? Leia Wizard shook her head, obviously not believing in Lu Feng's luck, but she didn't ask more about these, but immediately changed the topic and talked about other things. "Sure, I just want to know more about it." Seeing the expectation in the eyes of the wizard Leia, Lu Feng agreed. "On the last day of 2023, I wish you all a happy new year, good health, success in everything, and happiness for your family." Chapter 383, Continuous Breakthrough. Lu Feng did not refuse the kindness of the wizard Leia, nor did he have to. They were all wizards, and they had communicated with each other before. The purpose of life is to make many friends. One more friend means one more way. Wizard Leia brought Lu Feng to the entrance of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. As soon as they arrived here, a 1,000-meter-high arched door came into view. In the doorway as deep as the blood-red abyss, many Morning Star wizards came and went in and out of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. But what attracted Lu Feng's attention the most was the scarlet and simple stone tablet in front of the doorway. On the stone tablet were written the 3 big characters Babel of Babel in the language of wizard civilization. At a glance, a majestic fighting spirit of fighting against heaven and earth and striking the sky was imprinted in the depths of his heart, deeply shocking Lu Feng. What a big Babel of Babel, the methods of the predecessors are really powerful. Lu Feng stood in front of the Babel of Babel, sighing. Next to the 3 characters of Tongshan tablet, there are rows of rankings showing the names of Morning Star wizards, recording the current batch of Morning Star wizards clearance. Period. First place, Blade of Judgment, clearance of 19th floor. Second place, Moonflow, clearance of 19th floor. Third place, Uther Medeiros, Clearance of 19th floor. Leave your name on the Tongshan tablet, and you can start the trial of the Blood God Tongshan Tower after entering the portal. The higher you climb, the stronger your combat power. Every 10 floors represent a major realm. The first floor starts from the early stage of Morning Star Wizard. By analogy, the 11th floor is the Moonlight Wizard, and the 21st floor is the Sunlight Wizard. Wizard Leia exclaimed. Those like Blade of Judgment who can pass the 19th floor are all at the level of Morning Star Wizards, and can be regarded as almost invincible among the Moonlight Wizards. After passing the 21st floor, they can rival the Sunlight Wizard. Becoming a Sunlight Wizard is a foregone conclusion. This is too amazing. Lu Feng was shocked. After passing the 21st floor, you can become a Sun Glory Wizard. The Sun Glory Wizard has a high status. The strongest wizard Lu Feng has seen so far is only a Sun Glory Wizard. The Hongye Wizard alone can suppress the blood beasts in the entire Demon Blood Secret Realm and shrink in the Demon Blood Secret Realm. They dare not move, and they have to spend the accumulation of many races to open the bloody trial for the genius elite wizards of the wizard civilization. From this, it can be seen that the Sun Glory Wizard is powerful and rare, and it can also be imagined from this that it is difficult to pass the 21st floor. Moreover, the Leia Wizard also said that the Moon Glory level enemies in Tongshan here are not garbage professions such as the Ancient Blood Warrior, but the real Moon Glory Wizards in the wizard world, an absolutely powerful profession that can dominate the same level in the starry sky. Therefore, it is already amazing to be able to pass the 10th floor. As for the several Morning Star Wizards who have now reached the 19th floor, they are really geniuses in the wizard civilization. They can jump to the Moon Glory Wizard level and are invincible. I just reached the 10th floor, I believe you can definitely reach a higher level. Leia Wizard smiled. The Bloody Tower of Babel is a road to the top. It is said that the higher the floor we climb here, the richer the rewards we get. When we leave the bloody trial world, we will also receive some genius treatment. It is said that we can also have the qualification to live in the core of wizard civilization, Eternal City, without any other conditions. The qualification to live in Eternal City. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Eternal City is a legendary existence in wizard civilization. At Lu Feng's level, he can only hear a little bit about Eternal City from some classics. It is said that it is a great city built in the place closest to the origin of the wizard world. There are countless great people of wizard civilization living there. It is the absolute core of wizard civilization. More information is basically not circulated in the outside world. All wizards who have heard of the name of Eternal City have an infinite yearning for Eternal City, a desire from the instinct of life. I don't know how many levels I need to pass to qualify for living in this so-called Eternal City, but looking at the current situation, it shouldn't be enough to pass only the 19th level. Using the Morning Star Wizard realm to suppress the Sunlight Wizard, hiss, it's outrageous. Lu Feng imagined it for a while, but felt it was too difficult. Following the instructions of Wizard Leia, Lu Feng made his own wizard mark on the Tongshan tablet. Lester, pass the 0th level. On the Tongshan tablet, you can leave your name or your title. Lu Feng was already past the age of middle school, so he wrote his ordinary name. Huff. When Lu Feng left his name, the portal of the Blood Babel Tower kept spraying out failed challengers. During the short time that Lu Feng stayed, there were 70 or 80 Morning Star Wizards who failed. Every failed wizard gave Lu Feng the feeling that his strength was not weaker than Abian. Moreover, when these losers came out, they were all covered in blood. The Blood Babel Tower did not have any life-saving mechanism. When they failed, they had to admit defeat. If they did not have a clear understanding of their own strength, they could easily die in the process of breaking through. Pressure. Lu Feng felt the pressure. The 3,000 wizards who could come to the blood trial world were all strong men who had been tempered in countless battles. In fact, they were much stronger than Lu Feng. He was just a lucky guy with better luck. In terms of combat experience, he was actually not as good as these Morning Star Wizards. Blood God Babel Tower, which level could he break through? Rester, come on. Wizard Leia looked at Lu Feng expectantly. Yes. Lu Feng nodded to Wizard Leia, turned into a stream of light, and flew directly to the blood-red deep portal in the distance that was like an abyss. Approaching the blood-red portal, Lu Feng's figure was pulled by the portal and entered a blood-red tunnel. He kept moving forward for a few seconds, and then a hole suddenly opened in front of him. The white bones paved the ground to form a battle platform with a radius of 10 kilometers. The blood-color mist lingered around it, and there was an endless abyss below. Blood God Babel, the first floor. Random scenes, random enemies. Defeating your opponent means passing the first floor of the blood god Babel. A ball of dark blood rose from the white bone floor in front of Lu Feng, and a cold mechanical sound came from it. According to the wizard Leia's instructions, this ball of blood will condense into his enemy after he agrees to start, and he must defeat the opponent before entering the next floor. Begin. Lu Feng said solemnly, stretching his body and getting ready. Guji. The deep blood twisted and released a red light. The entire white bone battle platform immediately turned into a magma pool, and the temperature rose sharply. At the same time, the deep blood ball also condensed into 6 red fire dragons covered with red scales and more than 50 meters long. 6 pairs of wild and ferocious golden red eyes stared at Lu Feng, surrounding him, and the breath between them was connected. Let's fight. Kill them all and you can enter the second level. A voice came from the blood-colored mist around the battle stage. 6 red flame dragons. These flame dragons are the darlings of the law of the origin of fire. Once they reach adulthood, they automatically comprehend the law of the origin of fire and become 4th-level extraordinary monsters. Moreover, their blood contains many fire-related secrets that fit their species, and their combat power is amazing. Now there are still 6 red flame dragons united in a battle formation. They must be using their race's secret method, the 6 Hell's Flame Killing Formation. It's quite interesting. Lu Feng's eyes swept over and recognized the origin of the 6 red flame dragons. The red flame dragons are a famous starry sky dragon clan in the starry sky. Most of them live near the stars in the starry sky. The race is amazing. Roar. The 6 red flame dragons roared, and the red long tail swung its huge body to wander in the void. The red claws attached with flames grabbed the head. The 6 dragons worked together and the offensive was like a net. Flame dragon, fire dragon. I haven't used the fire dragon magic spell for a long time. Now I have also comprehended a lot of the laws of fire. Let you test my current strength. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. Red flames erupted around him. 6 red dragons emerged, lifelike and agile, as if they were living red fire dragons. They cooperated with each other and directly oppressed and strangled them. As the red fire dragons swam, their auras combined and became one. It was quite a bit like the 6 Hell's Flame Killing Formation. Just by taking a look, Lu Feng secretly learned some of the red fire dragon's racial secrets. Boom, 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 boom. In the air, 6 red fire dragons and 6 red fire dragons came and went, carrying out crazy attacks again and again. At the first contact, Lu Feng's 6 red dragons were clearly at a disadvantage. The 6 red dragons cooperated in the 6 prisons flame killing formation, which was a secret method of their race that had been tempered for thousands of years. It was not a copycat version that Lu Feng had learned temporarily. But in the collision of attacks, Lu Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the 6 red dragons he controlled became more and more proficient in the 6 prisons flame killing formation. Half an hour later, Lu Feng had completely learned the 6 prisons flame killing formation. The 6 red dragons, who were at the same level as the red dragons, even used a more powerful 6 prisons flame killing formation than the red dragons. When the flames were burning, the 6 red dragons were beaten back step by step. What a pity. The secret method of the 6 Hell's Flame Killing Formation is good, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. Under absolute strength, you are cannon fodder after all. Relying on the copied fire secret method to crush the 6 red flame dragons, seeing that they had no new secret methods to cast, Lu Feng shook his head in disappointment, and then urged the 6 red fire dragons to directly kill the 6 red flame dragons with dim flames in the field. Roar. The 6 red flame dragons cried out in unison, their bodies were broken, and they died under the claws of the red fire dragons. Their bodies immediately turned into a pool of blood and flew back to the deep blood ball in the center of the white bone battle stage. The magma environment on the battle stage also dissipated. The first level has been passed. Do you want to start the second level challenge? The blood-colored mist around the white bone battle stage spoke again. Continue. Lu Feng said without hesitation. The 6 red fire dragons were just appetizers for him, not even a warm-up. He was looking forward to what surprises the Blood Babel Tower could bring him in the next challenge. Just a copy of the 6 prisons flame-killing array secret from the red flame dragon had benefited him a lot. The enemies at higher levels would only become stronger, and Lu Feng wanted to see the style of these enemies. Outside the Blood Babel Tower, after Lu Feng entered the Babel Tower, Wizard Leia went to pick up a few wizard friends from afar. When she returned to the Babel Monument and introduced the use of the Babel Monument to these friends who had just arrived here and asked them to make a wizard mark, she saw Lu Feng's name on the Babel Monument. Lester, break through the 10th floor. Oh my, Lester's speed is so fast. He broke through the 10th floor in less than half a day. His strength is really strong. Wizard Leia was stunned when she saw Lu Feng's name. Her whisper attracted the attention of the 2 women and 1 man around her. Leia, what's wrong? Is this Rest your good friend? A gentle woman in white beside Leia followed Leia's sight and saw Rest, who had passed the level to the 10th floor. She asked Leia curiously. It's nothing, Alicia. Rest is a wizard who entered the blood trial with a special quota approved by my teacher. I have had several encounters with him, so I paid special attention to his progress in the Tower of Babel. Leia turned her head and said with a smile. Leia knew the character of the white wizard Alicia, and explained it to her clearly to prevent her active girlfriend from thinking about it. Oh, friend. The white wizard Alicia blinked and looked at Leia, and seemed to start thinking about it again. Seeing Alicia's appearance, Leia and another wizard Melia beside Alicia looked at each other, and they both held their foreheads with their hands in silence, feeling that they could only explain it to her slowly later. In her current state, it is obvious that she can't listen to others. Specially approved, a wizard who got in through the back door, what's there to pay attention to? He probably can't even make it to the 11th level. Seeing Alicia immersed in her fantasy world of others, Leia's aunt, the handsome male wizard beside her, who was wearing silver dragon scale armor, frowned slightly and muttered unhappily in his heart. Leia's heir was shocked by Alicia when he saw her in the world of blood trial. He fell in love with her at first sight and stuck to her, trying to develop a pure friendship with Alicia. However, Alicia's behavior of pairing her up now made Leia quite unhappy. On what basis can an outsider attract Alicia's attention? How come I have been with her for so long and have never spoken to her? It's not fair, it's too unfair. Leia looked at the Tongshan Monument and suddenly remembered that Alicia was attracted by the ranking on the Tongshan Monument. If he also went to the Blood God Tongshan Tower, climbed a few more floors, and got a good ranking, he might also attract Alicia's attention. After all, women admire strong people, and female wizards are no exception. Let's do it. This Rest has only climbed to the 10th floor. I just need to climb to the 11th floor and suppress him. I will definitely attract Alicia's attention. Leia's mouth curled up, and he had a plan in his mind. However, the next moment, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Leia, look here. Rest has passed the 11th floor. Your good friend is really capable. Alicia exclaimed, pulled the arm of Leia the wizard, pointed to Lu Feng's name on the Tongshan Monument, and said with a bright smile. Chapter 384, Immortal Art, Flowering World. Great. Reaching the 11th floor is equivalent to defeating a wizard in the early stage of Moonlight. It seems that Rest's understanding of the law is quite solid. When the wizard Leia saw Rest's tower climbing results, she smiled and said, sharing the honor and disgrace. Although the two were just casual acquaintances, Leia couldn't help but cheer for Lu Feng when she saw that Lu Feng surpassed her tower climbing record. Yes, Leia, you have a good friend. He is very talented. When he comes out later, introduce him to us so that we can also see him in exchange and learn from him. Leia's happy smile seemed to be shining. Alicia stared at her with her eyes wide open. Her beautiful eyes rolled around and she smiled and suggested. At the same time, Alicia's heart also aroused at curiosity about Lu Feng. Huh? It's just the 11th floor. I can do it too. Leia's aunt, who was standing next to her, heard Alicia's suggestion and his face looked very ugly. He snorted coldly. Leia's aunt didn't keep this in his heart, but said it out loud. The 3 female wizards Leia, who were discussing Lu Feng, turned to look at Leia's heir with a bad look on their faces when they heard Leia's sour speech. Alicia, is this wizard with a low EQ your friend? How rude. Leia, I don't know him either. He took the initiative to follow me. The 3 female wizards' speeches made the wizard Leia's heir look embarrassed, but every word made sense. Leia's heir was so angry that his face turned red, but he had no choice but to snort coldly and walk towards the gate of the Blood God Babel Tower. He wanted to use the actual record of climbing the Blood God Babel Tower to prove his strength and make Alicia look at him with new eyes. Humph, Alicia is not an ordinary wizard. I am a genius wizard in the ocean realm. It's too easy to pass the 11th floor. Leia's heir left a bold statement and disappeared in the gate of the Blood God Babel Tower. His words were heard by Wizard Leia and the others, but they didn't take them to heart. They had seen many male wizards who coveted Alicia's beauty and wanted to show off in front of her. They were too superficial and childish, and there was really no point. Instead of chatting with such a licker, it would be better to study how to climb the tower. As genius wizards who could enter the world of bloody trials, they also pursued strength and realm. After Leia left, the three female wizards returned to the topic of Lu Feng and the Blood God's Babel Tower. I tried it, and the 11th floor is a bit difficult. From the Morning Star realm to the Moonlight Wizard level, it is a complete qualitative change. When Rest comes out, we can ask him about his experience and learn more. Wizard Leia sighed. Yes, the Morning Star Wizard comprehends a law, which is a point, while the Moonlight Wizard must comprehend multiple perfect laws from the beginning, connecting them into line. From point to line is a direct qualitative transformation. The coordination and conflict between different laws can make me want to go bald. It's too difficult. Alicia thought of this and rubbed her hair and complained. There is no way, the profession of wizard is born like this. If you want to be powerful and suppress all disobedience, it is worthwhile to make some efforts and hard work. If you don't pursue the power of being almost invincible at the same level, wizards can also advance casually like ancient blood warriors. But in the Starry Sky battlefield, the existence of ancient blood warriors is a soft persimmon that wizards can crush at will. A wizard of the Morning Star level can suppress the late 5th level ancient blood warriors. This is the gap between professions. When the three female wizards were worried about the career path of the Moonlight level wizards, the Lu Feng they envied had already fought through the 11th floor of the Blood God Babel Tower. On the White Bone battle stage, which has expanded more than 100 times, the body of a black-armored wolf god under Lu Feng's feet is slowly melting and returning to the deep blood mass. This is a middle-level true god, Yinogu, the god of the evil wolf, who controls the two laws of chaos and evil. He holds the middle-level artifact three-headed flail, and his body is strong. The fusion and interweaving of the two laws have brought great pressure to Lu Feng. Yinogu's fighting style is brutal and direct. The three-headed flail swung, and the elemental summons such as the fire dragon that Lu Feng created in the Morning Star stage were shattered at the touch. Only his well-trained natural secrets could last for 1 or 2 rounds under Yinogu's hands. The two laws of evil and chaos joined forces to make Yinogu's power unimaginably strong. Only such a middle-level true god can compete with a powerful Moonlight Wizard in the Starry Sky. Entering the 11th floor, Lu Feng felt the power of the Moonlight Wizard for the first time. Compared with the Moonlight Wizard, the ancient blood warriors in the bloody trial world are as weak as chickens. Of course, Lu Feng is not a rookie. The practice of Earth Immortal Law and Wizard Law has already made Lu Feng have a fighting power that is not weaker than the Moonlight Wizard in the Morning Star Wizard realm. With the assistance of King Mufuti, Lu Feng has already comprehended many laws. It turns out that the laws are not independent, but can complement each other. Relying on his strong body, Lu Feng attacked Yinogu with natural secrets while confronting Yinogu, the god of jackals, with various defensive means. In the continuous battle, the entire White Bone battle stage was a violent collision of elements and forces, evil chaos, natural vitality, and constant collision. But the terrifying collision between the two made the entire White Bone battle stage tremble faintly. If it were placed in the Starry Sky, the stars would be turned into flour under the terrifying force of this collision. In the collisions again and again, Lu Feng learned the methods of Yinogu, the jackal, to use the two laws and continue to improve in the battle. With the help of King Mufuti, Lu Feng has comprehended many laws. Now the strongest law he has comprehended is the law of the origin of nature and water. Although he has not comprehended it perfectly, Lu Feng tried the coordination and linkage of water and nature here, and immediately played the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. By analogy, the other laws he comprehended were also mixed in, making Lu Feng's fighting power soar. Less than half an hour after the battle between the two sides began, the situation on the bone battle stage began to reverse, and the balance of victory was also tilting towards Lu Feng. Roar. Yinogu, the god of gnolls, roared. Law, violence, bull power. A strong evil divine power rose from Yinogu's body. His huge body of 16 meters in height suddenly expanded several times, and his momentum was even stronger. With a whoosh, he stomped on the bone ground under his feet, like a black light rushing towards Lu Feng, and a dangerous light appeared on the three-headed flail in his hand. Come on. Lu Feng's eyes were bright, and his fighting spirit was rising like fire. Boom. Lu Feng rushed forward directly, leaving a residual image on the spot, and another figure appeared in front of Yinogu, the god of knowledge. Flower the world. Lu Feng's eyes were sharp, and he shouted. A fairy flower in his right hand blossomed in front of his chest. As the petals of different sizes and colors stretched out layer by layer, there seemed to be chaos and nothingness, and the scene of the evolution of the world emerged from the fairy flower. What kind of attack is this? Yinogu, who was close at hand, felt his hair stand on end and his scalp tingling, but at this time he had no chance to resist. In an instant, he was enveloped by the brilliance of the flower world in Lu Feng's hand. Ah, the scream was shrill. When the brilliance of the flower world dissipated, the body of Yinogu, the god of jackals, was already riddled with holes, blood splattered, and he fell to the white bone battle stage with a bang and died on the spot. At this time, Lu Feng was not feeling well standing on the bone battle stage. He was gasping for breath, his chest was bloody, and his right hand was completely bloody, leaving only a piece of crystal clear jade-like metacarpal bone. However, his eyes were frighteningly bright at this moment, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Lu Feng laughed loudly. It's so refreshing. This is the real battle. This is the great spell and great supernatural power that can show my strength. The battle with the Yinogu was very exciting. Lu Feng had a flash of inspiration during the battle and created this secret battle method that matched his own, the flower blooming world, which integrated the many laws he had learned with the help of King Mufuti. All along, with the help of King Mufuti, he had learned many laws, but every time he fought, he either relied on the natural laws from natural source code, or relied on his strong body strengthened by many laws and the power of King Mufuti to fight the enemy. He failed to do his best every time, which made Lu Feng quite unhappy. The flower blooming world, which appeared for the first time, was very rough and simple, but it still showed a power that satisfied and surprised Lu Feng. For this method, Lu Feng melted the secrets of wizards and the magic of earthly immortals, and gained the strengths of both, and evolved to this point. It's not a spell, it's not a secret method, maybe I can call it my immortal method, my own immortal method. Haha. Cough cough. Lu Feng coughed up blood and laughed. After breaking through the 11th floor and comprehending the world of immortal arts, Lu Feng was also injured, so he didn't continue to challenge. He didn't want to be like the unlucky Yuhu wizard, who fell in this blood god Babel tower. Calling on the power of King Mufuti to repair the wounds on his body, flesh and blood evolved, and vitality bloomed. The injuries on Lu Feng's flesh and blood were quickly healed. Walking out of the blood god Babel tower, he met the three Leia wizards who had not left yet under the Babel monument. Seeing Lu Feng coming out, Leia wizard stepped forward and said with concern, "Rester, how do you feel on the 11th floor of the blood god tower? Hey, you seem to be injured, is it serious?" Turning around and seeing the paleness on Lu Feng's face and his right hand that was being repaired, Wizard Leia's face changed, and she quickly grabbed Lu Feng's right hand, and performed a series of natural healing secrets to help Lu Feng heal his wounds. "It's okay, don't worry. I can heal this minor injury in 2 days." Lu Feng smiled and shook his head, saying with full energy. His right hand was blown away by the flower world, and his flesh and bones were gone. It looked scary and frightened Wizard Leia. In fact, it was not a big injury for Lu Feng. With King Mufuti, his right hand would grow back in a short time. If Wizard Leia had seen it a little later, his injury would have healed. "Okay, rest, don't be polite. If your body is really seriously injured, tell me directly. I still have the healing secret treasure given by Teacher Hongye, which is enough to help you recover completely without leaving any sequelae," Wizard Leia still said with some worry. The concern of the Wizard Leia warmed his heart, and Lu Feng also briefly told the Wizard Leia about his experience on the 11th floor of the blood god Babel tower. The power of Yinogu, the god of jackals, the terrifying power of the fusion of two laws, and the experience of the fusion of laws he learned from Yinogu. Listening to Lu Feng's story, the Wizard Leia confirmed Lu Feng's strength and finally felt relieved. As the sky gradually darkened, Lu Feng and Leia did not stay under the Babel monument for long. They flew a distance to the outside of the blood god Babel tower and found a quiet open space. The Wizard Leia directly took out a witchcraft palace and placed it on the ground. The alchemical puppet inside was running automatically. When they walked in, a rich dinner had been prepared. Lu Feng's injury still needed 2 days of rest, and the initial concept of the fairy flower world also needed to be further improved. It was just right for him to rest for 2 days with a Wizard Leia. Wizard Leia had just passed the 10th floor of the blood god Babel tower. She was not familiar with the fighting power of the enemies of the Moonlight Wizard level on the 11th floor, and wanted to learn more from Lu Feng. Alicia and Melia also wanted to hear Lu Feng's experience. In addition, they lived in this witchcraft palace because of their relationship with Leia. While Lu Feng was having dinner with the 3 female wizards, Leia's aunt, Alicia's licking dog in the Blood God Babel Tower, was still climbing the tower hard. Wizard Leia's heir was a genius morning star wizard in the ocean realm. Although he looked like a licking dog, his strength was still very solid. After entering the tower, he was unstoppable. It took 3 hours to break through the first 10 floors. When he came to the 11th floor, Wizard Leia's thought of the wizard rest too attracted Alicia's attention. He was jealous and vowed to break through the 11th floor. It would be best if he could climb to the 12th and 13th floors to crush the arrogant wizard rest. Roar. A low beast roar. Now, the god of gnolls, appeared again holding a 3-headed flail, and the evil and chaotic power enveloped the 8 directions. The wizard Leia's, who was facing the enemy head-on, felt his hair stand on end and his scalp tingled. This is the 11th floor, an enemy at the level of Moonlight Wizard. This is too strong. Gudong. Leia's, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly felt stagnant, swallowed his saliva subconsciously, and couldn't help but hold the azure 2-handed sword in his hand a little more. After gritting his teeth, Leia's encouraged himself. If rest can pass the 11th floor, I can too. Don't be afraid of danger, face him bravely. Come on. The aura of witchcraft and secret magic flashed on Leia's body, and his fighting spirit gradually rose. The azure figure flashed and collided with now, the god of gnolls. Ding ding ding. The sound of metal clashing continued, and terrifying power burst out at the place where they collided. After a few breaths, the wizard Leia's, whose azure spiritual light was shattered, vomited blood, flew back, and fell on the bone battle platform, blood-stained on the spot, looking miserable. Retreat, retreat. The god of gnolls took advantage of the victory to pursue, and the evil and chaotic breath approached. The wizard Leia's gritted his teeth and shouted. He was afraid that if he was too late, he would die under the 3-headed flail of the god of gnolls. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 City Alliance. Ahem. After escaping from the Blood God Tongshan Tower, the wizard Leia's collapsed on the ground in a mess, spitting out blood. The fatal blow of the 3-headed flail of the god of jackals, was deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be dispelled for a long time. The god of jackals at the level of wizard, could be so strong. The wizard Leia's had also slashed the ancient blood warriors in the bloody trial world and communicated with the wizards in the ocean realm, but this was the first time he had fought with an enemy at the level of wizards. It was also this kind of battle that made him realize the true power of wizards. It was too terrifying. It almost suffocated Leia's. Supporting his seriously injured body, the wizard Leia's staggered to the Tongshan monument, looked up at the stone tablet, and found Lu Feng's name on the Tongshan monument. Rester, break through the 11th level. Ahem, maybe he really has something attractive to others. Just the fact that he can pass this 11th level makes him much better than me, haha. Razor, who was spitting blood, felt a little sad for some reason. He felt that his reckless behavior in front of Alicia today was like a clown, which was really ugly. However, soon, the wizard Razor cheered up again and encouraged himself, it's okay, this failure is just the first time. After practicing for a while, I will definitely be able to make further progress. Rester stopped at the 11th level, and it is obvious that he has reached a bottleneck. I will definitely surpass him if I work harder. A fighting spirit of striving for progress burned in the wizard Razor's chest, and there seemed to be a flame in his eyes, which was particularly bright in the black night. On the other side, in Leia's witchcraft palace. After dinner, Lu Feng chatted with Leia and the other 2 girls for a while, and then found a quiet room in the wizard palace to regulate his breath and heal his wounds. If there is an injury, it must be treated. Lu Feng dare not joke with his body. Fortunately, he has a strong physique, and with a King Mufudi in his body, his vitality is also particularly abundant. This minor injury can be healed in 2 or 3 days. In addition to healing, Lu Feng is also continuing to comprehend and perfect the fairy method, Flower World. This method is his own creation and has amazing power. Whether he can make further progress in the Blood God Babel Tower depends largely on the creation and comprehension of this fairy method. 3 days later, the morning sun sprinkled on the Leia Wizard's Witchcraft Palace, coating the luxurious appearance of the Witchcraft Palace with a layer of golden and gorgeous brilliance, warm and pleasant. Lu Feng walked out of the room, bathed in the sun, stretched comfortably, and stretched his healed body to his heart's content. He had just moved for a while when he saw Leia Wizard and Alicia and the other 2 girls supporting each other, pushing open the door of the Witchcraft Palace and walking in with an embarrassed look. "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Seeing this, Lu Feng hurriedly asked with concern, and at the same time a ray of green light full of vitality was released from him to help Leia Wizard and the other 2 girls recover from their injuries. It looked like the 3 of them had fought for the entire night at the Blood God Tower of Heaven. They were not sure which floor they were stopped at, and they were beaten up by the monsters guarding the gate. "Huh? Thank you." Bathed in the lifelight of Lu Feng, the faces of the 3 Leia girls turned red at a visible speed, and their bodies became stronger. Lu Feng had a deep understanding of the laws of nature, and he used natural spells to heal injuries to perfection. "I tried the Blood God Tower of Heaven again last night, and the 11th floor was still a threshold. It was too difficult." The Leia Wizard, who felt much better, stretched her body and complained with a sigh. "Me too, I rushed to the 11th floor in one breath last night, and then I was taught a lesson by the Moonlight Wizard level combat power on the 11th floor." Wizards Alicia and Melia were also equally discouraged. They believed that they were geniuses in the wizard civilization, but now that they had thoroughly witnessed a true Moonlight Wizard level combat power, they found out how wrong their previous ideas were. To challenge a higher level is to use a powerful wizard profession to bully those 5th level enemies with trash professions. In the powerful wizard profession, if you want to challenge the level again under the same professional conditions, you have to surpass the genius and break through the limit. But they don't have such ability yet. Lu Feng knew these reasons, and there was no good way for the 3 Leia girls who were a little lost. He could only comfort them more and explain some of his own cultivation methods and insights to them. Under Lu Feng's enlightenment, the condition of the 3 Leia girls also improved a lot, and smiles returned to their faces. Among them, Alicia was a little curious about Lu Feng's strength, and wanted to learn from Lu Feng with interest. Lu Feng lived in Leia Wizard's house, so it was not easy to refuse. When he had nothing to do, he casually fought with Alicia for a few rounds. Alicia came from the Flower Tower in the Botanical Garden, which was also a powerful wizard tower with the inheritance of a powerful wizard above the 6th level. Leia Wizard and her teacher Hongye Wizard had practiced in the Flower Tower for a period of time. During that practice, Leia Wizard and Alicia met, got to know each other, and became besties, with a deep relationship. Alicia's major is the Way of Flowers, which is generally based on the laws of nature, but also mixed with some shadows of other laws. After fighting with Alicia, Lu Feng became more and more excited. Unlike Lu Feng's major in the secret method of Tree Ancestor, which is a one-way road to the law of nature, Alicia's Way of Flowers has involved the integration and mutual assistance of many different laws since she became a Morning Star Wizard. There are more laws to comprehend, and after it is fully developed, the power will naturally be stronger. In the battle room of the Witchcraft Palace, in the empty space extended by the Space Expansion Array, Alicia stood in the void, her brilliant brilliance blooming like a flower, colorful and beautiful, but also containing infinite deadly dangers. Opposite her, Lu Feng had a calm face, holding an equally gorgeous fairy flower and standing in the air. Alicia knew Lu Feng's strength. During the competition, she exerted her full strength. A series of flower secrets gathered in her hands, and gathered into a gorgeous sea of flowers that swept towards Lu Feng. However, the attacks she was proud of were like tickling in front of Lu Feng. The light of the fairy flowers in Lu Feng's hands lingered around him, and he blocked all of Alicia's attacks. So there is such a secret method. I learned it. Lu Feng did not fight back when he was beaten. There was no anger on his face, but his eyes became brighter and brighter, and he felt happy that he had learned new knowledge. The battle with Yinogu, the god of knowledge, was fierce and exciting. The application of Yinogu's 2 laws gave Lu Feng a lot of inspiration, but that was in the fierce battle. The knowledge presented by Yinogu was too complicated and direct, and the learning time was short, so it was very difficult to learn. But at this time, Alicia was using the secret method of the Way of Flowers to her heart's content in front of Lu Feng. Lu Feng's strength and cultivation were better than Alicia's, With a casual glance, he could learn 3 or 4 points of Alicia's secret method of the Way of Flowers, and with a little more thinking, he could understand 5 or 6 points. Although it was not as convenient as learning directly, it also added countless valuable resources to Lu Feng's self-created fairy art, flower world. But compared to Lu Feng's joy of continuous learning, Alicia was getting more and more depressed. She attacked continuously and was exhausted. Lu Feng on the opposite side, however, treated her attacks as wind back and forth as if nothing had happened. It lasted for an hour or two, and Alicia's mental consumption was not small, and she stopped fighting depressedly. Lu Feng was immersed in learning, which made this competition too boring, but he gained a lot, which was completely worth it. After Alicia ran away out of boredom, the wizard Leia and Melia also came forward to compete with Lu Feng. They all have teachers and elite Morning Star wizards with systematic inheritance, and their witchcraft secrets are much more complete than Lu Feng. When Lu Feng bought a natural source book, he had to go to the magic blood secret realm to fight monsters and collect ancient blood to exchange for the plain origin and Morning Star points. Leia and her elite Morning Star wizards with teachers and power have no such worries at all. Their power will provide them with enough resources to let them learn a lot of witchcraft secrets and pave the way for their future. Fighting with them, Lu Feng saw a variety of Morning Star secrets and became more proficient in the use of the power of laws. Leia the wizard seemed to see Lu Feng's thoughts, and deliberately showed the secrets she learned in front of Lu Feng when she was sparring with him. Due to the inheritance restrictions of the botanical garden on the knowledge of secrets, Leia the wizard had no way to directly teach Lu Feng the various secrets she knew, but when Lu Feng looked at them a few times when they were using them, he secretly learned the secrets, and she had no way to deal with it. A sparring session lasted until late at night as they learned from each other. In the second half, Lu Feng also took the initiative to guide their understanding of the laws. You can learn the secrets by reading books, but if you can't comprehend the laws, you just can't comprehend them. Lu Feng has comprehended many laws in a deep level. He is amazing. Learning the secrets that Leia and the others have learned is like a dimensionality reduction attack. You can learn them at a glance and master them at once. It is very easy. With the help of King Mufukachi, he comprehends the laws very quickly and has dabbled in all kinds of laws. Lu Feng also has a little understanding of the laws that Leia and the others comprehend. Standing in the distance, he can give them a lot of guidance. Anyway, after a conversation, several people felt that they benefited a lot. During the period, Lu Feng also asked them if they had occupied cities in the bloody trial world. Not to mention, they all occupied quite a few cities. Due to the use of the blood crystal stone altar and the bloody source, Leia the wizard occupied 16 cities, Alicia occupied 13, and Miria occupied 11. Speaking of the occupied cities, Wizard Leia complained to Lu Feng that after they left, they didn't know who would get these cities. The Blood God's Tower of Babel was going to be attacked, and they didn't want to give up the blood crystal stone altars in these cities. At this point, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and recommended his own city hosting service to them on the spot. Professional proxy city owners will take action to ensure that their cities are managed in an orderly and prosperous manner, and they can use the blood crystal stone altars at will within the scope of the city alliance. After listening to Lu Feng's introduction, Wizard Leia and the others were quite interested. After a thorough understanding, Wizard Leia and the others expressed their willingness to join Lu Feng's city hosting service. Before coming to the Blood God's Tower of Babel, Lu Feng's city alliance had spread to a large area in the Black Blood region and the 2 nearby regions, and Wizard Leia and the others had heard of it a long time ago. Lu Feng has always been on an upright path, and the City Alliance has always had a good reputation. The proxy city lords trained by Elio and his team are professional enough and have enough resources. The Morning Star wizards who have experienced the city hosting service all say it is good and have never given me a bad review. Lu Feng's purpose is to earn resources and attract population, which is the same as the purpose of other Morning Star wizards who need the Blood Crystal Stone Altar. The Blood Crystal Stone Altar can assist in the perception of the law. Once it is related to the law, none of them is not precious. The resources and population in the cities are cheap resources that the Morning Star wizards look down upon. In comparison, the Morning Star wizards who didn't know Lu Feng's trump card at all once thought that Lu Feng was doing charity selflessly, which was simply a loss. The gap in information made Lu Feng's reputation for selflessness spread widely and expanded the influence of the City Alliance. Wizard Leia said that if it weren't for the fact that the place where they settled in the blood trial world was the Bachan domain among the 10 domains, which was too far away from the Black Blood domain, they would have wanted to contact Lu Feng before leaving the city, so that his acting city lord could take over the city they occupied and make the best use of it. After some communication, Lu Feng happily signed a wizard contract with Wizard Leia and the other two and finalized the deal. He told Elio about this cooperation through King Mufuti and asked her to send someone to the Bachan domain as soon as possible to take over the city they occupied. During this period, Wizard Leia also suggested that she could introduce Lu Feng's city hosting service to some familiar Morningstar wizards nearby tomorrow to help him expand his business. This proposal made Lu Feng even happier. The larger the territory under his command, the brighter his future. The next day, Wizard Leia held a banquet in the Witchcraft Palace and invited many Morningstar wizards nearby. Everyone was fighting fiercely in the Blood God Tower of Babel and climbing the tower in frustration. Sometimes they also needed some activities to relax their minds. Many Morningstar wizards accepted the invitation of Wizard Leia and came to her Witchcraft Palace. Delicious food was placed on the table, and the atmosphere at the banquet became lively during the exchanges. At the same time, Wizard Leia also smiled and solemnly introduced to the Morningstar wizards present that the sponsor of this banquet was Lu Feng from the City Alliance. Lu Feng was not afraid to go on stage and introduce his city management business to everyone, aiming to provide professional agent city lord services for Morningstar wizards who left their own cities, so that everyone can make full use of the Blood Crystal Stone altar and feel more laws in the bloody trial world. With Lu Feng's previous reputation and the actual results of the City Alliance, many Morningstar wizards expressed their willingness to cooperate at a banquet and were willing to talk to Lu Feng in detail. For this purpose, Lu Feng specially recruited a group of professional staff from King Mufuti to discuss his business one-on-one with the Morningstar wizards who were willing to cooperate. He must satisfy the Morningstar wizards and finally take over the city in their hands. Chapter 386 The 21st Floor. The banquet of the day was undoubtedly a success. Lu Feng's City Alliance has gained the support of many Morningstar wizards with its good reputation accumulated in the past. After some bargaining, dozens of Morningstar wizards and Lu Feng finalized the cooperation agreement. Some of the remaining Morningstar wizards are still watching, but there is a clear look of interest in their eyes. Lu Feng believes that it will not be long before the remaining Morningstar wizards will join the City Alliance after seeing the results of the cooperation between other wizards and Lu Feng. The banquet of the day was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Lu Feng was very satisfied with the results of today's cooperation and was also interested in expanding the scope of the City Alliance. Now his City Alliance is only developing in the Black Soil region and the surrounding areas, while there are 10 regions under the 9 heavens of the blood trial world. There are still 7 or 8 years before leaving. Lu Feng feels that his goal can be expanded. Isn't it just 10 regions? He wants to take them all. At that time, with the resources and population contributed by the cities in 10 regions, his King Mufuti will definitely be able to go further. With the improvement of King Mufuti, his own strength will naturally improve accordingly. Now he can reach the 11th floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower. If he can take in all the resources in the 10 regions of the blood trial world, when King Mufuti grows stronger, he may also try to break through the limit of Tongshan Monument, try the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower, and try the power of the Sun Glory Wizard. After the banquet, Lu Feng told Elio all the cooperation contracts signed at the banquet. The territories of dozens of Morningstar wizards need to be occupied and managed, which will require Elio to be busy for a while. Fortunately, King Mufuti has always had a talent training program for acting city lords. Those 4th-level blood warriors who join King Mufuti later, in addition to recultivating the spiritual root cultivation method to become a Dharma Immortal, also need to systematically learn the method of managing the city. The masters of the 4th-level realm are strong in spirit and can learn these simple knowledge very quickly. In a few days, they can pass the assessment standards set by Elio and others and become a qualified acting city lord, waiting for standby in King Mufuti. What they are waiting for is the expansion of the power of the Master's men, this opportunity. When arranging his acting city lord to take over the territory of the cooperating Morningstar wizards, Elio thought about it and proposed to Lu Feng. Now, because of the Blood God Babel Tower, many Morningstar wizards have gathered under the Blood God Babel Tower. We should take this opportunity to advertise more under the Blood God Babel Tower, and use practical actions to expand the reputation of the City Alliance and let more Morning Star wizards know the benefits and conveniences of the City Alliance. Wizards are rational. Only when they thoroughly understand the City Alliance will they dare to join the City Alliance with confidence. That makes sense. Lu Feng nodded and agreed. Good wine needs no bush. No matter how good the City Alliance is, if you don't tell others, how will other Morning Star wizards know it? As for counting on other Morning Star wizards to help promote it, Lu Feng felt that it would be better to put down his face and take the initiative to advertise. After all, for most of the Morning Star wizards who came to the blood trial world, they didn't care about the gains and losses of the resources in the cities in the 10 domains. They were more concerned about the improvement of their own strength, the perception of the laws, and the number of floors they climbed in the Blood God Babel Tower. Only Lu Feng was interested in such a small amount of resources. Who told him to come out without any background and start from scratch? He can achieve what he has today, all thanks to his own efforts. With Lu Feng's permission, Elio also came to the Blood God Babel Tower and began to investigate the needs of many Morning Star wizards, and then tried every means to advertise for the City Alliance, attract new customers, and actively expand the sphere of influence of the City Alliance. Lu Feng knew Elio's ability and let her act, but Lu Feng still reminded Elio to pay attention to safety when facing those Morning Star wizards. After all, these genius Morning Star wizards are not all good people, nor are they blood warriors in the blood trial world. They are all fierce. If they say something wrong and cause some trouble, it will be bad. In the following days, Lu Feng sparred with Leia Wizard and exchanged combat experience, while staying in Leia Wizard's palace to continue to create his own fairy arts and flower world. He was not in a hurry to fight the Blood God Babel Tower. However, every time the fairy arts flower world made progress, Lu Feng would enter the Blood God Babel Tower and find the gatekeeper monsters in the tower to experiment. The monsters at the level of Yuho Wizard also mastered many laws and were fierce. They were undoubtedly the best whetstone for Lu Feng. In every battle with these monsters, Lu Feng could learn a lot of experience and knowledge from the monsters that he had never touched before. For wizards, knowledge is power. The more you know, the more Lu Feng can exert the power of the law. Therefore, when Lu Feng created the fairy arts flower world, although he was not in a hurry to climb the Blood God Babel Tower, his combat effectiveness was still steadily improving, and the level of the Blood God Babel Tower was also slowly climbing. Time passed quickly, and Lu Feng and others were busy. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this period, Lu Feng's City Alliance achieved great success. After the initial experiments and observations, it was confirmed that Lu Feng's City Alliance was indeed as genuine as Lu Feng advertised. Many Morning Star wizards who were still hesitant before also joined the City Alliance and incorporated the cities in the 10 domains they occupied into the management of King Mufudi. For these Morning Star wizards who were busy in the Blood Babel Tower, it was a very cost-effective deal to enjoy the convenience of the city without having to do it themselves. In a year, the City Alliance under the command of King Mufudi has spread across the 10 domains. Almost 65% of the land in the 10 domains, and there are countless cities belonging to King Mufudi. A large amount of resources were mined by Lu Feng's men and sent to King Mufudi. This is the first time that King Mufudi has enjoyed such a rich supply of resources. The 5 elements array used to digest the resources is basically running at full capacity every day, breaking down a large amount of resources into the most basic 5 elements of energy, which are scattered into the corners of King Mufudi, increasing the foundation of King Mufudi and expanding the size of King Mufudi. For the residents and practitioners in King Mufudi, they feel that King Mufudi is changing almost every day. The sky is getting higher and bluer, the land is getting wider and thicker, and the concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the air is slowly increasing. When practicing every day, you will also find that the speed of practice is getting faster and faster. With every breath, a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy goes down the stomach. How can the speed of practice not be fast? The residents and practitioners in King Mufudi are about to soak in the ocean of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Compared with the world they lived in before, it is simply a world of difference. If there is an index to calculate happiness, the practitioners living in King Mufudi are estimated to be extremely happy. Where can practitioners be as happy as them? The spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be easily absorbed, and it is also very simple to obtain various classics. The benefits that Lu Feng got from the City Alliance are not only these resources, but also a large population. At the beginning, King Mufudi still adhered to the principle that as long as it was a living being, it would be directly pulled into King Mufudi to fill the vacancies on King Mu continent. But after more than 40% of the cities in the 10 domains joined the City Alliance, the population brought into King Mufudi from these cities gradually exceeded the load limit of King Mufudi. Devouring a large amount of resources, the size of King Mufudi has expanded a lot in the past year, and the area of King Mu continent has also expanded a lot. However, the expanded size of King Mufudi can no longer carry the creatures of the bloody trial world that poured into King Mufudi. In desperation, in the later period, Elio had to screen the bloody trial residents who entered King Mufudi. All creatures entering King Mufudi must meet certain standards. Cultivation strength is the foundation. The creatures who join later must have a second-level cultivation at the beginning. The rest must be talents with achievements in various disciplines. As long as they pass the review of the King Mufudi Immigration Department, they can bring a certain number of family members to live in King Mufudi. At the same time, all kinds of criminals in the society of King Mufudi are also marked in the social screening of King Mu civilization. If they reach a certain level of crime, they will be kicked out of King Mufudi and thrown into the abyss to fend for themselves. As Ilio's order was passed down, when those Morning Star wizards were frantically rolling up the Blood God Babel Tower, many cities in the 10 domains of the blood trial world also began to roll inward. Rolling up cultivation, rolling up knowledge, as long as the direction that can make the King Mufudi Immigration Department look at it with admiration, has gradually become the direction of those who yearn for King Mufudi. In this regard, Lu Feng also agreed with Elio's order. King Mufudi is the foundation of his enlightenment, and the creatures living in it are naturally the smarter the better. What kind of intelligence? It is the path that allows the various disciplines and cultivation paths in King Mufudi to continue to advance and develop. The great way of all laws, all the way to the same destination. Whether it is the wizard law or the earth immortal law, in the end, it is still inseparable from the great way of law. And the various disciplines and crystallizations of wisdom in King Mufudi may play a key role in the future progress of civilization. Therefore, as long as the civilization is developing positively, Lu Feng will not interfere with the development of civilization and wisdom in King Mufudi. In addition to the increase in these populations, the number of 4th-level strongmen in King Mufudi has also made great progress. The number of 4th-level blood warriors captured from various cities has also reached 60,000. As for the number of 5th-level ancient blood warriors, it has improved. It is still the few captured by Lu Feng in the Blood God Temple in the Black Blood domain last time. Such a large number of blood warriors slowly specialize in spiritual root cultivation methods, refine into Dharma immortals, and then begin to contact the law perception. Although it is increasing slowly, after the number increases, the law perception they bring to Lu Feng is also amazing. 1,000 people have their own hamlets. Similarly, everyone has different perceptions of the same law. The perceptions of tens of thousands of people on the law converge in the origin space of King Mufudi, weaving the law that belongs to King Mufudi and Lu Feng. With the combined efforts of everyone, Lu Feng has mastered more and more laws. The law of nature is not yet perfect, but the other origin laws have made great progress, and almost all of them have begun to reach the late stage of Morning Star Wizard. The various origin laws are advancing in parallel, which also makes Lu Feng's development of the fairy art world go smoothly. He can continue to make progress in the Blood God Tongshan Tower, and these increased perceptions of the law are also half of the credit. On this day, Lu Feng came to the 17th floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower again. The gatekeeper monster here has reached the late stage of the Moonlight Wizard. It is a powerful Moonlight level Burning School Wizard who is masked and wearing a black wizard robe. This Moonlight Wizard of the Burning School focuses on the Burning School, and his unpredictable and powerful Burning School magic makes Lu Feng very uncomfortable. The powerful secret technique of the Burning School, with a casual attack, made Lu Feng feel like he was facing the sun. He had to be alert at all times and deal with it with all his strength. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. Fortunately, Lu Feng had a solid foundation. With the blessing of the large number of laws he mastered, his immortal technique of opening the world with one hand was even more ferocious. He killed gods and Buddhas. He just withstood the bombardment of various secret attacks from the Moonlight Wizard of the Burning School and hid him with a fairy flower in his hand, which wiped out all the vitality of the Moonlight Wizard in black robes and ended his life. After winning this battle, Lu Feng recalled the feelings he had just experienced in the battle, walked out of the Blood God Babel Tower, and was just about to take a rest. Suddenly, A sound like a bell rang from the blood god Babel Tower. Dong. Crisp and long. This change attracted the attention of everyone under the blood god Babel Tower. What happened? This sound. Has something happened in the blood god Tongshan Tower? I don't know, I was just trying to pass the level, and suddenly I heard this strange sound. I know the reason. Look at the Tongshan monument under the tower, the name of the first person on the Tongshan monument. The first person on the Tongshan monument passed the 21st floor. Following the exclamation of the Morning Star Wizard, the crowd who were talking about it looked at the Tongshan monument and were shocked by the first name on the Tongshan monument. The Blade of Judgment, passed the 21st floor. Hiss. For a moment, the cool air in front of the Tongshan monument was immediately sucked away by the Morning Star Wizards. After being in the blood god Tongshan Tower for so long, everyone knew the meaning of these words very clearly. The 21st floor. According to the strength of the monsters guarding the level that everyone has tried to face, the monster on the 20th floor is the peak of the late Moonlight Wizard, and the 21st floor beyond the 20th floor is the real Sunlight Wizard. The Sunlight Wizard is like Hongye on the Blood Cloud platform. However, such a powerful existence was defeated by a Morning Star Wizard who jumped 2 levels in the Blood God's Tower of Babel. Chapter 387 Eternal City. The Blood God Babel Tower in the Blood Trial world has been here for more than a year. All the Morning Star Wizards who entered the Blood Trial world have already gathered here. This batch of 3,000 Morning Star Wizards are all geniuses selected from the major wizard organizations of the wizard civilization. However, even geniuses can only surpass one major realm in the powerful wizard career system. Overcoming the enemy by surpassing one major realm can make countless people amazed and drop their jaws in the wizard career system. In this Blood God Babel Tower, the 3,000 Morning Star Wizards are still struggling in the challenge of leapfrogging one major realm, but now, someone has broken through the shackles and completed the feat of leapfrogging 2 levels. With the power of the Morning Star Wizard, he defeated the powerful Sun Shining Wizard. One step ahead, it's a genius. This Morning Star Wizard named Blade of Judgment has obviously surpassed a genius and can become a demon. As the bell-like sound rang out in the Blood God Babel Tower, the entire Blood God Babel Tower shone brightly. Not only did the many Morning Star Wizards under the Blood God Babel Tower exclaim, but the Hongye Wizard and the 2 Sunlight Wizards in the deepest part of the Demon Blood secret realm outside the Bloody Trial world all shook their bodies and opened their eyes in unison. One of the white-haired and childish male wizards stroked the white beard on his chin, and the smile on his face was about to overflow. It's been so many years, I didn't expect that a shocking genius would come out of this secret trial field where we are sitting. A 6th-level wizard sitting outside the Demon Blood secret realm, they also came with a mission. Now the wizard civilization and the god civilization have opened another starry sky battlefield near the god-given continent plane. In the starry sky territory of the wizard civilization, all kinds of trial places for cultivating talented wizards have been opened in advance in the original operation cycle to cultivate a new batch of war main forces for the starry sky battlefield that is about to expand. Now, a shocking genius has appeared in the blood trial world, which is an extra surprise after they opened the trial land. With the appearance of this shocking genius, the 3 Sun Wizards who presided over this trial can also obtain corresponding resource rewards. How can they not be happy about something that is beneficial? Next to Wizard Hongye, another Sun Wizard wearing a red wizard robe also took out a smooth bronze mirror from the plane space in her body. With a burst of magic power, the Blood God Tower of Babel in the Blood Trial world appeared on the smooth bronze mirror witchcraft's secret treasure. In the Blood God Tower of Babel, the figure of the Blade of Judgment, the Morning Star Wizard who had just defeated the boss guard in the 21st floor, appeared on the bronze mirror witchcraft's secret treasure. The Blade of Judgment is a male wizard wearing black armor and a gloomy face. He holds a rusty broken blade in his hand. The whole person does not have a strong momentum, but only shows a maturity and stability in judging sin. At first glance, he looks like a mature and stable wizard. Ding ding. When Wizard Hongye saw the Blade of Judgment on the bronze mirror, he stretched out his jade-like hand with a serious expression and knocked on the surface of the bronze mirror. The crisp sound was transmitted into the inside of the bronze mirror and rang in the ears of the Blade of Judgment. Who? Having just finished a battle, the Blade of Judgment was still tense. When he heard this strange sound, he immediately clenched a broken blade in his hand like a conditioned reflex and looked around vigilantly. At this time, a burst of light and shadow in front of him fluttered, and the figures of Wizard Hongye and the other 2 Sun Wizards appeared in front of the Blade of Judgment. This bronze mirror was a special witchcraft secret treasure that allowed Wizard Hongye and his team to communicate with the wizards in the blood trial world. Master Wizard Hongye. Two Master Sun Wizards. Seeing the light and shadow in front of him, the Blade of Judgment also recognized several Sun Wizards and greeted them politely. You're welcome. Congratulations on passing the 21st floor of the Blood God's Babel Tower and reaching the clearance standard of the trial land. You are now eligible to enjoy the genius treatment of the wizard civilization and have obtained the right to live in the Eternal City, the core of the civilization, for 1 year. Are you going to continue to pass the levels in the Blood God's Babel Tower and get higher level treatment, or are you going to go to the Eternal City now? Wizard Hongye read out some words that they must say after the Blade of Judgment reaches the genius treatment in the trial land. Genius treatment, the right to live in the Eternal City. Listening to the two words in Wizard Hongye's words, even the calm Blade of Judgment felt some emotion surging in his heart. Each word represents the inclination of many resources in the wizard civilization. After receiving the genius treatment recognized by the wizard civilization, he does not need to worry about the consumption of resources all the way to the realm above the sun. Shining Wizard. The right to live in the Eternal City, although only for 1 year, is still shocking. It is said that the people living in the Eternal City of the wizard civilization are all supreme beings who have surpassed the 9th level. Ordinary wizards can be reborn as long as they live in the Eternal City for 1 day. Even a Morning Star wizard can be directly promoted to the 6th level if he can live in the Eternal City for a year. Knowing the preciousness of these two benefits, the Blade of Judgment nodded with shining eyes and said, "There are still a few years left in the blood trial. Please allow me to hone my skills in this Blood God Babel Tower." After the Blade of Judgment passed the 21st floor of the Blood God Babel Tower, he could only increase his eligibility to live in the Eternal City for 1 or 2 months for each floor he passed. Unless he crossed a major realm, this reward would not change much. However, the eligibility to live in the Eternal City for 1 or 2 months is still extremely precious. There are still several years before the end of the blood trial world. For the eligibility to live in the Eternal City for these few months, it is completely worth it for the Blade of Judgment to fight for a few more years in the Blood God Babel Tower. The answer of the Blade of Judgment did not surprise the wizards Hongye and others. That is the qualification to live in the Eternal City. Even now, they are still extremely rare. If they were the Blade of Judgment, they would definitely continue to stay in the Blood God Tower of Babel and blow up the Blood God Tower of Babel in the last few years of the blood trial. Even if they only advanced 1 level, it would be completely worth it. It is precisely because the qualification to live in the Eternal City is precious that all the efforts are worth it. After confirming the choice of the Blade of Judgment, Wizard Hongye and others gave the Blade of Judgment some precautions for the blood trial, and then hung up the communication of the bronze mirror secret treasure. When the light and shadow of Wizard Hongye and others disappeared, an indescribable joy burst out from the heart of the Blade of Judgment. He stared at the deep blood drops in the center of the white bone battle platform and murmured to himself, "Brothers, one day, I will make the gods die for you." Stroking the broken blade in his hand, the smile on the face of the Blade of Judgment gradually faded, and there seemed to be a scarlet hatred in his eyes. As the vision of the Blood God's Tower of Babel dissipated, the Morning Star wizards guarding outside the tower did not see the Blade of Judgment walk out of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. Now this genius wizard has no intention of walking out of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. He has the resources in the plane in his body, and he obviously intends to stay in the Blood God's Tower of Babel in order to make further progress. After waiting for a while, the famous Blade of Judgment still did not come out. The wizards guarding outside the tower suddenly felt bored and dispersed in 2s and 3s. I think there will be a lot of talk about the Blade of Judgment at the banquet tonight. The other Morning Star wizards who also reached the 20th floor saw the achievement of the Blade of Judgment and also felt a desire to fight. Each of them is a genius elite. There is a sense of pride in their hearts. How can they tolerate the Blade of Judgment riding on their heads? There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. In places with rankings, for these geniuses, they always have to compete to be the best. They looked at the dazzling name of Blade of Judgment on the Tongshan monument, and also entered the Blood God Tongshan Tower one after another, trying to attack the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower. However, the 21st floor represents the level of Sunlight Wizards, which is a qualitative change from the peak of Moonlight Wizards on the 20th floor. No one knows how many people can break through this limit. After witnessing the breakthrough of Blade of Judgment, Feng walked back to the palace of Lei, a wizard from the Blood God Tongshan Tower, and there were some extra emotions in his heart. The Blade of Judgment seemed to be in the spotlight. Moreover, judging from the movement of Blade of Judgment breaking through the 21st floor, his genius level has obviously broken through a limit and reached a level that is enough to attract the attention of wizard civilization. With the attention of wizard civilization, I think that Blade of Judgment will definitely get countless benefits. The attention and investment of wizard civilization, the qualification to live in Eternal City? Lu Feng felt that it should be about the same. If he can also break through the 21st floor, then the Blade of Judgment will get the same treatment from various wizard civilizations. The size of King Mufudi is increasing day by day. The resources in the 10 domains of the blood trial are limited after all. After the resources here are exhausted, Lu Feng will probably be busy again to fill King Mufudi. If he can take advantage of the opportunity of the blood trial to find a long-term meal ticket for King Mufudi, then he may not have to be so tired in the future. He can enjoy life and wait for the idle rewards of King Mufudi. Thinking of this, Lu Feng stood by the window and looked at the blood god Tongshan Tower in the distance, and his heart was also hot. Since the Blade of Judgment can break through the 21st floor, it doesn't make sense that he can't break through even with the help of such a treasure as King Mufudi and tens of thousands of 4th-level wizards to assist him in comprehending the laws. Isn't it just a wizard at the level of sun shining? One day, he will kill and come to see. 18, 19, 20, 21. Now, Lu Feng has passed the 17th floor of the blood god Tongshan Tower, and is only 4 floors away from the 21st floor of the Blade of Judgment. Not much, not little, you can fight. After setting the goal, Lu Feng stared at Elio and asked her to continue to expand the influence of King Mufudi and pull all the remaining cities in the blood trial world into the City Alliance. In order to impact the 21st floor, Lu Feng needs more 4th-level masters to help him comprehend the laws, and more resources to cultivate King Mufudi. There are still more than 40% of the areas in the 10 regions that have not been brought under control. The power of King Mufudi still has a lot of room for improvement and can be raised. In addition, there are blood crystal stone altars in the cities in these regions. Through the blood crystal stone altars in these cities, the 4th-level masters under Lu Feng who are comprehending the laws can also speed up. A little more understanding means one more chance for Lu Feng to pass the 21st floor of the blood god Tongshan Tower. At the same time, Lu Feng also came to the blood god Tongshan Tower and began to climb the tower with his best efforts. On the 18th level, there is a goddess of light from the civilization of gods. She masters the law of light and other actively related laws. She is very skilled in the use of the divine art of light. She is tall and holy, and her light is brilliant, illuminating the world. Lu Feng is ferocious, ruthless, and destroys the holy light. On the 19th level, there is a wizard of the natural school. He is promoted to the Moonlight Wizard based on the secret law of the tree ancestor. The law of nature and various related laws are intertwined. Where he is, it is like an endless forest. The forest evolves naturally and creatures multiply, just like creating a new world. Lu Feng had a hard time in this battle. His Morning Star Wizard stage also started with the secret law of the tree ancestor, but with the development and evolution of the King Mufudi later, the secret law of the tree ancestor, the fundamental secret law, gradually could not control the many laws that Lu Feng comprehended. With the help of the King Mufudi, Lu Feng has a deep understanding of several major root laws in the starry sky. As his cultivation level improves, the limitations of the secret law of the tree ancestor gradually emerge. This secret method rooted in the laws of nature gradually became unsuitable for Lu Feng's wizard practice. If he was not still in the bloody trial, Lu Feng would have wanted to go to the Emerald Dream Space to see if there was a secret method suitable for him, so that he could change his cultivation of the tree ancestor's secret method. If he didn't change it, when his cultivation of the tree ancestor's secret method became deeper, it might affect his future development. When fighting with this wizard who practiced a tree ancestor's secret method, Lu Feng really experienced the power of the tree ancestor's secret method. With an ancient tree as the core, it was full of vitality, had a long history, and had amazing recovery ability, like an indestructible cockroach. Among the Moonlight level enemies that Lu Feng had seen, this wizard of the tree ancestor's secret method dared to claim that his vitality was second, and no one dared to claim first. Moreover, this Moonlight wizard not only has amazing vitality, but also has first-class combat power. He can resist and fight. As long as he cannot kill this Moonlight wizard with one blow, he will turn around and recover to his prime state. If he cannot stop the continuous fatal attacks, his life will be injured. Lu Feng had a hard time dealing with it, But with the support of the King Mu Blessed Land, his vitality was also terrifying. He was not afraid of the consumption of this Moonlight Wizard at all. In the fight with his tree ancestor's secret Moonlight Wizard, Lu Feng's fairy art flower world became more and more perfect, and finally he killed this Moonlight Wizard with one blow. The Moonlight Wizard died, and the 19th floor was broken. The 20th floor was a mid-level god at the peak of the late Moonlight Wizard. Chapter 388 Private Starry Spirit Realm. At the 20th floor, Lu Feng's pressure doubled. On this floor, he was challenging a powerful mid-level spirit at the peak of the Moonlight Wizard, a giant dragon that mastered the laws of fire and metal. Bang! 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 The giant dragon's huge body collided with Lu Feng, and the entire white bone battle platform shook violently during the collision. Lu Feng retreated back, his face full of heavy expression. This giant dragon is fierce and too difficult to deal with. The power of the fairy art, flower world, was amazing. In Lu Feng's hands, this fairy art was already invincible, and could completely crush a wizard at the Morning Star level, and could completely compete with a strong man at the Moonlight Wizard level, and even suppress him. It was on the 20th floor of this bloody Tower of Heaven that he encountered a powerful existence at the peak of the late Moonlight Wizard, and only then did he meet his opponent, and his luck was not good. Boom! The giant dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky, and the raging fire and metal intertwined together, forming a boiling metal torrent that enveloped Lu Feng, but Lu Feng had already turned into several phantoms to avoid it. Go! Lu Feng dodged and groaned again. Swoosh! A fairy flower opened its petals again under the dragon. Boom! The overlapping petals contained incredible power. They suddenly closed and wrapped the dragon that was spewing metal torrents. Layers of metallic luster appeared on the dragon's body, and the divine power unfolded, constantly weakening the power of the fairy flower world. Bang bang bang! The fairy flower petals opened and closed, but the giant dragon covered with the metallic luster was like a turtle, withstanding the attacks of the flower world again and again. He wanted to rush out of the fairy flower to chase Lu Feng, but Lu Feng relied on his speed advantage to dodge quickly, not giving the dragon any chance to attack. The attacks of both were amazing and deadly. Lu Feng believed that as a Morning Star Wizard, although he was strong, he did not dare to resist the attack of the peak Moonlight Wizard in the 20th floor. After the exchange of view, the battle between the man and the dragon on the white bone battle stage became more and more intense. The giant dragon seemed to be a tortoise-shell warrior, resisting Lu Feng's flower world again and again. Although the injuries on his body were still within the tolerance range, the attack of flower world also affected the giant dragon's speed, making it unable to catch up with Lu Feng's figure at a burst of speed. The giant dragon's attacks failed again and again, and he endured Lu Feng's flower world fairy arts every time without falling. Like water dripping through a stone, the balance of victory on the white bone battle stage slowly tilted towards Lu Feng's side. The giant dragon's attack was amazingly powerful, enough to kill Lu Feng instantly. But after he lost his speed advantage, he could no longer hinder Lu Feng, and he could do nothing to him. And Lu Feng seemed to be fine. With the support of King Mu Fury, he had unlimited energy. He bombarded the flower world with one blow after another, and his mental strength and energy poured out as if they were free, constantly kiting the giant dragon. As time passed, the metallic brilliance on the giant dragon's figure became increasingly dim under the repeated bombardment of the flower world fairy arts, and his situation became precarious. Finally, when Lu Feng's last blow, the fairy flower petals condensed by the flower world fairy art closed, and the terrifying fairy art power strangled it at close range. The dragon screamed, and the metal brilliance on its body shattered layer by layer. The defense was broken, and the dragon's powerful body did not last long under the terrifying power of this fairy art, and was turned into a ball of meat paste. The battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it was Lu Feng who won with the support of his unreasonable King Mu Fury. The victory was a bit tricky, but it was not a fluke. The trick was because the physical strength of this dragon spirit was limited after all. The spirit derived from the blood-colored Babel Tower lacked the most critical kingdom of God. Although the dragon had completely reached the peak level of the Moonlight Wizard in terms of combat power, without the support of the kingdom of God, the divine power contained in the dragon was limited after all. For other Morning Star Wizards, they might not be able to find out the bottom of this giant dragon even if they fought until the avenue was destroyed. However, except for Lu Feng, the unreasonable King Mu Fury, Lu Feng defeated this divine dragon of the peak level of Yuhua Wizard by consumption alone. It was not a fluke because Lu Feng's offensive and defensive means and law perception completely surpassed his opponent. Unfortunately, the fairy art, flower world, in his hands was not perfect and could not fully exert the true power of fairy art. In Lu Feng's expectation, the complete fairy art should be enough for him to enter the 21st floor and reach the powerful combat power of the Blade of Judgment. If you can't be reborn and change your fate, how can the flower world be considered a fairy art? Congratulations on passing the 20th floor. Do you want to continue? A familiar voice came from the bloody mist outside the white bone battle platform. Lu Feng, who finally defeated the giant dragon spirit, was stunned. After thinking for a while, he chose to refuse. Defeating the monster guarding the 20th floor had already exhausted all his strength. Facing the monster guarding the 21st floor, that was a powerful enemy comparable to the Sunlight Wizard. Lu Feng was not sure now. A moment later, in the palace of the Leia Wizard, Lu Feng was drinking tea, and the 3 Leia Wizards were sitting next to him. They were chattering about Lu Feng's feat of fighting all the way to the 20th floor of the Blood God Babel. They always knew that Lu Feng was very strong. When they were sparring, Lu Feng completely crushed the 3 of them. Just standing there, the 3 Leia Wizards couldn't break Lu Feng's defense. Now, Lu Feng has even passed the 20th floor of the Blood God Babel and came to the second echelon of the Babel Monument, except for the Blade of Judgment. Here, they are all elite Morning Star Wizards who have passed the 20th floor. Including Lu Feng who just passed, so far, only 9 of the 3,000 Morning Star Wizards who entered the Blood Trial World have passed the 20th level. Everyone who came to the Blood Trial World was an elite wizard from various wizard organizations of the wizard civilization. However, the difficulty of suppressing the Moonlight Wizard with the power of the Morning Star Wizard was beyond the imagination of most people, and it was not an easy thing that could be achieved casually. The 3 Leia Wizards had only been hovering at the 12th or 13th level until now. Although they had surpassed many ordinary Morning Star Wizards and were quite talented, the gap was still huge compared to a real strong man like Lu Feng. The 3 Leia Wizards were wizards and women, and they all admired the strong. Lu Feng's current achievements had long allowed him to get rid of the negative impact of entering the Blood Trial World through the back door of the Hongye Wizard. His name had long been spread among the 3,000 Morning Star Wizards. Every time Lu Feng walked on the road and met other Morning Star Wizards, they would kindly take the initiative to greet Lu Feng. Not to mention in-depth exchanges, at least leave a chance to meet and get to know each other. We have all worked together in this bloody trial world and climbed the Blood God Tongshan Tower together. After leaving this bloody trial world, there may be opportunities for cooperation and exchanges in the future. Leave a good impression on a strong man like Lu Feng, and maybe one day in the future, you will benefit from it. As Lu Feng's name spread among the group of Morning Star Wizards, the city alliance that Elio was in charge of developed rapidly. Many Morning Star Wizards who knew about the existence of the City Alliance took the initiative to contact Elio and join the City Alliance. Anyway, joining the City Alliance is beneficial to these Morning Star Wizards, and giving a face to a strong man like Lu Feng may be useful in the future. Therefore, when Lu Feng broke through the 20th floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower, Elio also controlled 95% of the areas in the 10 regions of the Bloody Trial World under the command of the King Mufudi forces. There are still 6 years. After a simple celebration with the Lei Wizard, Lu Feng calculated the remaining time in the Blood Trial World and turned around to start his retreat. In the remaining 6 years, Lu Feng felt that his tasks were very heavy. The understanding of the law, the creation and perfection of the world of immortal trees and flowers, the conditioning and cultivation of King Mufudi. In order to pass the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower, Lu Feng must go all out and do his best. Maybe there will be a chance. After passing the 20th floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower and fighting with many masters of the Moonlight Wizard level, Lu Feng understood the power of the Sunlight Wizard. Lu Feng entered the retreat and temporarily fell silent. And his subordinate Elio still faithfully carried out Lu Feng's orders, plundering resources and population from the 10 domains of the Blood Trial World, sending them to King Mufudi, and strengthening the foundation and size of King Mufudi. In the last part of the remaining city, Elio also plundered and got tens of thousands of 4th-level blood warriors to join King Mufudi. All in all, the number of 4th Order Masters in King Mufudi is now close to 100,000. The size of King Mufudi has expanded again. Now the entire Kingmu continent in the entire Blessed Land is almost as large as 3 small-scale plains, and is developing towards a medium-sized plane in the starry sky. Moreover, not only has the area of Kingmu continent increased, but the starry sky outside the continent has also developed greatly. With the development of Kingmu Futi, the starry sky outside Kingmu continent has become more and more real. The stars in the sky are no longer the ones that Lu Feng used to make with sand and gravel to fool people. A large amount of materials and resources have been filled into the starry sky, and the stars in the starry sky have long been expanded into real stars. Inspired by the Earth Immortal method and the Kingdom of Gods, Feng and his team have ingeniously used the stars in the starry sky as the foundation to create small-scale starry spiritual realms. These starry spiritual realms are not large in size, but they are secluded in secret places. If they are fully refined, they can also be derived into law domain. Being in it, one can get a blessing of power similar to that of the Kingdom of God, improve strength, and be in an invincible position in the spiritual realm. And the most crucial point is that after Lu Feng knew about this, when he created such a spiritual realm, he also borrowed the effects of the blood crystal stone altar in the bloody trial world, so that the masters of these spiritual realms can obtain some accelerated improvement effects of law perception. As soon as Feng and his team launched such a good thing, they were sought after by many fourth-level masters on Kingmu continent. Although the current Kingmu continent is large in size and area, there are many masters on it. The nearly 100,000 fourth-level masters introduced from the bloody trial world obviously exceed the carrying capacity of Kingmu continent. There is a taste of overcrowding and fierce competition for resources. Moreover, this trend has gradually intensified as all 10 domains of the bloody trial world have been taken. People need to eat, and the fourth-level Dharma immortals also need to practice and improve. The size of Kingmu Futi is limited. Lu Feng took a big step, which always bared some hidden dangers for Kingmu Futi. However, these are temporary minor matters. The 10 domains of the blood trial world are not small in size, and the degree of development is not high. There is still a lot of resource potential to be tapped. The resources plundered from them are enough to maintain the stability of Kingmu Futi. As long as we survive the current 6 years, when Lu Feng leaves the blood trial world and returns to the wizard civilization, resource acquisition will only be faster, and it will not be too difficult to support these fourth-level people. These fourth-level people in Kingmu Futi gathered together, which seemed to be worthless, but when they were outside, these people could support themselves even if they worked. Of course, there is not much solution to the crowding inside Kingmu Futi for the time being. Some fourth-level Dharma immortals do not want to live a crowded life in Kingmu Futi, and they specially return to the 10 domains of the blood trial world to become acting city lords or take the initiative to explore resources. Now Feng and Master Lu Feng have launched the Star Spirit Realm, which has given the fourth-level powerhouses on Kingmu continent another choice. If you don't want to be crowded with your peers on the Kingmu continent, you can choose to go to the starry sky outside the Kingmu continent and become the owner of a starry spiritual realm. You can manage your own spiritual realm like a landlord and create your own private territory. Although the spiritual realm they created is still working for Lu Feng's Kingmu Futi, they can also have some autonomy in their own starry spiritual realm. As long as they don't violate the laws of the Kingmu civilization, they can do whatever they want. Such a private starry spiritual realm, in all aspects, is very suitable for the tastes of these fourth-level masters. Once launched, the fourth-level masters who want to obtain the starry spiritual realm lined up in front of Feng Shang's mansion. Of course, good things like starry spiritual realms will naturally not fall into the hands of fourth-level masters easily. If you want to obtain the ownership of starry spiritual realms, you must make a lot of contributions to Kingmu civilization before you can apply to Feng Shang. After identity verification, contribution payment, and Lu Feng's approval, you can completely get the ownership of a starry spiritual realm. A few days later, in front of many fourth-level masters, Feng Shang loudly read out the list of the first batch of people who passed the review: Liu Horan, Su Qing, Liu Chuanfeng, Ji Yi. There were a total of 3,000 people who passed the first batch of Star Spirit Realm review, and Feng Shang read out their names one by one. In the crowd, those whose names were called were excited and walked behind Feng Shang happily. Under the guidance of the officials of the Kingmu dynasty, they completed the transfer of ownership of the Star Spirit Realm. And those whose names were not called, one by one, felt like they had lost their parents and were very uncomfortable. Chapter 389, Great Development of the Starry Spirit Realm. Every version update of Kingmu Futi always makes Kingmu Futi develop in a good direction. Building a private starry spiritual realm is a major project that Master Lu Feng agreed to and personally implemented. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the private starry spiritual realm project has a promising future. Therefore, following Master Lu Feng's pace and making great strides forward is what they, as subordinates, should do and must do. The first batch of 4th rank people who obtained the ownership of the starry spiritual realm were excited to choose the starry spiritual realm that suits them from the star map in the hands of the officials. The things that represent the ownership of the starry spiritual realm are the stone seals, specially created by Lu Feng. These stone seals are a special magic weapon that can grow and are closely connected with a matching starry spiritual realm. Reference was made to the city formation of the bloody trial world and some earthly immortals' methods of refining the spiritual realm, as well as some witchcraft secret treasures and the refining methods of artifacts. Lu Feng also extracted part of the law authority of the corresponding starry spiritual realm and refined it on the stone seal. The 4th rank masters who have obtained the ownership of the starry spirit realm can obtain the control of the private starry spirit realm as long as they refine the stone seals. In the spirit realm, they can transform the spirit realm space at will, just like the Lord of the World. Inspired by Licorice's system and the construction of King Mufuti, Lu Feng also deliberately added some system elements to the stone seal, generated some visual spirit realm information panels, and made an integrated spirit realm transformation method to facilitate the transformation of the starry spirit realm by the Lord of the starry spirit realm. After all, not every 4th rank master has an outstanding talent in transforming the spirit realm. Those who are talented and capable can transform themselves, and those who are not talented and incapable can just pay a certain amount of resources and invest in the stone seal. The stone seal will also transform the starry spirit realm into a fixed style according to the requirements and the fixed spirit realm template set by Lu Feng. After Lu Feng's transformation, the creation of a private starry spirit realm is even more of a game called Lord. Just take a look and click, and you can make your private starry spirit realm into the shape you need. After Fan Shanking read the list of the first batch of private starry spirit realms, he looked at the other 4th level people who had not been approved. The first batch of private starry spirit realms has a limited number of pilot places. Only the ones with the greatest contributions and the best status are eligible to take the first quota. There are many other people who have made enough contributions, but their contributions are not big enough. Under the circumstance of limited places, they can only wait. Fan Shanking also made a promise that the second batch of private starry spirit realms will be open to applications again in a month. There are many things involved in building a private starry spirit realm. Lu Feng needs to do it himself, and it will take some time to complete it. Therefore, the other 4th level people can't rush to get their own private starry spirit realm. After hearing Fan Shanking's promise, the remaining 4th level people also breathed a sigh of relief. If there are only the first batch of 3,000 private starry spirit realms, and there is no follow-up, it will really make people feel distressed and jealous. As long as there are follow-up batches, they still have a chance. However, these gathered 4th rank people suddenly looked at each other. They suddenly thought of the contribution requirements for applying for a private star spirit realm. The more the better. The more contributions, the greater the chance of applying for a private star spirit realm. After understanding this, they looked at their companions. As long as they contributed more than others, their chances of obtaining a private star spirit realm would increase. What else can be said? From now on, they must quickly contribute to King Mufuti and strive to get a greater chance and the approval of the private star spirit realm in a month. A trend of involution, because of the emergence of private star spirit realms, quietly blew up among the 4th rank people again. On this side, the rolled up 4th rank people rushed to contribute to King Mufuti, while on the other side, Liu Horn and others, the first batch of people who obtained the control of the private star spirit realm, had already taken the stone seal and flew to the starry sky of King Mufuti. After refining the stone seal, Liu Horn, who was wearing a red battle armor, felt that there was an inseparable connection between him and a star in the sky. Holding the stone seal in his hand, he flew out of the sky of King Mu continent and entered the starry sky. For the first time, Liu Horn experienced the emptiness and coldness of the starry sky. If an ordinary person directly entered the starry sky, he would probably be frozen into a hard corpse in just a few breaths. Fortunately, Liu Horn was already at the 4th level, strong and healthy, and could already live in the starry sky without the help of external objects. After experiencing the special environment of the starry sky a little, Looking at the starry sky from the special perspective of being in the starry sky, and then looking at Kingmu continent, he gained a unique experience. Then he held up the stone seal again and flew towards the depths of the dark and boundless starry sky according to the connection between the stone seal and the starry spirit realm. As the size of Kingmu Fuji increased, not only did the area of Kingmu continent become vast, but the starry sky outside Kingmu continent also became extremely vast and dark. Flying all the way to the dark land deep in the starry sky, in a desolate place, Liu Horan saw his star with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Compared with Kingmu continent, this star is pitifully small. It was just a land with a radius of more than 10 miles, which was wrapped in the silver-white starlight. It was not much different from the Kingmu blessed land when Lu Feng first created the spiritual realm. Holding the stone seal, Liu Horan's body directly merged into the silver-white light outside the stars and entered his own star spiritual realm. Looking down from a high place, Liu Horan scanned his star spiritual realm. The entire star spiritual realm was only a bare piece of land, and there was nothing else. Liu Horan could only smile helplessly. This star spiritual realm is really barren. The master and his friends were too stingy when they created this spiritual realm. After muttering to himself, Liu Horan felt a close connection between this spiritual realm and himself, and there was also some mysterious power to bless himself, which could at least increase his cultivation speed and law perception speed by 1 or 2 levels. Such benefits made Liu Horan's complaints disappear immediately, and he immediately put on a smiling face and directly praised Master Lu Feng. The speed of the change of face was so fast that even Lu Feng would be amazed. After looking at the overall starry spirit realm, Liu Horan landed on the ground and began to transform the starry spirit realm with the stone seal in his hand. He took out a branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling and planted it in the core of the starry spirit realm. This was Lu Feng's special order. A branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling must be planted in each starry spirit realm, which can not only help the master of the starry spirit realm to transform the spiritual environment, but also play a supporting role for these newly born starry spirit realms. Lu Feng did not want any vicious incidents to happen in the starry spirit realm he created. After the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was planted, Liu Horan took out various materials for transforming the spiritual realm from the space magic tool in his hand. Water source, plant seeds, magic stone, and some magic tools and magic treasures for transforming the environment. After a lot of tossing and turning, after a few hours, this starry spirit realm has changed a lot. A small sun slowly moved in the sky, bringing light and warmth to the land of the starry spirit realm. The originally barren land was now covered with a layer of flowers, plants and trees, lush and green, and full of vitality. This kind of scenery looks a bit like a spiritual realm. Liu Horan stood under the tree, looking at the spiritual realm he had built with his own hands, and his heart was filled with joy. Then, he solemnly took out pieces of decomposed array diagrams from the space magic tool and pieced them together to form a small teleportation array in the center of the starry spirit realm. A large number of high-quality magic stones were thrown in, and a dazzling light shone on the small teleportation array. Liu Horan went forward and fiddled with it for a while, connecting this small teleportation array with a small teleportation array on the Kingmu continent. On the other side, in the center of the Kingmu continent, in a city called Horan City, many third-level members of the Liu family were concentrating and holding their breath to watch a small teleportation array in the center of the family residence. Suddenly, a silver light shone on the small teleportation array where everyone's eyes were focused. "It's working, it's working." Seeing this change, the Liu family exclaimed happily. The Liu family remembered what the ancestors said before going to the starry sky. When the teleportation array lit up, the Liu family immediately brought a yellow dog from the side, sent it into the small teleportation array, and then activated the teleportation array. A silver light flashed, and the yellow dog in the teleportation array disappeared without a trace. With the help of the teleportation array, the little yellow dog crossed the starry sky and arrived in Liu Horan's starry spiritual realm in a moment. Ugh! The yellow dog staggered down the teleportation array, his legs were weak, his head was dizzy, and he foamed at the mouth. Liu Horan went forward to check the yellow dog, and his vital signs were stable, and he was fine. After the biological teleportation experiment, this small teleportation array connecting Kingmu continent and the starry spiritual realm was officially put into use. After a while, the Liu family, who received Liu Horan's message, sent some family disciples to enter the teleportation array and come to Liu Horan's star spirit realm to help Liu Horan take care of this new star spirit realm. Liu Horan also needs to contribute to King Mufudi. He will plan the general direction of the development of the star spirit realm, and the remaining small details will be completed by the Liu family behind him. As the ancestor of the Liu family, of course, he does not need to do everything himself. Building this star spirit realm is already the great cause of the entire Liu family. Ancestor, please give this star spirit realm a name. The Liu family members received the task and dispersed, but the head of the Liu family came to Liu Horan and asked respectfully, "My name is Horan, and I will call this place Horan Star from now on." Liu Horan thought for a while and said with a smile, as if he was proud of the meaning of this name. However, the head of the Liu family was embarrassed when he heard this. As expected, the ancestor was just a bad namer. The Liu family's city was like this, and the Starry Sky Starry Spirit Realm was also like this. It was too embarrassing to tell others. In the Starry Sky of King Mufudi, there were many people who transformed the Starry Spirit Realm like Liu Horan. Since Lu Feng had given them the authority to the Starry Spirit Realm, he didn't intend to care about how they transformed their own Starry Spirit Realm. As long as they didn't do anything that violated the laws of King Mu civilization, Lu Feng didn't care even if the Starry Spirit Realm was transformed into a toilet. As the masters of the Starry Spirit Realm settled in the Starry Spirit Realm one by one, Lu Feng's eyes fell on the starry sky, and he felt that the starry sky was particularly shining today. These fourth-level people invested their family assets in the transformation and cultivation of the Starry Spirit Realm. For Lu Feng, the use of these resources was just a simple matter of transferring from one hand to the other, but for the fourth-level people living in King Mufudi, it was a major event that could change their life plans. The development of the Starry Spirit Realm affected all aspects of King Mufudi. The starry spiritual veins in the King Mu Blessed Land were further strengthened during the growth of the 3,000 starry spiritual realms. The bright 3,000 starry spiritual realms scattered more brilliance through the darkness of the starry sky and sprinkled on the land of the King Mu continent, bringing some starry spiritual light to the creatures on this continent. The changes in the starry sky, the evolution of the spiritual realm, the 3004 level, the growth and change of the 3,000 spiritual realms, are the collision and interweaving of various laws. While practicing, Lu Feng observed all the changes that took place in the King Mu Blessed Land, and all kinds of insights came to his mind. The development progress of the fairy art flower world continued to improve. Lu Feng continued to work hard. In the last year of the bloody trial, when there were about 3 months left before the bloody trial was closed, he finally took the last step of the fairy art flower world. In front of the Blood God's Babel Tower, the wizard Leia walked out of the Babel Tower with regret and stopped in front of the Babel Monument. Looking at the Tongshan Monument, Leia said with some regret, "The 16th floor, I have been blocked by these 16 floors for 3 years. Alice, I don't think there will be any hope in the last 3 months." Leia thought about her battle in the Blood God Tongshan Tower, and looked forward along her own name, and saw the first few names on the Tongshan Monument. The Blade of Judgment, break through the 23rd floor. The words were far ahead. After his name, there were 19 Morning Star Wizards who stopped at the 20th floor and have not yet broken through the 21st floor. Lu Feng's name was prominently listed. Seeing Lu Feng's name, Leia the wizard couldn't help but think of Lu Feng, who had been practicing in seclusion in her palace for all these years. More than 6 years have passed, and I don't know how far Rest has practiced. Why hasn't he come out yet? In another 3 months, this bloody trial will be closed. Looking back at the palace secret treasure where Lu Feng was practicing in seclusion in the distance, Leia the wizard frowned slightly. In the first 2 years of seclusion, Lu Feng often came out to chat with him and exchange ideas. But in recent years, Lu Feng has completely cut off contact with the outside world and entered a deep retreat. Even his subordinate, Elio, could not find Lu Feng when he had something to do, so he had to make his own decisions. When Wizard Leia returned to the palace secret treasure from the Tower of Babel and stepped into the gate, Wizard Leia suddenly saw a familiar figure. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Feng, who was admiring the flowers in the palace, looked back, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, and smiled. "I succeeded." Chapter 390 Tabukla. "You have come out of retreat. That's great." Wizard Leia looked at the familiar faces in the palace, and it seemed as if a huge stone fell heavily in her heart. She was sincerely happy that Lu Feng had come out of retreat. Lu Feng could come out of retreat at this time, which must have fulfilled what he had in his heart. There are still 3 months, maybe he can make further progress in the Blood God Tower of Babel. Lu Feng talked with Leia about the changes that had taken place around him in the past few years of retreat, and also heard about the changes in the ranking of the levels on the Babel Monument. The Blade of Judgment level climbing tower is still strong, but none of the other Morning Star wizards have passed the 21st floor, which surprised Lu Feng. It seems that the strength of the Sun Wizard on the 21st floor is indeed very high. For a Morning Star wizard, it is almost impossible to challenge the Sun Wizard, whose professional strength is already very high, by crossing 2 major realms. Even though these Morning Star wizards are elites selected from all over the wizard civilization, they don't have much chance to break through this natural barrier. The Morning Star wizard who can break through this limit is the genius that the wizard civilization wants to select when opening the trial ground. I don't know if I, who has perfected the fairy art and blossomed the world, am qualified to defeat the sun-shining wizard in the Blood God Babel Tower. Lu Feng knew the difficulty of the 21st floor of the Blood God Babel Tower, but at this moment, he was not afraid at all. After the years of seclusion, Lu Feng knew the growth of King Mufuti and himself best. With the fairy art in hand and the support of King Mufuti, Lu Feng thought that he should be able to fight against a monster guarding the 21st floor of the Blood God Babel Tower, an enemy of the sun-shining wizard level. Who is stronger and who is weaker? He needs to climb the tower himself and fight the monster guarding the gate to know. Lu Feng and the wizard Leia didn't chat for long, and the 2 wizards Alicia and Melia also returned from the Blood God Babel Tower with unhappy faces. Looking at their appearance, Lu Feng also knew that the 2 of them failed to break through the level again and could not go further. However, Alicia and Melia were very happy to see Lu Feng coming out of confinement, and the depression on their faces was swept away immediately. After a long separation, the 4 people were very happy to meet again. They held a small banquet in the palace and ate and drank happily. The next morning, after a good night's rest, Lu Feng adjusted his spirit to a perfect state, and came to the Blood God Babel Tower surrounded by the 3 Leia wizards. The 3 Leia wizards were all smiling at this time. Today they came to the Blood God Babel Tower, not to try to break through the levels and climb the tower, they just came to cheer for Lu Feng. Over the years in the blood trial world, the 3 of them and Lu Feng have long become good friends. Now that Lu Feng is trying to climb the 21st floor of the tower, they also share the honor and disgrace. The arrival of Lu Feng and his companions also attracted some other Morning Star wizards from the Blood God Babel Tower to watch. Although Lu Feng has been silent for several years, his previous city alliance and the record of dominating the list of climbing the 20th floor of the tower have long engraved his image into the memories of others. Each of the Morning Star wizards has a photographic memory. Now when they see Lu Feng, they naturally remember everything about him. After a little thought, the other Morning Star wizards understood the purpose of Lu Feng's visit today. Rester, are you going to try to pass the 21st floor? I don't know if he can pass the 21st floor. The Sunlight Wizard is too powerful. The other Morning Star wizards who climb to the 20th floor have all tried to pass the 21st floor, but they always come with high hopes and return with disappointment. Alice, the 21st floor is too difficult. Yes, it's not just about them who challenged the 21st floor, it's also about ourselves. The wizards around were talking about it, and Lu Feng listened to it, but didn't take it to heart. Others are others, and I am myself. To climb the Blood God's Tower of Babel, you always need to defeat yourself, your spirit, body, and mind. Only by defeating your former self can you challenge the higher levels of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. Under the gazes of other Morning Star wizards, Lu Feng walked into the portal of the Blood God Tower with a calm expression. The scenery changed, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. The endless white bone battle platform had disappeared. Lu Feng stood in the void, looking at the center of the 21st floor. A huge blood ball was quietly suspended. On the blood-red surface, golden light flowed and surged. There was a great energy inside. Looking at it was like looking directly at the sun, dazzling and burning. It was completely different from the blood balls Lu Feng had seen on the previous floors. This is the 21st floor. It's really different. Lu Feng took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and a fighting spirit surged in his eyes. Do you want to start the 21st floor? After Lu Feng was ready, a cold and ruthless voice sounded in the depths of the deep void around him, asking Lu Feng. Yes. Let's start. Lu Feng hummed and replied. As his voice fell, the golden red blood in the center of the 21st floor surged violently, and its shape changed into a man in purple scale armor, holding a short-handled magic staff, with a pair of golden and red eyes looking coldly at Lu Feng. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged like a tide, captivating people. Lu Feng pinched the seal in his hand, leaving traces of the law, and a fairy flower bloomed at his fingertips. It seemed ordinary, but there was a mysterious feeling surrounding Lu Feng, isolating him from all the malice from the outside world. As soon as this method came out, the purple-scaled man's cold eyes seemed to have an interest rising. He raised the short staff in his hand, emitting purple light, and waved it down at Lu Feng. The hazy purple light of the staff suddenly turned into two millstones, one above and one below, crushing him. Lu Feng had a strange feeling that the opponent's attack carried an unstoppable might, and wanted to grind everything he had into pieces in this purple light mill, turning it into the purest energy of heaven and earth. Boom! The two purple light millstones above and below sandwiched Lu Feng in the middle and spun, making a deafening sound, but they could not wipe out Lu Feng, who was holding the fairy flower. The purple light carrying the terrifying power strangled him, but Lu Feng stood still. Boom! The purple scale armored man used the killing move of the purple light millstone to the extreme, but if he encountered a too strong defense, he could not wipe out everything in a short time, and could only continue to consume. Being in the purple light millstone, the outside world was making a terrible noise, but Lu Feng seemed to be fine. He used the fairy art of the world of flower blossoming to the extreme, and the fairy flower blossomed, covering his body, as if he was standing in another plane. Everything that happened in this space could not break through the barrier of space, and it had nothing to do with Lu Feng. Taking a virtual step forward, Lu Feng passed through the purple light millstone and approached the purple scale armored man. Wow! A petal of the fairy flower in his hand fell, and the petal crossed a void, leaving the mark of the law. The petal transformed into a towering tree and rushed forward. This tree looks like an energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, but it is taller and older than the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling in Lu Feng's Kingmu Futi. It looks majestic, as if it wants to turn the entire void into an ancient tree. This is the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree in the botanical garden that is really like the world. It is the greatest existence Lu Feng has ever seen. A fairy flower blooms in the world, protecting itself and standing in an invincible position. The petals fall and evolve all the laws in the world. The ultimate attack breaks all laws with one force. Facing Lu Feng's counterattack, the purple-scaled man waved the short staff in his hand repeatedly, and a dazzling purple light interpreted the Tao and law that Lu Feng was unfamiliar with, turning into a series of shiny purple snakes with half-a-meter-long scales. The snake body is like a steel great wall, crushing the void and destroying all obstacles. Bang! Thousands of purple snakes collided with the ancient tree evolved by Lu Feng, and the blood-colored cloud platform collided with each other. This was a collision between laws and laws, a tit-for-tat confrontation. The purple-scaled man waved his short staff and had to confront head-on. The sky was filled with purple light, and long snakes fell like a waterfall, hitting the ancient tree and the blood-colored cloud platform. In a fierce collision and a terrifying confrontation, the purple-scaled man demonstrated the power of his own law, with a magnificent momentum, which should have destroyed everything, but the situation was not good at the moment. Finally, he transformed into thousands of purple snakes, gathered into a large formation of 10,000 snakes, and finally broke the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree derived from a petal, and dissipated into the void. A petal dissipated, and Lu Feng flicked the fairy flower with his fingers, and suddenly petals fell from the fairy flower like rain, turning into supergiant energy-absorbing ancient trees that crushed the purple-scaled man. The purple-scaled man became more imposing, and endless purple light surged out of his body, evolving into thousands of creatures and tools with a meaning of obliteration. The terrifying power burst out, and he strangled the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree derived from the fairy flower petals with all his strength. Boom! The two fought fiercely, and the battle was almost heated. Lu Feng began to think about how to defeat the enemy. The immortal art's flower blossom world has infinite evolution, and it is not limited to one thing. It should exert its due power. The supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree is only the most powerful existence Lu Feng has ever seen. It is more of an imitation and strengthening of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling in the Kingmu Futi. It has only the shape, and it does not even imitate the charm of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree in the botanical garden. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Lu Feng changed his mind. The petals that fell from his hand no longer evolved into a supergiant tender ancient tree, but evolved into various scenes and things in the Kingmu Futi. The 5 elements array, the sun furnace, the Kingmu continent, the deep starry sky, tens of thousands of Dharma immortals, and even the Kingmu Futi itself. These things in Lu Feng's body were the most familiar to him. At this time, they were derived from the world of flowers, as if they were exactly the same as these scenes and things themselves, real and appropriate. At this time, Lu Feng was alone here, and it seemed that the entire Kingmu Futi appeared in the blood god Tongshan Tower, gathering the power of the entire Kingmu Futi and launching the most violent attack on the man with purple scales. While attacking, Lu Feng seemed to have realized something, and his eyes became brighter. Between the opening and closing of the petals of the fairy flower in his hand, a world appeared in the heart of the flower, which was the Kingmu Futi. In the Kingmu Futi, the land and starry sky, the giant trees supporting the sky, and tens of thousands of Dharma-like immortals appeared faintly. All the power in the blessed land gathered in this fairy flower, with infinite power and earth-shaking, enough to make the man with purple scales temporarily avoid the edge. How can it be so powerful? The purple-scaled man frowned for the first time after the battle. He was originally resisting the attack of all things derived from the petals of Lu Feng's fairy flower, and he still felt that he had more than enough. But now that the fairy flower has changed, the pressure has increased tenfold, and the infinite purple light around him has a tendency to dim at this moment. Forbidden Claw. Swish. The purple-scaled man immediately used his strongest solar secret method. The purple light in the sky rolled back and turned into a pair of purple claws on his hands. With a slight swing, the countless petal-derived scenes that attacked him were wiped out into nothingness, and the void trembled. Is this the true strength of a solar wizard? It is said that after becoming a solar wizard, their body and soul, as well as the space in their body, are like the scorching sun. The countless laws comprehended in the morning star and moonlight stages have been perfected, transformed into the most fundamental power and integrated into their body flesh and blood and the plane space in their body. Every move of the sun-shining wizard was like the embodiment of the lore returning to the world. Ordinary people would feel as if they were staring at the sun, and if they looked at him for a few more times, their eyes would be burned by the sun and they would no longer be able to see anything. When they reached the sun-shining wizard stage, this existence like the sun began to breed terrifying sun-shining secrets in their souls. At this time, Lu Feng recognized the origin of the forbidden claw used by the purple-scaled man. This terrifying power made Lu Feng frown. The purple-scaled man pushed the forbidden claw to the extreme, flashed his body, and killed the thousands of green wood blessed lands derived from the fairy flower petals, and dissipated them. In an instant, he approached Lu Feng, and the purple forbidden claws grabbed out, faintly shaking the void. A terrifying force of obliteration descended on the fairy flower in Lu Feng's hand, and immediately knocked down countless petals of the fairy flower. How can it be that easy? Lu Feng roared in a low voice, "Don't underestimate my immortal art that I created with great difficulty. Come on, let me see how powerful you are." As Lu Feng retreated at a high speed, he grabbed the immortal flower and slapped it into his chest. His body suddenly expanded in the void. There were crisp sounds, and Lu Feng's body seemed to be crystallized. It became crystal clear in an instant. Through his skin, it seemed that the scene of Kingmu Futi in his body could be seen. At this moment, Lu Feng seemed not to be a person, but Kingmu Futi was distorted and transformed into Lu Feng's appearance. His skin was the tough plain barrier of Kingmu Futi, his bones were the seedlings of the energy-absorbing ancient tree, his flesh and blood were the Kingmu continent, his acupoints and meridians were the starry sky outside the continent, and his blood was the billions of lives and countless strong men in Kingmu Futi. This punches the power of the world. I want to see if you, a son, can take it. The terrifying power surged in his body. Lu Feng's hair and beard fluttered, his eyes were bright, and he looked like a madman. He clenched his fists and attacked the purple-scaled man who used the forbidden claws in a simple and unpretentious manner. Boom boom boom. Chapter 391, Transformed into a Blessed Land. Boom boom boom. Lu Feng's fist collided with the claw of the purple-scale armored man in a simple and rough manner. The moment the forbidden claw was swung out, the purple-scale armored man's hands seemed to erupt like solar flares, with an irresistible sense of destruction, attacking Lu Feng, as if to erase Lu Feng's existence in the void of the blood god Tongshan Tower. The forbidden claw pulled out a brilliant light of destruction, and instantly crossed Lu Feng's body, scratching Lu Feng's crystal-clear body with a creaking sound, like a fingernail scratching glass, harsh and annoying. Chi. Lu Feng's body faced the forbidden claw directly, and was chopped hundreds of kilometers away, and hit the surface of the blood god Tongshan Tower space heavily. The surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the forbidden claw, leaving traces of scratches. The purple scale armored man floating in the air changed his face the moment he chopped Lu Feng away. This claw is good, but your attack power is still a little lacking. A faint voice came. The eyes of the man with purple scales shrank suddenly. Lu Feng, who was chopped to the ground in the distance, patted his butt and stood up. On his crystal-clear body, the wounds left by the two forbidden claws were only 1 finger deep, and they could not break Lu Feng's skin, and the 2 wounds were still recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. While he was talking, the scars on Lu Feng's body had recovered as before. After using the final secret of the fairy art of the world of flower blossoms, Lu Feng was no longer a human being. Now he has completely merged with King Mufudi. The enemy of the man with purple scales is no longer the flesh and blood body of the Morning Star Wizard, but a huge King Mufudi, which is now about the size of 2 small different planes. Although the sun-shining wizard is powerful and can easily destroy all the creatures in a small different plane, they do not have the power to completely destroy a small plane with their attacks. The size difference between a solar wizard and an alien plane is insurmountable. This claw is good. After enduring your blow, I really understand my trump card. It's worth it. Lu Feng's eyes glowed, and at the same time, his figure flashed, and he threw a punch, like the sun falling, emitting thousands of lights. The power of the punch made the surrounding space tremble faintly. Flower blooming world, blazing sun divine fist. Boom. This is the strongest punch that Lu Feng derived from the power of King Mufudi. During the flight, it even triggered the surrounding void space. The scorching sun power burned the space and distorted it, carrying the pressure of the entire void space. Even the ripples of space distortion can be seen with the naked eye. This punch instantly reached the front of the purple scale armored man. Under the pressure of the space, the purple scale armored man flashed a trace of horror in his eyes, and roared with a ferocious face, "Space, you actually touched the space power above the solar wizard." At the same time, he also vigorously waved his forbidden claw that destroyed everything. But Lu Feng's blazing sun fist was too overbearing. Facing the pressure of stirring space, the power of the purple scale armor man's forbidden claws was affected. Puff. The fist was like the sun descending crush past, directly crushing the purple scale armor man's forbidden claws, and then smashing into his chest covered with purple scale armor. The terrifying power of the blazing sun and the distortion of space erupted in the purple scale armor man's chest. Die? Lu Feng smiled cruelly. Boom. Suddenly, the terrifying power that rushed into the purple scale armor man's body burst out in his body, burning and destroying. The defense that lost the control of the purple scale armor man was obviously greatly reduced. Puff puff puff. The power of the sun and the power of space stirred the purple scale armor man into pieces, blood flying, and red and gold blood scattered everywhere in space. The blood of the sun-shining wizard-level strongman has undergone earth-shattering changes in its flesh and blood essence after repeated evolution of life levels. If it is obtained by Immortal, a drop of blood can create a third-level strongman. The body of the purple-scaled man slowly dissipated in Lu Feng's hands. Crack! Crack! As soon as the purple-scaled man died, the crystal clearness on Lu Feng's body quickly faded away. Bang! 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 Bursts of explosions rang out from Lu Feng's body. His strong and tough body, which had been tempered by the power of King Mufudi and many laws, suddenly cracked open. Streams of red blood spurted out from the wounds, instantly turning Lu Feng into a bloody man. Cough, cough, cough. The burden of transforming into a blessed land on the flesh is really too heavy. My morning star level body is really not qualified. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Feng laughed with a mouthful of blood. Just this thorough fusion with King Mufudi made Lu Feng's body unable to bear it, and it collapsed by 70 to 80%. If it weren't for the endless vitality in King Mufudi merging into his broken body and repairing his injuries, Lu Feng felt that if he could hold on for a few more seconds, he might die in the hands of his own immortal art. However, for Lu Feng, this desperate effort was completely worth it. The purple scale armored man died completely, and his body fragments slowly melted, turning into drops of red liquid that slowly gathered in the middle of the 21st floor of the void, gathering into a ball of blood with a hint of red and gold. At this time, Lu Feng's familiar voice was also heard in the distance of the surrounding void. Congratulations, you have passed the 21st floor. Do you want to enter the next floor? No. Lu Feng refused directly. He is now seriously injured. If he goes to the 22nd floor, he is probably going to the toilet with a lantern, looking for death. Recovering from his injuries, Lu Feng was just about to walk out of the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower, when the entire Blood God Tongshan trembled slightly. Outside the Blood God Tongshan Tower, the entire Blood God Tongshan Tower was glowing red, and at the same time, a familiar bell sounded. Dang dang dang. These loud bell sounds, like a sledgehammer, smashed hard into the heart of the Morning Star Wizard in front of the Tongshan Monument outside the Blood God Tongshan Tower. Lester, did you really make it to the 21st floor? Is that true? Wizard Leia rubbed her eyes in disbelief, stretched out her hand and pinched her thigh, and Alicia next to her screamed out. What are you doing? Why are you pinching me? Seeing her good friend in great pain, Wizard Leia finally believed what she saw. Although she knew that Lu Feng had been in seclusion for a long time and had a lot of cards up his sleeve, she saw with her own eyes that Lu Feng's name on the Tongshan Monument moved forward one place, widening the gap with other Morning Star Wizards and being listed alongside the Blade of Judgment. This dreamlike feeling was simply hard to control. Not only Wizard Leia, but also Alicia and Melia beside her were cheering for Lu Feng's success in climbing the tower. Wizard Rest is really a handsome man, Leia. Whether you want to pursue him or not, I am moved now that I have witnessed his talent. Alicia suddenly leaned towards Leia, covered her delicate red lips and chuckled, her beautiful eyes shining with a different kind of brilliance. Hearing Alicia's words, Wizard Leia's heart jumped, and she argued in a panic, "No way, we are just friends at this point." Wizard Leia's voice became smaller and smaller under Alicia's gaze, and she became less and less confident. A strange atmosphere seemed to have arisen between the two. However, the Morning Star Wizards around were still discussing Lu Feng's feat today. From now on, Lu Feng's name will be maintained at the same level as Blade of Judgment, and will be recited by countless people and forever engraved in the memory of these Morning Star Wizards until they die. At the same time, Lu Feng will also gain another honor called Genius, and completely move towards a level of wizard civilization. Inside the Blood God Tongshan Tower, Lu Feng stood in the void, and the faces of 3 Sun Glory wizards, including Wizard Hongye, appeared in front of him. Just like the last time he met the Blade of Judgment, Wizard Hongye introduced the significance of the existence of the blood trial world to Lu Feng in detail, and also told Lu Feng about the glory and benefits he had gained after passing the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower. All the resources that were enough to cultivate to the 6th level, and the right to live in the Eternal City for 1 year. After hearing these benefits, Lu Feng finally understood the significance of the existence of the Blood God Tongshan Tower. For Lu Feng, he knew too little about the Eternal City, and the right to live in the Eternal City for 1 year was extremely precious, but he couldn't say how precious it was. Period. However, all the resources that were enough to repair to the 6th level and above would be of great help to Lu Feng. The resources needed to cultivate the Kingmu Futi were originally a bottomless pit. Even with the help of many subordinates, Lu Feng had been under a lot of pressure. Otherwise, when he arrived at the blood trial world, there was no need to set up a troublesome city alliance like a beggar who had never seen resources, and take all the resources of the blood trial world. In order to maintain Kingmu Futi, Lu Feng really paid a lot. However, after he broke through the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower and obtained this real benefit, Lu Feng wanted to tell Wizard Hongye right now, and then let her take him to the treasure house of wizard civilization, so that Kingmu Futi could open his stomach, eat hard, digest hard, and grow hard. However, the rationality of Lu Feng's brain still made him reject the proposal of Wizard Hongye to pull him away, but planned to stay in the blood trial world and fight again in the Blood God Tongshan Tower in the last 3 months. The Blade of Judgment broke through the 21st floor of the Blood God Tongshan Tower a few years ago, but he is still in the blood trial world, constantly climbing up the tower, trying to go further. Obviously, in the eyes of the Blade of Judgment, the resources of cultivating to the 6th level and above are far less valuable than the 1-month or 2-month residence qualification in the Eternal Mark City. Since the Blade of Judgment dares to fight, Lu Feng said that he also wants to give it a try. Moreover, Lu Feng feels that the power of his Flower World fairy art can still hit 1 or 2 levels of the Blood God Babel Tower, so he should give it a try. After bidding farewell to the 3 sun-shining wizards of Hongye Wizard, Lu Feng walked out of the Blood God Babel Tower, and under the siege of the 3 female wizards of Leia Wizard, he returned to her witchcraft palace to recuperate. But inexplicably, Lu Feng noticed that the eyes of the wizards Hongye and Alicia looked at him a little strangely. That look was exactly the same as the eyes of Elio and Nicholas looking at him. Could it be that these two female wizards, after witnessing me passing the 21st level, fell in love with me and secretly fell in love with me? Lu Feng is also experienced and knowledgeable, and feels that he should be almost right. However, Lu Feng did not intend to provoke them. They were all elite Morning Star wizards with Sunlight Wizard as their master. They had a long lineage and a strong family. Being with them would only cause a lot of trouble. He could not let them enter the Kingmu Blessed Land like Elio, Licorice and others. Lu Feng calmly returned to the Witch Palace to heal his wounds and regulate his breathing. He refused the celebration banquet prepared by the three women of Leia Wizard, saying that he wanted to seize the time to rush through a few more floors. This accident surprised Leia Wizard and Alicia, but when they thought of the unstable aura on Lu Feng, they were relieved. Now that Rest has been named a genius, he may go to the Eternal City as soon as he leaves the bloody trial land. Will we have the chance to meet him again then? Miria's sudden words froze Leia Wizard and Alicia, who were still looking forward to a good reunion with Rest after the trial. Eternal City also has her living limit. Rest can only live there for 1 year now, and 1 year is not long. The beautiful eyes of the wizard Leia were a little dim. Alicia supported her chin and thought for a while, and made a bold decision in her heart. Time passed, and it was night in a blink of an eye. Lu Feng sat in his room, and a lot of vitality surged from the Kingmu Fury in his body, flowing through his flesh and blood spirit, repairing the sequelae of his forced use of the strongest transformation of the fairy flower world. Turning the flesh and blood body into a world and carrying the Kingmu Fury is too much of a burden for Lu Feng's current Morning Star level body. According to Lu Feng's estimation, he can only use this strongest state for 10 breaths at most. If it exceeds this time, 1 more breath will bring him closer to death. If it exceeds 20 breaths, his body will be completely shattered in the process of carrying the Kingmu Fury and dissipated between heaven and earth. At that time, his spirit may still be able to rely on the Kingmu Fury to exist, but after that, he will never be a human being. This kind of consequence is something Lu Feng absolutely does not want to see. Lu Feng continued to recuperate until late at night, then he exhaled lightly and opened his eyes. While he was busy, his physical injuries had recovered almost completely. In another 7 or 8 hours, he would be fully recovered. Then, he could climb the Blood God Babel Tower again and see the scenery on the 22nd floor of the Blood God Babel Tower. However, at this moment, Lu Feng suddenly frowned, looked at the door of the room, and said, "Alicia, it's so late, do you have anything else to talk to me about? The door is not locked, just come in. Rester, how is your injury? I can't sleep tonight, so I want to have a drink with you." As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, the door of his room was pushed open by Alicia. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Hello, I am the Blade of Judgment. At this moment, the moon was bright outside, and it was a beautiful day. There was only one man and one woman in the house, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Alicia had dressed up specially tonight, wearing a noble and gorgeous pink and white cheongsam, with long smooth hair hanging down to her waist, dotted with pink gemstone hair accessories, and light makeup on her pretty face, with a soft makeup that was dignified and charming. Holding 2 bottles of crystal clear wine, Alicia leaned against the door frame. Her pair of pink beautiful eyes seemed to be immersed in water, staring at Lu Feng closely, and there seemed to be a flame rising in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Hiss. This is someone who is not friendly. Lu Feng was secretly shocked. Usually, he didn't think about other things when he lived with Leia, Alicia and others, but now in this special atmosphere, Alicia dressed up carefully. Even though Lu Feng had seen countless flowers, he couldn't help but be a little surprised by Alicia. He had only met low-level wizards before, and the most interesting ones were only 4th-level strongmen like Elio and Licorice. But now Alicia is not only a late-stage Morning Star wizard, but also an elite Morning Star wizard in the wizard civilization. Strong strength and talent not only bring Alicia power, but also her stunning appearance and temperament. Under Lu Feng's increasingly fiery gaze, Alicia walked into Lu Feng's room and closed the door. After pretending to check Lu Feng's injuries, Alicia opened the fine wine she brought. These are 2 bottles of specialty products of the prosperous tower of the Botanical Garden. They are made from the essence of thousands of flowers and plants, brewed through thousands of complicated procedures, and need to be cellared for 100 years before they can be consumed. They are called prosperous flowers. They are extremely precious. After drinking, they can cleanse the soul and purify the spirit, which has a significant effect on Morning Star wizards. In the name of celebrating Lu Feng's success, Lu Feng and Alicia had a few glasses of wine and flowers. After a few glasses of wine, Lu Feng hadn't tasted much of the flowers, and Alicia, who was standing beside him, was drunk, her pretty face flushed, and she was about to fall. Lu Feng was quick-witted, and just as he was about to reach out to touch her, Alicia fell into his arms. The drunkard's intention was not to drink, but to enjoy the mountains and rivers. So, boys should protect themselves when they are outside, because there are always some little goblins who like to take the initiative. Dry wood and fire, a little ignition. The atmosphere in the room gradually became heated. On the other side, the wizard Leia, who was in her room, was suddenly stunned. As if she sensed something, she punched the table in front of her with a red face. A table made of hard ancient wood broke into pieces. The wizard Leia gnashed her teeth and roared, "Alicia, I thought you were my best friend, but I didn't expect you to sneak attack my old friend." This witchcraft palace is the witchcraft secret treasure of the wizard Leia. She has a good control over the entire witchcraft palace. What happened in each room of the palace, as long as the wizard Leia wants to know, nothing can escape her eyes. Today, Lu Feng successfully passed the 21st floor, and his heroic figure has been deeply imprinted in the wizard Leia's heart. In addition, Alicia's remarks in front of the Tongshan monument at that time made the wizard Leia feel a sense of crisis. At night, she subconsciously looked at what Alicia was doing, wanting to know herself and the enemy. As a result, Leia did not find Alicia in Alicia's room. She searched all the way and saw Alicia enter Lu Feng's room in a coquettish manner, and then ate chicken behind her back. Seeing such a scene, Leia felt as if her head exploded. She rushed out of the room angrily and rushed to the room where Lu Feng was. However, as she got closer and closer to Lu Feng's room, the anger in Leia's heart slowly dissipated, and her mind gradually calmed down. Now rushing over to disturb the good things of the two, what identity should she have? Lu Feng and her are just friends. She is not even as close to Lu Feng as Alicia now. Exclamation mark. Woo. Thinking of this, Leia's heart gradually became cold, but before she knew it, her footsteps had stopped outside Lu Feng's room. Through a door, the screams in the room came into her ears, causing Leia's face to change slightly. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw the door of the room was blown open by a gust of wind. The blushing scene inside directly broke into the beautiful eyes of the wizard Leia, making her eyes widen and her mouth dry. After practicing all the way to now, the wizard Leia has become a famous Morning Star wizard, but it is the first time for her to face a wine-tasting party of two people at such a close distance. I seem to have come at the wrong time. You two continue to drink, I'm leaving first. After looking at Alicia, who was drunk, Leia's mind went blank. The smell of the flower wine soaked into her nose and the wine entered her brain. She didn't know what she was saying. No, Leia, you came at the right time. It's just right for you to have a glass too. The taste of the fine wine bloomed in her mouth. Alicia heard Leia's sophistry, smiled ghostly, stretched out her jade hand and gently pulled Leia at the door into her arms, and poured a glass of flower wine into Leia's mouth. Lu Feng saw everything in the room. He was aware of Leia's peeping in Alicia's little movements. Knowing that Leia had become addicted to the taste of the flower wine, Lu Feng immediately smiled, picked up the bottle, and filled Leia's glass. There was no conversation all night, and the wine tasting ended in the morning of the next day. Alicia and Leia left in a hurry. Last night's wine tasting was too magical and mysterious, and the flower wine was a bit intoxicating. After sobering up, the two women were a little shy and embarrassed to face Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't care. He had seen more joyful drinking competitions than this. It was just that it was the first time to compete with a female wizard in the Morning Star realm. It was a novelty and pleasure. Goddess, female demon, female wizard. They all have different alcohol tolerance. After retreating for a long time, Lu Feng was always nervous when he tried the 21st floor of the Blood God Tower of Babel. Now that he has accomplished his mission, it is just what he wants to do to relax with his good friends after drinking some wine. After savoring the wine, Lu Feng continued to heal his wounds and prepare for the next tower climb. By the time of dinner in the evening, The injuries he suffered in the battle on the 21st floor of the Blood God Tower of Babel had healed. He felt refreshed and his physical fitness had also improved a little. Destruction, repair, and strength are the mysteries of training. After using the ultimate mystery of the flower world to transform into a blessed land, Lu Feng's understanding was deeper. After eating, Lu Feng met the three women of Leia Wizard again. At the dinner table, Leia Wizard and Alicia were a little dull, and every time they looked at Lu Feng, their eyes were a little evasive, which made Melia, who was sitting opposite them, look confused. She always felt that there was some secret between the three men and two women that she didn't know, which was very strange. But Leia and Alicia didn't say it, and Melia was kept in the dark. After eating and drinking, Lu Feng left in a leisurely manner. Before leaving, he did not forget to quietly leave a voice for Leia and Alicia that only they could hear. "I caught a dragon that can do backflips yesterday. Do you want to come and see it tonight?" Upon hearing this, Leia and Alicia both trembled, their hands stopped eating, and a slight blush appeared on their pretty faces at the same time. Melia, who had been paying attention to the two women, saw this scene and became even more curious. A fire of gossip was burning in her heart. "I'm full, Melia, clean up here." Not long after Lu Feng left, Leia ate a few more bites and left in a hurry. When Alicia saw Leia leave, the corners of her mouth also curled up slightly, revealing an indescribable weird smile. "I'm full too. I'll leave first." Alicia glanced at the stairs where Leia disappeared, finished the food in front of her, and left in a hurry. "I want to see what you are up to." Looking at the three people with hidden secrets, Melia's eyes flashed with curiosity. After waiting for a while, she also quietly touched up. There was no conversation all night, and Lu Feng was very happy. However, the drinking party in the room quickly changed from a two-person party to a three-person party. In the end, it ended with a mahjong game, which was outrageous. The next morning, Lu Feng got up from the gentle country and ran to the Blood God Tongshan Tower to test the ingredients of the boss guard in the 22nd floor. The enemy this time was a star beast at the level of a sun-shining wizard, named the Nine-Headed Demon Dragon, with fierce strength. He actually comprehended two sun-shining wizard-level origin secrets, which was better than the purple scale-armored man who fought on the previous floor of Lu Feng. Lu Feng used the secret method of transforming into a blessed land again, and persisted in the technique for 20 breaths under the violent attack of the Nine-Headed Demon Dragon. He fought to the death with the Nine-Headed Demon Dragon, but in the end he was one step behind and lost. Dragging his wounded body back to the witchcraft palace of Leia Wizard, Lu Feng healed his wounds while enjoying the care of the three women, and his life was very carefree. Since the relationship with the three women completed the breakthrough from 0 to 1, the three women have tasted the sweetness, and Lu Feng is also happy. However, in addition to enjoying himself, Lu Feng did not forget to climb the Blood God Babel Tower. Fight once, heal for 2 days, rest and summarize for 1 day, 3 days in a cycle. Lu Feng did not forget his original intention and carried out high-intensity tower climbing. As time passed, the blood trial world gradually ushered in the deadline for the end. The Morning Star wizards outside the Blood God Babel Tower adjusted their mentality one by one, gritted their teeth and entered the Blood God Babel Tower, making the final sprint. Leia, Alicia, Melia, the three women, under Lu Feng's guidance, although their strength has improved and climbed one more floor, they are still shaky from the 21st floor. Lu Feng can't force this. Everyone's talent and aptitude are limited, and it takes time to accumulate their talents to turn them into real combat power. The time of the blood trial is too short, and it is impossible to reach the sky in one step. Not every Morning Star wizard has the opportunity and talent like Lu Feng. The Blood God Babel can only climb to the current height, and it can no longer make progress. Although the three female wizards Leia are a little unwilling, they also accept the fact calmly. They are all elite Morning Star wizards, with great ambitions, but they also have the mentality to face failure calmly. A blood trial is not the whole of their wizard career. They still have a long way to go. A mere setback cannot stop their determination to move forward. Moreover, their trip to the blood trial is not without gains. At least they have a deep bond with Lu Feng. This relationship may be enough to let them see a beautiful future that other elite Morning Star wizards cannot see. Sometimes, hugging a thick thigh is also a great opportunity in a wizard's career. The last day, in the Blood God Babel, the 23rd floor, Lu Feng's body turned into a blessed land, his flesh and blood were crystal clear, and his aura was fierce. But at this moment, He was still being held tightly by a superior true god in front of him. 3 combat secrets from the origin changed the world, interweaving with terrifying Tao and reason, destroying the void, and the world was dark. In this terrifying attack, Lu Feng only lasted for a breath before his ultimate form of turning into a blessed land was broken, and he reluctantly withdrew from the 23rd floor of the Blood God Babel Tower. Alice, each level is a hurdle, and each hurdle is a world. When you reach the level of Sun Shining Wizard, the gap between each level is really big. Lu Feng, who was seriously injured, walked out of the Blood God Babel Tower, with blood oozing from his mouth, looking miserable, and muttered unwillingly. The 3 Leia wizards who were waiting on the side hurriedly stepped forward to support the seriously injured Lu Feng, and at the same time activated the secret method of healing to help Lu Feng relieve his injuries. The 3 Leia wizards cared about Lu Feng together. Seeing Lu Feng enjoying the blessing of having many people, the Morning Star wizards near the Blood God Babel Tower were envious. All the Morning Star wizards who came here are the proud sons and daughters of heaven, and everyone has their own pride in their hearts. As a Morning Star wizard, why is Lu Feng so outstanding? He was able to conquer 3 Morning Star female wizards of the same level. Is it because he has passed the 21st floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel? Oh no, now he has passed the 22nd floor. When other Morning Star wizards were still stopping at the 10th and 20th floors, Lu Feng was already on par with geniuses like the Blade of Judgment. Thinking of this, Lu Feng's blessing of having 2 wives may be acceptable. While other Morning Star wizards envied Lu Feng, there was a Morning Star wizard named Lazy in the crowd who lowered his head unwillingly, fearing that Lu Feng would feel his hatred. Thinking of his beloved goddess Alicia being held in Lu Feng's arms and pressed under him, Lazy's clenched fists had nails pierced into the flesh of his palms, and the bright red blood flowed from his fingertips. Alicia, I hope you are happy. Rest, be gentle. Melia, who was beside Lu Feng, suddenly saw Lazy in the crowd, and a trace of mocking smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. Alicia, that person looks like a dog. Who? It seems to be the licking dog named Lazy. You know what? It really looks like him. Alicia smiled and just took a look, without lingering her eyes on the wizard Lazy. Compared with the Lu Feng in her mind, the licking dog Lazy who stuck to her was just a firefly under the scorching sun, a passerby who could hardly leave a trace in her memory. Let's go back. There's still half a day, and the bloody trial will end. Let's go back and rest and wait for the return. Alicia and Melia's conversation did not avoid Lu Feng, and Lu Feng didn't care about it. He had never met the licking dog, and he had already failed. What qualifications did he have to care about him? Hugging the 3 women, Lu Feng prepared to leave. But at this moment, a black-clad Morning Star wizard carrying a broken sword and with messy black hair covering one eye stopped Lu Feng, who was about to return, and a cold voice reached Lu Feng's ears. Your arrest. Meet me, the Blade of Judgment. Chapter 393, End of Blood Trial, Return. Chapter 388, End of Bloody Trial, Return. The repetition of this chapter has been modified. Readers who have subscribed can refresh and read it. Your arrest. Meet me, the Blade of Judgment. A cold voice came, and Lu Feng and the 3 female wizards Leia looked at the legendary figure Blade of Judgment in front of them. The name of the Blade of Judgment is well known. Every Morning Star wizard in this bloody trial world has the name of Blade of Judgment in mind. Even Lu Feng and the 3 female wizards Leia are curious about Blade of Judgment. They all want to see the style of Blade of Judgment. After all, the Blade of Judgment is ahead of the 3,000 Morning Star wizards, leaving everyone behind firmly, and can only look at his back from a distance. The current Blade of Judgment has already passed the 25th floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel, which is 2 floors higher than Lu Feng. Converted to the level of the Sunlight Wizard, the current Blade of Judgment can rely on the power of the Morning Star Wizard to fight against the Sunlight Wizard, who has condensed 5 Sunlight origin secrets in the middle stage. Although Lu Feng has reached the 22nd floor, he feels that he is still not enough in front of the Blade of Judgment's combat power. The gap between each level of the Sunlight Wizard realm is too huge to be measured by common sense. One step is a step ahead of the world, and one step is far ahead. The Blade of Judgment can also be regarded as a tower-climbing maniac of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. Since the appearance of the Blood God Babel, the Morning Star wizards outside the tower have hardly seen the Blade of Judgment. This time, it is also the first time that the Blade of Judgment has appeared before other Morning Star wizards. The eyes of 3,000 Morning Star wizards gathered and lingered on Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment. They all wanted to see the best of the two top geniuses and strong men. They also wanted to see what kind of sparks would collide between the first meeting between the first and second geniuses in the blood trial world. Would they live in peace and communicate in a friendly manner, or would they confront each other and draw their swords? Among the Morning Star Wizards outside the Blood God's Tower of Babel, some Morning Star Wizards even watched the excitement and did not mind the big deal. They wished that the two would fight and fight to the death. Hello, I'm Rest. There are a lot of people here. I happen to have a palace nearby. Come to my house and sit down and get to know each other. The complicated eyes around gathered, and Lu Feng frowned slightly. He didn't like to communicate with others in such a public place. After introducing himself, Lu Feng proposed. The cold-tempered Blade of Judgment nodded and did not refuse. He was not used to such occasions. The opinions were unified. Lu Feng hugged Leia and the other two girls, and the Blade of Conviction followed them. The four of them left from the Blood God's Tower of Babel in a flash. Seeing them leave, the Morning Star Wizards who were watching the excitement under the Blood God's Tower of Babel sighed. What a good fun, but they can't watch it anymore. What a pity. However, these Morning Star Wizards soon recovered their mentality and dispersed, doing whatever they had to do. Climbing the tower, chatting, drinking, and exchanging ideas were all included. A moment later, in the hall of the Wizard Leia's Witchcraft Palace, Lu Feng and the Blade of Conviction sat opposite each other at a round table. Melia intimately presented her carefully prepared snacks and tea, and then quietly left, leaving the hall to Lu Feng and the Blade of Conviction. Melia had a deep attainment in the art of witchcraft cooking, and the materials she used were all precious things used in the Morning Star Wizard stage. The three daughters of the Leia Wizard have great power behind them, and they all have good family backgrounds. There are many good things in their internal planes, so they don't have to worry about food and drink. In a sense, Lu Feng has been living in the Leia Wizard's Witchcraft Palace for these years, and it can be said that he is eating soft rice. Now, the relationship between the few people is close. Leia and the others don't care about these little things, and Lu Feng can eat with peace of mind. However, when Lu Feng saw the Blade of Judgment opposite, his mouth corners still pulled uncontrollably. The cold-tempered Blade of Judgment was picking up the snacks and tea on the table without any image at this time, eating them fiercely, looking like a starving ghost, and he was completely different from the cold and arrogant appearance in front of people just now. What is this? The cold and arrogant genius wizard is actually a glutton? Is this a contrast? Lu Feng wanted to vomit in his heart, but seeing the Blade of Judgment wolfing down, as if he hadn't eaten for many days, Lu Feng didn't say much. Being able to eat is not a sin. He has no shortage of food for the Blade of Judgment. Eat as much as you can. Lu Feng secretly contacted Miria and asked her to help prepare more delicious food for the Blade of Judgment. To this end, the Wizard Leia and the others had no objection and helped Miria cook witchcraft food together. After the delicious food was served, the Blade of Judgment ate some, with the food in his mouth and eyes full of gratitude, humming, thank you, you are good people. I have been in the tower to challenge the level, and I have never eaten anything good. Now I can finally eat enough. Thank you so much. The image of the Blade of Judgment tower climbing maniac who forgot to eat and sleep flashed in the minds of Lu Feng and the other four. Lu Feng and the others smiled at each other. Sure enough, the Blade of Judgment can achieve the current achievements not only because of his talent and understanding, but also because he has put in more hard work and sweat than others. Compared with the Blade of Judgment, Lu Feng's efforts are a little less. A huge amount of delicious food was served to the table by the Wizard Leia. The Blade of Conviction ate and drank crazily, praising Leia and her cooking skills all the time, and even licked the oil off the dishes. As the chefs who cooked the food, Leia and her friends were a little tired, but this way of eating and praising was the greatest recognition of their cooking skills. The three women worked together to prepare a luxurious banquet of 600 dishes. The Blade of Conviction ate 9/10 of it in one breath. Lu Feng and Leia and her friends tasted a little and then stopped eating. They often eat at banquets and are not greedy or hungry at all. I'm so full and it feels so comfortable to eat. After eating and drinking, the Blade of Conviction wiped his mouth and returned to his aloof state, speaking in a cold and quiet manner. However, Lu Feng and his friends still felt the kindness from the Blade of Conviction from his tone of voice. After a brief chat, Lu Feng and his friends got to know more about Blade of Judgment, and they became more familiar with each other. Blade of Judgment seemed to be carrying something heavy on his back, and was very keen on improving his strength. In the blood trial world, he almost always practiced hard. After the Blood God's Tower of Babel came, he rushed into the tower and rushed into the tower. Until today, the last day of the blood trial, Blade of Judgment finally walked out of the Blood God's Tower of Babel, and happened to meet Lu Feng in front of the tower. Although he rarely left the tower, he also knew what happened when Lu Feng broke through the 21st floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel that day. Just by chance, Blade of Judgment was just about to make friends with Lu Feng. Blade of Judgment was not willing to communicate with everyone, and ordinary Morning Star wizards were not in his eyes at all. But today, as soon as he came out of the Blood God's Tower of Babel, he saw Lu Feng's extraordinariness. According to the Blade of Judgment, he felt a very special feeling and felt that Lu Feng would be a good friend. This strange feeling made Lu Feng and the other four confused. However, Lu Feng also heard that many wizards are born with a special intuition that can seek benefits and avoid harm, and turn danger into good fortune. The Blade of Judgment probably has this talent. After a period of chatting, Lu Feng also determined that the Blade of Judgment is a friend worth associating with. Not to mention his extraordinary wizard talent, his straightforward personality is worth Lu Feng's friendship with him. We can help each other when we go to Eternal Mark City in the future. After having enough wine and food and chatting happily, Lu Feng and the others forged a good friendship with the Blade of Judgment. While they were happily chatting, the grand event of the blood trial also came to an end. All the natives in the blood trial world, as well as the Morning Star wizard near the Blood God's Babel Tower, looked up at the sky with a sense of something, and the figure of Wizard Hongye emerged in the clear blue sky. Be prepared. The return ceremony will begin in 30 minutes. Don't resist. The guiding beam will guide you out of the blood trial and back to the secret realm of demonic blood. The voice of the Wizard Hongye reached everyone's ears, making the final summary of the blood trial. The Morning Star wizards began to pack up their things and prepare to return. The secret treasure of the witchcraft palace that the wizard Leia put down has been put away. Lu Feng stood in the air and looked at the blood god Babel in the distance. Thinking of his achievements in the past 10 years, his face was full of smiles. His subordinates Elio and others took over the 10 regions of the blood trial world, almost plundering most of the resources and population in the 10 regions. A large number of 4th-level strongmen helped him comprehend the laws and cultivate King Mufuti, which gave him the power to pass through the 22nd floor of the blood god Babel. At this time, in the 10 regions of the blood trial world, the cities had already become a piece of white land. A few days ago, Lu Feng told Elio and others to start preparing to leave the blood trial world. As a good wizard who cherishes resources, Lu Feng naturally did not want to leave any resources for this bloody trial land. All the people and creatures in the city were resettled in King Mufuti, all the resource points in the wild were excavated destructively. Even those cities, Lu Feng's men did not let go of any of them. The bricks used to build the city and the energy channels of the bloody source, as long as there was anything useful, were moved into King Mufuti by Lu Feng's men. With the current size of King Mufuti, it can swallow all the population and resources in the 10 major regions of the bloody trial world. Although it is a bit crowded, the space can be squeezed, and it will not squeeze the population and resources. When Lu Feng leaves the bloody trial world and gets the reward for the 22nd level of the bloody trial, King Mufuti will be able to expand the space again, enough for the creatures inside to live a happy and fulfilling life. At this time, everything was packed up, and Lu Feng and his men were just waiting. Half an hour later, 3,000 dazzling stars shone in the sky, and then rays of light fell, covering all the 3,000 Morning Star wizards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light was recovered, and Lu Feng and the other 3,000 Morning Star wizards also left the blood trial world with a recovered light. After the light of the 3,000 stars dissipated, the blood god Tongshan tower that connected the sky and the earth also slowly disappeared into the void, as if such a large tower did not exist. In the 9 days, there were 9 more majestic wills communicating with each other. It's really disgusting, those little wizards have finally left, the smell of wizards makes me sick. Those disgusting things are finally gone, that's great. After the communication, another huge will discovered the 10 regions of white land and roared. Hey, shit. Where did the population of the cities in the 10 domains go? Where are all my people? It seems that a Morning Star wizard kid put them all into the plane space in his body and took them away. Calculating the time, they should have left this world now. Yes, it seems to be the wizard named Rest. He also passed the 22nd floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. Ah, Rest, don't let me see you again, or I will kill you. Be careful with your words. Which morning star wizard who can pass the 22nd floor of the blood god's Tower of Babel is not a genius that the wizard civilization focuses on? If you want to die, don't drag us with you. It's just some people who moved down from the ninth heaven and reproduced for a few hundred years. One after another persuasion made the huge will that roared have nowhere to vent its anger. Only bursts of rumbling sounds and roars echoed in the void, as if narrating the unwillingness and anger of that huge will. After being in the receiving beam, Feng and his companions returned to the first level of the demon blood secret realm and stood beside the sunlight wizard Hongye and others. Wizard Leia, Alicia, Melia, and the Blade of Judgment were all beside Feng. Suddenly, Feng felt an itch on the tip of his nose, and subconsciously looked towards the depths of the demon blood secret realm, in the direction of the blood trial world. What's wrong? Leia noticed Feng's abnormality and asked with concern. Nothing. I just always feel like something in the blood trial world is talking about me. It's a bit strange. Feng shook his head and put this strange feeling behind him. He has been in the demon blood secret realm for 10 years. Although he has been accompanied by Leia, the three girls, Elio and others, the trial world is not as comfortable as his hometown, Botanical Garden. Suddenly, Feng missed Teacher Tia and others in the Green Tower. I don't know what Teacher Tia has developed the Green Tower into after 10 years. After Feng and the others returned successfully and checked everything to make sure there were no omissions, Wizard Hongye waved her hand and stuffed Feng and the others into her inner plane space. Prepare the resources for the next blood trial. This time is a special case. The blood trial 300 years later is your obligation. Don't forget it. Wizard Hongye looked coldly at the strong men of the Blood Beast clan in the depths of the magic blood secret realm, left a cold word, and turned into a stream of light with the two sun-shining wizards who were traveling with her, and flew out of the magic blood secret realm. Only a group of strong men of the Blood Beast clan were left there, looking at each other in silence, sighing and leaving. The strength of the wizard civilization is simply not something that a small Blood Beast clan, that can only rely on the magic blood secret realm, can resist. This time, they, the Blood Beasts, made a mistake and dared to flirt with the god civilization, the mortal enemy of the wizard civilization. It was a taboo, and all the consequences could only be borne by him. Chapter 394 Heading to Eternal City. Under the prestige of wizard civilization, the Blood Beast clan, which had been beaten once, was very quiet. The sun-shining wizard was very fast. The three wizards Hongye turned into streams of light and flew out of the demon blood secret realm in a moment and returned to the blood cloud platform. After 10 years, they returned to the blood cloud platform. Even the wizard Hongye and others felt that the clouds had been cleared and the sun had been shining. They, the sun-shining wizards, had the support of the big tree of wizard civilization. The Blood Beast clan did not dare to act recklessly. They provided them with delicious food and drinks, but the demon blood secret realm was someone else's territory after all. No matter what, it was not as comfortable as the blood cloud platform they had worked so hard to manage. The blood trial is finally over. The territory of the Blood Beast clan is really not suitable for us. It's been 10 years. Do you know how we have been through these 10 years? Listening to the complaints of his companions, the wizard Hongye smiled. These 10 years were indeed a bit uncomfortable. But now everything is over. What remains is to follow the process of the trial land and deal with some tales. Then they can receive the task rewards and be free and easy. Okay, let's get rid of the remaining things as soon as possible and go get the task rewards. The urging words of the wizard Hongye made the eyes of the two companions beside him light up. They happily talked about how to use the task rewards after they were done with the follow-up. Back at the blood cloud platform, the wizard Hongye released all 3,000 morning star wizards. It was still the tall palace where they left at the beginning. 3,000 morning star wizards and 3 powerful sun-shining wizards were listening to a strange man in green robes speaking in the hall. This man in green robes did not have an outstanding aura, but the 3 sun-shining wizards were respectful and polite to him. Feng and other morning star wizards just looked up at the existence of this man in green robes, and they felt a trance, as if they saw a great existence beyond their understanding. This is a strong man who surpassed the sun-shining wizard, a Yuguang realm above the 6th level. This realm has begun to dabble in the mysterious laws of space, making the plane space in the body more complete, developing towards a real plane space, and being able to control the space to go to the area they know. Break through the 21st floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. Break through the 11th floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel. The lists of trial lists for these 2 levels have been determined. As of today, this bloody trial has been perfectly concluded. The green-robed man smiled and said, "You, the participants of the bloody trial, are an excellent group. I believe that in the next few thousand years, many of you will be famous in the starry sky. Someone will contact you later and distribute rewards according to the levels you have passed. In addition, Blade of Judgment and Rest have obtained the qualifications to go to the Eternal City. Someone will come to pick you up and enter the Eternal City at that time. From now on, your path will no longer be ordinary. Your talents have been demonstrated in the trials. Next, the wizard civilization will do its best to train you. As for whether you will become a great existence famous in the starry sky, or become an ordinary strong man and the cornerstone of civilization, or fall halfway, everything still requires your own hard work. Come on, your wizard journey has just begun." The voice of the man in green robe was deep and magnetic, echoing in the ears of every morning star wizard, making them look forward to their future. At the same time, this bloody trial was officially ended with the speech of the man in green robe. After the trial, Hongye and the others continued to sit in the blood cloud platform. The other morning star wizards went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. They were all wizards from all over the wizard civilization. They gathered here because of the bloody trial. Now that the trial was over, they also needed to return to their own forces. After registering with the professionals brought by the man in green robe, they left. Feng and the Blade of Judgment were left alone by the man in green robe. After a while, in a gorgeous palace in the blood cloud platform, Feng and the Blade of Judgment came here according to the instructions of the man in green robe. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nevester. The man in green robe, who was over 3 meters tall, had a head of azure hair, and was majestic and noble, smiled. Because of your excellent performance in the Blood God Tower, you are qualified to live in the Eternal City. I have kept you here to teach you how to go to the Eternal City. At the same time, I am also your guide to the Eternal City." As he spoke, Nevester took out 2 balls of light from his arms and placed them in front of Feng and the Blade of Judgment. This is the key to the Eternal City, the pass. If you merge them into your spiritual space, you will naturally understand the way to the Eternal City. Feng did not doubt the words of the green-robed man. This green-robed man named Nevester was a strong man in the Yuguang realm and a representative of wizard civilization. There was no need to deceive him, a small morning star wizard, even though he had become a so-called genius wizard. For the big men in the Yuguang realm, crushing a morning star wizard like him was just like Feng crushing Immortal. There was not much difference. However, Feng was very curious about the Eternal City that Nevester mentioned. As long as he merged a key, he could go directly there. It was really magical. Where is the Eternal City? With Feng's knowledge, he had never heard of it. With chaotic thoughts in his mind, Feng, like the Blade of Judgment, curiously took the key light ball of the Eternal City from Nevester. The light ball was half the size of a grapefruit, unusually round, emitting a soft light that was not dazzling. When the light ball was in his hand, a strange feeling came from the light ball in his hand, as if he was touching his own hand, which made Feng feel extremely comfortable. There was also a soft energy mixed with some pure plane origin flowing into his body from the point where he touched the light ball. What a strange light ball. Feng pinched the light ball in his hand with some doubts. With his terrifying body strength, he could not shake the light ball in his hand at all. According to Nevester's introduction, Feng injected a ray of his spirit into the light ball in his hand. Suddenly, the originally white and smooth light ball was like a convulsion, flashing colorful lights. After the various colors of light intertwined and the changing colors stabilized, the light ball in Feng's hand was left with only a chaotic gray. The light ball in the hand of the Blade of Conviction beside him also flickered, and turned into pure black color filled with a taste of destruction. As the light ball in his hand stabilized, Navist in front of them swept his eyes from Feng and the Blade of Conviction. Seeing the light ball in Feng's hand, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he smiled and explained, "In addition to helping you go to the Eternal City, this key can also show the law path you're on. The Blade of Conviction is pure black that tends to destroy the law, while you, Rest, have too many law paths, and the chaotic gray is mixed together. There are some differences, but the future path still depends on you. I, a loser, will not give you blind guidance." Navist's words were confused, which made Feng and the Blade of Conviction very uncomfortable. It aroused their curiosity, but did not answer their questions. There is also a riddle man here, it's really enough. Lu Feng and the others wanted to ask more, but West looked so shy and refused to say anything. With a difference in status and strength, Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment did not have the ability to force West to speak. The answer can always be found in the Eternal City. Lu Feng could only pin his hopes on the mysterious Eternal City. According to West's method, he put the light ball in his hand into the spiritual space. The great light ball was like a small star hanging on the dome of Lu Feng's spiritual space. At the same time, a series of pictures and texts were transmitted into his mind from the star key of this spiritual space. Lu Feng said with a look of realization on his face, "So, this is how you get into the Eternal City. Okay, as your guide, I will take you in for the first time into the Eternal City. In the future, you can go in and out of the Eternal City according to the method on the key." West saw that the two were familiar with the key to the Eternal City, waved his hand and said with a smile, "Well, we're ready." Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment looked at each other and were ready. In their cognition, the Eternal City has always been a mysterious and great existence. Lu Feng and his people have the strength and status to only hear some legends and stories about the Eternal City, and conceive the Eternal City in their minds through the words of others. Legend has it that the Eternal City is the base camp of the wizard civilization, which stores the most precious treasures, knowledge, and witchcraft secrets of the wizard civilization. There is also a large group of great wizards staying in it, pursuing a further path. Although these are legends that Lu Feng and his people have heard of, since the wizard civilization can use the right to live in the Eternal City as a reward for the genius wizards who have passed the trial grounds, there must be something that will be of great benefit to Lu Feng and his people. Seeing that the two were ready, West waved his hand, and a blue circular magic circle emerged from under their feet. The blue light shone, and in an instant, the three disappeared in the palace of the Blood Cloud platform. This feeling is so uncomfortable. No. The scenery changed, and Lu Feng and the Blade of Conviction turned pale. Lu Feng also felt a shock in his spiritual space, and his body seemed to have lost control. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't even open his eyelids. This is the time and space passage to the Eternal City. The time and space here are different from the outside world, so the chaotic changes in time and space here will make you feel a little uncomfortable. Lu Feng and the Blade of Conviction were both holding on, and their strong will would not let them make a fool of themselves in front of West. In fact, this time and space passage is also a legendary place. Even a wizard like me from the Yuguan realm would be strangled and crushed by the turbulence of time and space, and his soul would be destroyed. It is only because of the power of the Eternal City that we are protected that we can experience the magic and mystery of the time and space passage. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the strange and uncomfortable feeling gradually disappeared. Lu Feng took a few minutes to regain consciousness. Opening his eyes again, Lu Feng glanced around. The condition of Blade of Conviction was not very good either, and he looked pale. However, as the strange feeling disappeared, the weakness in his body faded away quickly, just like Lu Feng, and slowly returned to normal. Now we have arrived at Eternal City. West's gentle voice sounded. Eternal City. We are finally in Eternal City. Lu Feng and Blade of Conviction muttered subconsciously, and then looked in all directions with curiosity and expectation, trying to see the true face of Eternal City. Just look up. Eternal City is a great city built in the origin space of the wizard world. Here you can clearly see the origin of the world in the wizard world and the evolution of the laws. Lu Feng and Blade of Conviction looked up at the sound and were stunned. At this moment, Lu Feng and Blade of Conviction felt like ants standing on the ground, looking up at the sky and looking directly at the existence of the sun. They saw the origin of the wizard world, beautiful and splendid, great and noble. This was no longer something they could describe in words. Even if they used all the adjectives to praise the origin of the wizard world, it would still be difficult to describe 1/1000th of its greatness. The starry sky we live in is vast and infinite. The world that our wizard civilization has been cultivating since its development is also a vast, great and perfect world. It is because of the efforts of generations of wizard predecessors that we have the current wizard world and the current Eternal City. The establishment of the Eternal City was not done by the predecessors of the wizard civilization, but came from the world will of the wizard world. Grateful for the contribution made by the wizard civilization to the world, they created such an Eternal City in the origin space of the wizard world to reward those who have made contributions to the world. As it has developed to this day, Eternal City has also shouldered the responsibility of cultivating new blood for the wizard civilization. Nevester, dressed in a green robe, looked up at the origin of the world in the sky and solemnly narrated the origin of the Eternal City. Looking at the boundless origin of the world in the wizard world and listening to Nevester's narration, he seemed to see that in the distant times, one great wizard predecessor after another started from inventing the artifact plane door, and walked out of the world and stepped into the starry sky with great difficulty, and fought in other planes after going through numerous hardships and dangers, developing wizard civilization and expanding the wizard world. The predecessors gave everything for civilization and the world. That period of history is a compulsory course for all wizards under the wizard civilization. Only by learning from history, learning from predecessors, and being consistent can the wizard civilization move towards a more distant future. Don't rush to see the origin of the world in the wizard world. We have already arrived in the Eternal City. This is the place where you will watch the origin of the world, comprehend the laws, live and practice in the future. I am the one who brought you to here. I have to help you arrange some things, otherwise it will affect your growth. I, the guide, will be responsible. That West interrupted Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment from continuing to watch and said with a smile. Chapter 395 The Eternal Monument. I'll take you to the Eternal City. The Blade of Judgment passed through the 25th floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel and obtained a total of 2 years and 1 month of residence in the Eternal City. Rest passed through the 22nd floor of the Blood God's Tower of Babel and obtained a year and 3 months of residence in the Eternal City. After entering, don't run around. After I explain everything about the Eternal City to you, you can move freely. Then West took Lu Feng and the other two forward, as if passing through a thin special barrier. In a blink of an eye, Lu Feng and the other two were already in an ancient and magnificent city. The city exists near the origin of the wizard world. The whole city also gives Lu Feng and the others a sense of immortality and eternity. This city is a little different. The surrounding environment feels very comfortable. Staying here, the soul seems to be active. Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment whispered to each other, sharing their understanding and feelings about the Eternal City. Without stopping, he followed Nevester to the streets of the Eternal City. The wide streets made Lu Feng feel insignificant. The Eternal City has a long history. It has been built since the wizard civilization has completely established its foothold in the starry sky. Over countless years, countless wizards have come here to comprehend the origin of the law, and one powerful wizard after another was born here. Nevester explained. Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment looked around. There were small buildings in the Eternal City. On the rooftops of the small buildings, human wizards sat cross-legged in meditation. Some wizards looked at the sky for a while, and then lowered their heads to carve something. The powerful aura made the sun-shining wizard only a younger brother, and there were many wizards who surpassed the sun-shining wizard. Lu Feng's arrival seemed to have attracted the attention of nearby wizards, and some wizards looked down at him. It hasn't been 500 years yet, and new people have started to come again. This time the trial has been advanced. Over in the Starry Sky territory, the god civilization has been making quite a move. The higher-ups are probably preparing to expand their territory again and teach the god civilization a lesson. It's hard to say. In the small building of Eternal City, some powerful spiritual thoughts intertwined with each other, as if discussing the arrival of this group of newcomers. Although there was no other meaning, being in Eternal City, the breath of powerful wizards unconsciously emitted still gave Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment a great shock, as if there were countless star beasts entrenched here, staring at them. In the past, in the wizard world, where can you see so many powerful wizards? In Eternal City, even the sun-shining wizards are almost worse than dogs. Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment followed behind West, and they habitually restrained all their breath, for fear that they would accidentally provoke the powerful wizards around them. The status of these powerful wizards is much higher than theirs. If they disturbed him from comprehending the origin law, a casual word would make them unable to turn over forever. It's right to be a man with your tail between your legs in Eternal City. Coming to an empty building next to the street, West pointed to the door downstairs and said, "In Eternal City, one person lives in a small building. The gray door means that no one lives in this small building. As long as you put a spiritual mark on the door of the small building will turn white, and you will automatically become the owner of this small building, and the message will be automatically recorded. Next time you teleport to Eternal City, you will not be in the city square we just came to, but directly appear in this small building that belongs to you. In the small building, you can place your subordinates, But your subordinates are absolutely not allowed to leave this small building. If you accidentally leave the small building, you will be directly annihilated by the laws of Eternal City. At the same time, you will be deducted a certain amount of time living in Eternal City as a punishment. Pushing open the door, following the Vestor into the small building, the space inside the small building is not small, as big as a small town, and can be adjusted at will according to the wishes of the owner of the small building, changing various terrains and scenery, consuming some materials, and even turning the small building into a wizard laboratory. However, ordinary wizards will never do this. The living time in Eternal City is extremely precious, and every minute and every second must be fully utilized. Nevester said that some calculating wizards would directly look up at the sky and comprehend the laws when they were teleported to Eternal City. When their mental power was exhausted, they would immediately leave Eternal City and return to their wizard tower to slowly sort out the results they had just comprehended in Eternal City. When they were digested, they would enter Eternal City again, going back and forth, never wasting a single moment of time. After looking at the interior, we came to the rooftop. From the outside, the small building does not look big, and the rooftop is not much bigger, but you can see on the rooftop that this rooftop is very wide, nearly 1,000 meters long and wide, and can accommodate many people. Obviously, like the space inside the small building, some space-related technologies have been used. Moreover, there were many magical patterns engraved on the floor of the rooftop. Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment were attracted by the origin laws contained in them and were addicted to them. It was only after the interruption of Nevester that the two woke up. Powerful wizards from generation to generation comprehended the origin laws in the Eternal City, and they would record the process of comprehending them. Therefore, many records of powerful wizards comprehending the origin laws were left on the rooftop of the small building. If you are interested, you can look for uninhabited empty buildings in the Eternal City to watch. Maybe you can find some immortal wizards' insights in them. Oh. Yu Guang, Xiaohe, above that are wizards in the immortal realm. The insights and experiences of such powerful wizards. Lu Feng's eyes were shining, and he was very interested. He wanted to go around and look around now. In addition, I have to remind you that when you live in the Eternal City, you must abide by the rules. Once you violate the rules of the Eternal City, you will be directly annihilated by the laws of this place, and no one can save you. That West said seriously. Understood. Understood. Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment nodded seriously. Also, the residence time in Eternal City is very precious, don't waste it. You are Morning Star wizards now, and there are limited ways to obtain residence time. When the time is used up, it will be very difficult for you to enter Eternal City again. After West introduced these, he jumped down from the rooftop, and Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment followed closely behind. The last step, let's go to the City Lord's mansion. West said, the City Lord's mansion is also the core of the entire Eternal City. Eternal City actually has a City Lord. Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment looked at each other and felt the surprise in each other's eyes. Along the way, they witnessed the supreme status of Eternal City in wizard civilization. In front of Eternal City, the wizard organization where Lu Feng and others belonged had to retreat and give in. Such an ancient and powerful city, the status it represents must be supreme in wizard civilization. Those who can achieve the position of the City Lord of Eternal City are estimated to be very powerful. The immortal realm probably won't even have a chance, and the eternal realm above immortality? Lu Feng couldn't imagine what kind of realm that was. Walking along the street to the center of the Eternal City, on the rooftops of the small buildings beside the street, powerful wizards were immersed in the perception of the origin law. They walked past the downstairs without even looking at it. The City Lord's mansion is in front. That West pointed. Lu Feng looked forward. A towering majestic building. From a distance you can see three dazzling wizards' common language City Lord's mansion. The three words seem to have a special magic. People will sink into it if they look at it for a second, as if they are in a vast starry sky, ignoring the passage of time. Lu Feng took a look and turned his head away, fearing that his spirit would be attracted by the three-word City Lord's mansion and make a fool of himself on the road. The Blade of Judgment also reacted quickly to avoid it. The alertness of the two made Weston, who was about to remind them, feel bored. How come the newcomers nowadays are so smart? When I came in, many people stumbled over the three-word City Lord's mansion and made a lot of jokes. It's a pity to run to the mountain. It took Lu Feng and his friends several minutes to reach the gate of the City Lord's mansion. There were people coming and going here, including newcomers like Lu Feng and his friends who were brought here for a visit, and powerful wizards at the level of Zhou Hai Yu Guang passing by. Coming to the Eternal City, in addition to being able to look up at the sky and see the origin all the time, it also means that you have the chance to comprehend the 9 eternal monuments of the Eternal City's treasures. Weston said with a smile. Eternal Monument. What is that? Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment listened curiously. Eternal City has gone through countless years, and countless powerful wizards have left their insights into the origin of the lore in Eternal City. These things are extremely precious, but what is even more precious in Eternal City is the 9 eternal monuments left by 9 eternal realm masters in the wizard civilization in order to train younger wizards. These 9 eternal monuments symbolize 9 wizard paths, each of which leads to the pinnacle of wizards. If you can understand an eternal monument, then you are also a great existence in the starry sky, and an immortal wizard is also a common thing. It is also easy to occupy a place in the starry sky. Immortality, greatness, and dominance in the starry sky. Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment were very excited when they heard it. The 9 eternal monuments contain the path to the immortal wizard. If you understand one of them, you can become an immortal wizard? It's exciting to think about it. Rester and Blade of Judgment, both of you have passed the trial to enter the Eternal City, and you both have the chance to comprehend the 9 eternal monuments, and the time for each comprehending is 3 days. That West continued. 3 days, it's really too short. Lu Feng smacked his lips. 3 days is more than the time for a casual meditation for these morning star wizards. What can you do with such a short time? For a moment, Lu Feng didn't know whether to say that the Eternal City was stingy or that the Eternal Monument was precious. The Eternal Monument is the most precious treasure of us wizards. It is more precious than any secret method you have learned along the way. It can show you more clearly the path to the peak of wizardry. 3 days is enough for you to comprehend. In fact, you are still too weak now. It is not easy to persist for 3 days under the Eternal Monument. That West knew what Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment were thinking, and said with a smile. He had also come from here in the past, and had complained with his companions about the short time for comprehension, but reality slapped him hard in the face. Now when he recalled it, he felt a slight pain on his face, and he didn't want to mention his courage in the past. With Lu Feng and the others, West and the others entered the City Lord's mansion from the main gate. The interior of the City Lord's mansion was very large, like a small world. An ordinary small building could accommodate a small town, so how could the City Lord's mansion be small? They came to a wide corridor, and on the wall of the corridor were 9 pictures introducing the Eternal Monument. Walking up, a group of Morning Star wizards and Moonlight wizards like Lu Feng and the others were watching the introduction of the 9 eternal monuments one by one, and choosing the eternal monument they wanted to comprehend. The trial site opened by the wizard civilization this time was obviously not just the bloody trial that Lu Feng and the others participated in. The territory of the wizard civilization was vast, and there were also many genius-level wizards selected from the trial sites at one time. The next batch of eternal monuments will be opened in an hour. You too should read the introductions of these eternal monuments and choose the eternal monument that suits you. Once you choose, you cannot change it. Lu Feng and Blade of Judgment quickly mixed into the crowd and began to look at the introduction pictures of the eternal monuments. Lu Feng started from the first one. This first eternal monument is called the Time Monument. It tells the great achievements of the first eternal Lord of Wizard civilization, the Lord of Time. There is only a river winding down on the stone tablet, flowing from the unknown mist to the eternal future. Just by looking at it, Lu Feng seemed to see the time of his life on the river in the picture. The Time Monument involves the essence of the law of time. Master Time Lu Feng did not dare to think too much, looked at the picture of the Time Monument, and continued to look down. Starry Sky Monument, Taboo Monument, Demon Monument, Death Monument, Puppet Monument, Forging Monument, Tree Ancestor Monument, Space Monument. The 9 eternal monuments represent the 9 eternal lords of wizard civilization. Picture after picture, the corridor was silent. The genius wizards who came out of the various trial sites were like thirsty travelers in the desert who saw a clear spring. Their eyes were shining as they stared at the pictures, wishing to imprint these pictures in their minds and engrave them in the depths of their souls. Although these pictures were just simple rubbings of the 9 eternal monuments, the principles and truths contained in them could still make these genius wizards indulge in them. Lu Feng finally stopped in front of the picture of the Monument of Space. The picture showed the process of a world seed from conception to growth into a world. It was divided into 9 pictures, showing him in detail the conception and development of the world. It was extremely mysterious. Looking at these, Lu Feng vaguely felt that there were still many areas for improvement in his Kingmu feudi. Chapter 396 Seeds. The wizard civilization has a long history, and each eternal lord is a great existence that promotes the development of wizard civilization. In the era when the first eternal lord, the Lord of Space, rose, the way of wizards was only a small and unknown professional system in the wizard world, far from being able to compete with the system of gods introduced into this world. There were also various other races of elves, orcs, and dragons suppressing and oppressing it. In this oppressive environment, a genius appeared in the native profession of the wizard world, that is, the first eternal lord, the Lord of Space. The Lord of Space rose from the humble beginnings. When he was still a wizard apprentice, he was lucky enough to fuse a broken plane seed. Relying on the slowly developed plane seeds and the wizard professional system, the Lord of Space pushed forward all the way and became the first fourth-level wizard in the wizard world, and then swept across the world, destroying all the alien civilizations from the starry sky. If that were the case, the Lord of Space would be nothing more than the master of a different plane. The most important thing is that after the Lord of Space reached the fourth level, his strength increased all the way, and he single-handedly created the future of the wizard profession and created the foundation for the current wizard profession to be strong. Plain space in the body. Even in the vast starry sky, plain seeds are extremely rare, like an embroidery needle dropped into the sea, which is difficult to find. Just like the god's kingdom is rare and difficult to replicate, the Lord of Space knows that his current achievements are difficult to replicate, and if he wants the wizard civilization to become stronger, the best way is to make his accidental miracle become the norm of wizard civilization. Therefore, when the Lord of Space was in charge of the wizard civilization, he fully summoned his wizards to study the secrets of plain seeds, and tried to combine plain seeds with the wizard's cultivation system. In the end, he created a secret method that allows wizards to condense plain seeds by themselves during the cultivation process. This is why wizards can now open up plain space in their bodies at the fourth level. It was with a special wizard secret method developed by the Lord of Space that the fighting power of wizards in the wizard world increased dramatically, and the situation of the wizard system being the only one in the world was completely realized. After that, the Lord of Space created the artifact plane gate to allow wizards in the wizard world to easily go out and bring back resources from other planes in the starry sky. This series of achievements has benefited both the Lord of Space and the wizard world, and laid the foundation for the Lord of Space to achieve eternity. Until now, Lu Feng and other younger wizards are still enjoying the legacy of the Lord of Space. Looking back on the fierce life experience of the Lord of Space, Lu Feng feels that the life story of this great existence, the Lord of Space, can be written into a best-selling Western fantasy wizard novel in his hometown and his previous life. The title of the book can be called Wizard. Starting from picking up a plane, not only is the experience of the Lord of Space wonderful and mysterious, but the life of each Lord of Eternity recorded in the pictures on this corridor can be described with the same words. The Lord of Demon God rose after the Lord of Space. That was when the wizard civilization and the god civilization first came into contact. The god civilization was extremely domineering, and the wizard civilization was not a soft persimmon. No one would submit to the other, so the war naturally began. The Lord of Demon God spent his entire life fighting with the gods, killing demons, studying demons, and creating many secret methods to deal with gods. I don't know how many gods of the god civilization he has knocked off the altar, making the gods of the god civilization still feel terrified when they recall the name of the Lord of Demon God. The world artifact that Lu Feng feared when he kept the gods of the western region world in captivity, the god-killing spear, was made by the Lord of Demon God using a large number of gods' corpses and one of his own ribs. The Lord of Stars studied the decryption of the starry sky and led the wizard civilization to occupy many starry sky territories. The Lord of Taboo studied the blood of alien races and opened up a bloodline wizard path, giving wizards another choice. The Lord of Time has unparalleled combat power and has dominated a generation, completely establishing the strong position of wizard civilization in the starry sky. The Master of Puppetry and the Master of Forging open up the puppet and witchcraft secret treasure system, greatly improving the combat capability of the wizard civilization. The Master of Tree Ancestor and the Master of Death went a long way in life and death, and transformed the birth process of creatures in the wizard world. It is said that it can make the mortals born in the wizard world more talented as wizards, greatly improving the speed of new blood production in the wizard world. Now, in this wizard era of more than 4,000 years, When the master of tree ancestor abdicated, according to the prediction of the wizard civilization, in this era, the wizard world is about to give birth to the 10th eternal master, which is full of vitality and has an infinite new era. Of course, these things have nothing to do with Lu Feng and other Morning Star wizards who have just walked out of the trial land. The gap between them and the eternal master is greater than the gap between sand and the starry sky. All they need now is to carefully watch and select the eternal monument. Choose an eternal monument that suits you, find a path that suits you, and go all the way to reach the 6th level first. The history of wizard civilization is magnificent and fascinating. Lu Feng had read a lot of it when he was wasting time in the Emerald Tower. He was already excited, but now he recalled the memories and quickly put it down. Okay, time is up. Have you two chosen the eternal monument? Asked West. I choose the space monument. Lu Feng replied. There was no need to hesitate about this choice. Although the other eternal monuments were good, this space monument was the most suitable for him in Lu Feng's heart. Lu Feng always kept in mind that his roots were King Mufudi. The growth and cultivation of King Mufudi was Lu Feng's own practice and improvement. However, the inheritance of the Earth Immortal Dao in the Earth Immortal world was limited. The inheritance of the Earth Immortal Dao from the Heavenly Monument was not developed to the extreme in the hands of Chang Yaoxin and others, and they had never traced the source to find the source of the Heavenly Monument. Perhaps Chang Yaoxin, who monopolized the Heavenly Monument, might have more research on the earthly immortal law, but Chang Yaoxin was finally cultivated into a cave heaven, and might be in existence above the 6th level. With Lu Feng's current strength, it is impossible to seek the Heavenly Monument of the earthly immortal world. The world monument is right in front of us. Although the Heavenly Monument is the most suitable for the way of earthly immortals, it is far away in the sky. It is better to try to grasp the present. Lu Feng has made up his mind and immediately confirmed with the Amidst that he wants to comprehend the space monument. I choose the demon god monument. The blade of judgment beside Lu Feng also made his own choice. Looking directly at the blade of judgment, Lu Feng and Amidst could clearly feel that the blade of judgment had a strong hatred in his eyes, which was the hatred for the gods. Thinking of his previous communication with the blade of judgment, Lu Feng also understood the idea of the blade of judgment to choose the demon god monument. The lord of the demon god is the most professional god killer. His road inheritance must contain a lot of methods of killing gods. When the blade of judgment has learned something, he will definitely be able to launch the most fierce revenge on the gods he hates. However, with the current combat power of blade of judgment, it is enough to reach the level of sun glory. What kind of god does he hate? Could it be a powerful existence above the sun glory wizard? Lu Feng did not know the specific situation. However, Lu Feng respected the choice of blade of judgment. Come with me, I have recorded the choices of both of you and reported them. West finished recording and said with a smile. Lu Feng and blade of judgment, as well as hundreds of other genius wizards in the corridor, followed the guides and continued to go deeper along the corridor. Soon they came to a large hall in the city lord's mansion that covered a large area. If ordinary people were here, they would not be able to see the end at a glance. Of course, the area of thousands of square kilometers was not an obstacle for Lu Feng and his team. In the empty hall, 654 wizards stood together. Guides like West had left Lu Feng and his team and stood on one side of the hall, watching the team of more than 600 people from a distance. A wizard in a black robe walked in front of the square formation of more than 600 people. Now the contemplation chambers of the 9 eternal monuments are ready. Next, those whose names have been registered will enter the contemplation chambers of the corresponding eternal monuments in order. The first one is the space monument. Those who choose this eternal monument are. Suddenly, dozens of genius wizards turned into streams of light and left the square formation, flying in the direction pointed by the black-robed wizard. I chose the space monument, so I'll go first. After Lu Feng greeted the blade of judgment, the blade of judgment also nodded. Lu Feng turned into a stream of light and flew to the secret room of the space monument. Behind the black-robed messenger, there was another messenger who led Lu Feng and dozens of others to advance in a corridor hundreds of meters wide and hundreds of meters high. They saw that opposite the corridor, there were tall bronze doors. Each bronze door was hundreds of meters high, and ancient patterns were engraved on the bronze doors. Space, time, demon, taboo, tree ancestor, forging, death, stars, puppet. In front of these gates, a purple-robed wizard stood there quietly, giving Lu Feng and his friends the feeling that he did not exist, but they could see the existence of this purple-robed wizard with their eyes. The strange difference made Lu Feng and his friends feel uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood. The envoy who led Lu Feng and his friends here bowed in front of the purple-robed wizard and said, "Lord Confucius." "Yes." The purple-robed wizard opened his eyes and swept his sharp eyes over Lu Feng and his friends in front of him. "Yes, it's confirmed. Are these all here to comprehend the monument of space?" "Yes." The envoy was extremely respectful, and then he turned to look at Lu Feng and his friends. "This is Lord Confucius, the guardian of the secret room of the Eternal Monument. He protects the safety of the 9 eternal monuments. Lord Confucius has been guarding the 9 eternal monuments for more than 100,000 years. He is a respected strong man in our eternal city." Hiss. Lu Feng and his people looked at the purple-robed wizard, who seemed to be non-existent in front of them, in shock. As one of the treasures of the eternal city, the importance of the 9 eternal monuments can be imagined. How strong can one person be to guard the 9 eternal monuments? Moreover, he has been guarding them for more than 100,000 years. Lu Feng's teacher, Wizard Tia, has lived a long life, only a few thousand years, and compared with Lord Confucius, he is simply not good enough. Lord Confucius. Lu Feng and dozens of other people saluted respectfully. This is a heartfelt respect for the strong. The breath of youth is the fire of the prosperity of civilization. Well, I have opened the door of the practice room of the space monument for you. You go in. Confucius smiled warmly and nodded. Yes. Lu Feng and others responded in unison. Swish. The door of the space monument practice room behind the purple-robed wizard slowly opened, and soon a group of figures flew out of the mist. Many people were listless, with unwillingness in their eyes, and walked out of the practice room very reluctantly, leaving helplessly. The time for comprehending the eternal monument is too short. We must digest what we have gained this time after we go back. Unfortunately, the opportunity to comprehend the eternal monument is too rare, and each time we have to pay a big price. I will definitely come back again. The wizards who walked out of the training room were full of energy, but many of them still complained unwillingly, both to vent their emotions and to encourage themselves to keep working hard. When they saw Lu Feng and other newcomers, they also showed some curiosity and nostalgia in their eyes. Thinking back to the past, they were also so young, so talented, and so high-spirited. They entered the eternal monument for the first time to comprehend it. You 54, go in. And the few people waiting behind you should go in together. Confucius' eyes swept over Lu Feng and others, and then looked behind them, a group of wizards who had arrived here at some point and without a sound, and said. Lu Feng and others turned around and immediately saw a group of wizards who were countless times stronger than them, and each of them was not weaker than the wizard Hongye. Their number was much larger than Lu Feng and others, almost more than 900 people, and with Lu Feng and others, there was just enough to make up 1,000 people. It seems that they are just a bonus for the opening of the training room. However, Lu Feng was no longer interested in looking at others. They walked in one by one with excitement and some trepidation. The training room of the space monument is large and spacious, filled with a heavy dark yellow mist. In the center of the dark yellow mist stands a towering huge stone monument. The space monument records the treasures of the Lord of Space's path. Lu Feng was very excited and a little nervous. The other wizards were also like this. Only those wizards who were not here for the first time were much more stable, but more old people rushed directly into the depths of the training room and began to comprehend immediately. Only by getting close to the space monument can you see it clearly. This is a tall stone monument hundreds of meters high and hundreds of meters wide. Lu Feng only saw a picture on it, which was slightly different from the picture he saw in the corridor, and it gave Lu Feng a completely different feeling. This picture is a seed nurtured in the starry sky. Chapter 397 Dream Witch World. The first picture was extremely simple, with a few lines outlining the process of the starry sky nurturing the plain seeds. Lu Feng had seen the other 8 pictures of this space monument before, and felt that these pictures were somewhat mysterious and very special, but the more he looked at them, the more abstract the pictures on the stone tablet seemed to him, and he couldn't figure out what kind of road to eternity was contained in them. However, this space monument is the treasure of the wizard civilization and the entire starry sky. If one thoroughly comprehends any eternal monument, one can become immortal and develop longevity along with the civilization. Since this is a truth recognized by countless wizards in the wizard civilization, then this space monument naturally contains incredible mysteries. Those abstract thoughts just now were purely because Lu Feng's knowledge was too shallow and his strength was too poor, and he didn't even have a special feeling of empathy. But at this moment, in front of this eternal monument, when he officially viewed this space monument, Lu Feng felt completely different. When Lu Feng saw the first picture of the space monument, the seed picture, his entire spiritual consciousness was completely immersed in it. The whole person, along with the King Mufudi in his body, seemed to return to the embrace of the endless starry sky at this moment, and was reconceived like an embryo. There was a feeling of returning to the belly of the great mother of the starry sky. In the training room, Lu Feng's body subconsciously curled up on the ground, and his whole face was peacefully curled up like a baby. In this process, Lu Feng's spiritual consciousness has been completely linked to the space monument, and he deeply comprehends the mystery of space contained in it. Lu Feng and King Mufudi are one. At this time, Lu Feng is comprehending the space monument, and King Mufudi, who has the same source as his soul, is also imprinting the entire space monument into its original space. The space monument is of a lofty nature. It was written by the first eternal person of the wizard civilization after achieving eternity. Its essence is not inferior to ordinary immortality, and even contains some eternal secrets. The imprint of King Mufudi at this time, although it was a copycat, swallowed it all at once and the rest would be dealt with later. As the imprint of the space monument in the origin space of King Mufudi became deeper and deeper, a towering stone monument phantom appeared on the Kingmu continent in the inner space of King Mufudi. This phantom of the stone monument was almost projected in imitation of the space monument, almost exactly the same, but Lu Feng thought of the ability of King Mufudi during the process of comprehension, so he also projected this space monument he saw to the residence of King Mufudi and his subordinates, Elio and others. Although they could not see the true appearance of the space monument with their own eyes, they could still take a look at the projection and appreciate the mystery of the space monument. As soon as the projection of the space monument in King Mufudi appeared, the residents of King Mufudi and Lu Feng's men, who were still busy in the entire blessed land, were immediately attracted by the phantom of the space monument in the sky. Under Fan Shanking's publicity, countless residents of King Mufudi and Lu Feng's men all carefully watched the virtual image of the space monument in King Mufudi. At first glance, everyone was fascinated by it. As the treasure of wizard civilization, the ability of the eternal monument is not to be underestimated. The virtual image of the space monument projected by Lu Feng and King Mufudi is estimated to have not even imitated 1,000th of the mystery of the real eternal monument, but this little bit of mystery is still enough for the residents of King Mufudi to immerse themselves in it wholeheartedly. Opportunity, the great opportunity given to us by the Master. Thank you, Master. After exclaiming, the residents of King Mufudi were completely immersed in the mystery of the space monument. No matter whether they practiced the earth immortal law, the wizard law, or the spiritual root immortal law, no matter what law they comprehended, they could find a perception in the projection of this space monument to guide them forward. Different people are good at different things, and they see different things. However, all roads will eventually lead to the same path. The mystery of the space monument, one of the 9 treasures that can become the treasure of the eternal city and the treasure of the entire wizard civilization, is not something that Lu Feng can guess at the moment. The mystery of the great way contained in it can guide others to comprehend the path that suits them. Because of the preciousness of this eternal monument, the opportunity to comprehend the eternal monument is limited. Everyone has one chance to comprehend the eternal monument when they come to the eternal city for the first time. If they want to comprehend the eternal monument again in the future, they need to show their skills and achievements in the eternal city in exchange for the opportunity to comprehend. Although the wizard civilization is generous, there are still limits on rare resources such as the eternal monument. If countless wizards comprehend without restraint, even if the eternal monument was written and created by the Lord of Eternity himself, it will not be able to withstand unlimited consumption. In that case, it will not take long for all the mysterious insights in the eternal monument to be wiped out by repeated insights. After all, this eternal monument is a real eternal thing and will also wear out. Lu Feng and the 1,000 people in the training room were completely immersed in this perception, and they didn't notice the passage of time at all. Suddenly, boom! The huge bronze door opened with a bang, and the light outside the door illuminated the chaotic darkness in the training room, but there were still a large number of people in the training room who were addicted to it and did not wake up, including Lu Feng. It's over, come out quickly. Kangxius saw the scene in the training room, but he was not angry. He had seen such scenes countless times during the years when he was guarding the eternal monument, and he had long been accustomed to it. His voice, like an alarm clock, accurately poured into the brains of every person who is addicted to sleep. The noisy sound made people subconsciously want to refuse, but the sound of waking people up was both deep and loud, and the wizards in the training room could not refuse it at all. This sound made everyone in the training room wake up instantly, realizing that this was Lord Canxius's wake-up service, and they rushed out of the training room. When they walked out of the threshold of the training room, the annoying wake-up sound immediately disappeared, and Lu Feng and others were relieved. I really want to see the Monument of Space a few more times. The moment Lu Feng walked out of the training room, he turned back unwillingly, wanting to take a few more glances at the Monument of Eternity in the training room, but the dark yellow mist in the training room lingered in front of the Monument of Space, blocking all prying eyes. At this moment, Lu Feng finally understood why the group of people they saw when they first came made an unwilling expression when they left. When he really waited for him to go up, he would have the same expression. The Monument of Space is extremely precious. If you can see it for one more second, it is all earned. It is a precious thing that cannot be exchanged for any amount of resources. The other saluted respectfully to Canxius, and then turned into streams of light and left quickly. When Lu Feng and others wanted to leave, the guardian Canxius smiled and said, "This is your first time to see the Monument of Eternity. I remind you that you should first find a place for your future residence in the Eternal City. After you get familiar with it, remember to enter the Dream Witch realm of the Eternal City. After entering, you will understand." Dream Witch realm? What is that? Lu Feng and others were very confused. However, hearing the name, Lu Feng was reminded of the Emerald Dream Space in the Botanical Garden. He heard that several other wizard organizations of the same level in the Botanical Garden all have similar virtual spaces. Could it be that this Dream Wizard world is the virtual space in the Eternal City? Guardian Canxius did not say much, and the others probably guessed what he meant. There might be a place in the Dream Wizard world where they could gain the opportunity to comprehend the Eternal Monument. Since it was related to the Eternal Monument, Lu Feng made up his mind to go and take a look. Walking out of the corridor of the training room, Lu Feng quickly found his guide, Amidst, who was still waiting for him. There was no one beside him, and it seemed that a Blade of Judgment had not come out yet. Wait a minute, the Blade of Judgment went in an hour later than you, let's wait for him. Amidst smiled when he saw Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and stood beside West without any objection, then asked, "By the way, Lord West, do you know how to enter the Dream Wizard realm? I just heard Lord Canxius at the door of the training room say that there are some good things waiting for us in the Dream Wizard realm. It seems that it should be related to the opportunity to comprehend the Monument of Eternity." Hearing Lu Feng's question, West immediately explained the Dream Wizard realm seriously. "Well, this is the last thing I want to tell you. You guessed it right. The Dream Wizard realm is a virtual space unique to the Eternal City. It is similar to the virtual space in your own wizard organization. You can connect to the Dream Wizard realm in the Eternal City through the Eternal City key in the spiritual space. In the Dream Wizard realm, you can challenge the Tower of Eternity to get the opportunity to comprehend the Monument of Eternity. Tower of Eternity, is it something similar to the Blood God's Tower of Babel in the Bloody Trial world? I have to climb the tower again. Hearing the name, Lu Feng thought of the general situation of the Tower of Eternity, and his face suddenly became bitter. That West also saw Lu Feng's expression, but just smiled and didn't say anything, obviously tacitly agreeing with Lu Feng's guess. After a while, Blade of Judgment also walked out of the practice room of the Eternal Monument and met Lu Feng and that West who were waiting for him. After telling Blade of Judgment about the situation in the Dream Witch realm, Blade of Judgment heard that there was still a chance to comprehend the Eternal Monument again, and his eyes immediately lit up. He wished he could go to the Eternal Tower in the Dream Witch realm right now and get a few more chances. The 3 days of comprehension just now were not satisfying at all. However, he still suppressed his restlessness, walked out of the City Lord's mansion with Lu Feng, and began to look for a small building for practice in the Eternal City. The Eternal City covers a large area. Except for a few buildings with special functions, the other buildings are all identical 3-story buildings with rooftops, and most of the small buildings have no wizard marks on their doors, which obviously means that no one lives there. Lu Feng and the Blade of Judgment decided to choose a quiet residence in the center of the Eternal City. The two adjacent small buildings became neighbors, and they could take care of each other when something happened. Standing in front of the door of the small building, Lu Feng condensed her wizard mark and hit the closed door of the small building. Click! Lu Feng's mark immediately appeared on the door, a towering tree pattern rooted in the ground and standing against the background of the starry sky, showing Lu Feng's ownership. "Welcome, Master." A mechanical voice sounded. Tower spirit? One on each floor, really generous. Lu Feng went directly into the small building. The first floor was a spacious living room with extremely complete facilities. There was also a light blue ball floating to the door, which was an advanced tower spirit. Tower spirits are very precious in the wizard organizations outside, but they can be seen everywhere in the Eternal City. Obviously, every small building is equipped with one. However, Lu Feng was not in the mood to study a small tower spirit at this time. After a brief understanding of the services that the tower spirit can provide, he quickly came to the rooftop of the small building. At this time, as he confirmed his residence in the Eternal City, a line of digital countdown appeared on the Eternal City key suspended in Lu Feng's spiritual space. 1 year and 2 months. This is the time Lu Feng can live in the Eternal City. Once the time is up, he will be driven out of the Eternal City and will never have the chance to visit this most important treasure of wizard civilization again. First, go to the Dream Wizard realm and see how to get extra living time in the Eternal City and the opportunity to comprehend the Eternal Monument. Lu Feng looked around and sat down safely in the building. Communicate the Eternal City key in the spiritual space. The next moment, Lu Feng's eyes went dark. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in the Dream Wizard realm. The Dream Wizard realm was almost built to imitate the appearance of the Eternal City. The place where Lu Feng appeared was exactly the same as the Eternal City in the outside world, and they were all exactly the same small buildings. In the center of the Dream Wizard realm, a tower of eternity that seemed to be a pillar connecting the sky stood tall. Lu Feng only took a look at the Eternal Tower in the city in the Dream Wizard realm, and a large amount of information introducing the Eternal Tower was instantly imprinted in Lu Feng's mind. With a thought, Lu Feng appeared at the bottom of the Eternal Tower. Many people had already arrived nearby. Many of them were familiar faces who had just met when comprehending the Eternal Monument. Obviously, everyone had listened to Lord Kangxius' words and came here to find out what was going on. However, Lu Feng did not see the figure of the Blade of Judgment here. According to the agreement just now, he should have also come to the Dream Witch realm, but the strange thing was that the people around him were all people who were comprehending the Monument of Space. Ahem. Just when Lu Feng was still a little confused, at this time, a 3-meter-tall strong wizard walked out from under the Eternal Tower. He was covered with dragon scales, wearing a red battle armor, and carrying a blood-red longsword on his back. He smiled and walked in front of everyone and said, "Hello, I am the guardian of the Eternal Tower, Xenian." "Hello, Lord Xenian." Lu Feng and others saluted respectfully. "Let me introduce you to this. This Eternal Tower was specially created for the 9 Eternal Towers." The guardian Xenian nodded. Chapter 398 Return and Farewell. As we all know, the 9 Eternal Monuments are extremely precious. Every time you comprehend them, it is an extremely precious opportunity. In order to make wizards who comprehend the 9 Eternal Monuments worthy of the name, this Eternal Tower is a test set up by the wizard civilization for those wizards who have comprehended the Eternal Monuments. The wizard civilization has been managed and transformed by 9 Eternals. For billions of years, wizards who comprehend the 9 Eternal Monuments have naturally formed 9 schools. Xunian said with some emotion. For example, you are all wizards who comprehend the Space Monument, so you are naturally members of the Space School. When watching the same Eternal Monument, everyone has different perceptions, and there are different perceptions. The test method set by the Eternal City is combat effectiveness. The deeper the perception, the better the comprehension, and the stronger the strength. For these wizards who stand out, the Eternal City will give them another chance to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Hearing this way of obtaining the opportunity to comprehend the Eternal Monument, the eyes of the wizards present were bright. After they comprehended the Space Monument, they all had a lot of insights about future cultivation. This kind of refreshing improvement made everyone obsessed with it, and it was a real improvement. No one could refuse the real power improvement. If they could have another chance to comprehend, it would be the best. So, how do you get the chance? Xunian smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pointed back at the towering Tower of Eternity and said, "The Eternal City has thought of a way a long time ago, which is to create a virtual dream wizard world in this Eternal City, pull you to the same level, and then let you pass the levels of the Tower of Eternity, climb the Tower of Eternity. The higher you climb, the stronger your strength is, and the deeper your understanding of the Monument of Space. In the Dream Wizard world, everything is virtual. Your physical fitness and mental strength will be unified, so the level of your understanding of the Monument of Space has become the only test standard. There are 9 Eternal Monuments, so there are 9 Towers of Eternity. The one in front of you is the Tower of Space. This tower has a total of 99 and 81 floors, and every 9 floors corresponds to a picture of the Monument of Space. If you can pass the 5th level, you will get a chance to comprehend. Xingnian smiled and looked at the many wizards who were eager to try in front of him, and took in their expressions. Every 500 years, the wizard civilization has a large-scale trial screening. Countless wizard newcomers pass the trial and enter the Eternal City. However, after so many years, the number of people living in the Eternal City is still small. Although many people are geniuses, they can only live in the Eternal City for a year or two. After experiencing the beauty of the Eternal Monument, they all return to dust. Why? Aren't they all blocked by the Eternal Tower? Without the talent and heroic spirit that can stand out from countless geniuses, in front of the wizard civilization with a long history, they are just ordinary cornerstones of civilization. The passage of time will eventually prove everything. Whether it is gold or gravel, they will show their brilliance in the baptism of years. In the millions of years when he was the guardian of the Space Tower, Xingnian has seen many geniuses, but there are really few who can walk out of the Eternal Tower. These geniuses have long achieved the immortal level of wizard civilization, and they hold high positions in wizard civilization and have a brilliant life. Another new batch of geniuses has arrived today. The guardian Xingnian thought about this in his mind and couldn't help but wonder how many of this batch of geniuses can make it to the end. 9 eternal towers, none of them is easy. The farther you go, the deeper your comprehension of the Monument of Space. Generally, a solar wizard can just get through the first level. By the 9th level, he will surpass the solar wizard and reach the level of a cosmic wizard. If he reaches the 45th level, he can sweep the cosmic wizard realm. If he gets through the 81st level, he can reach immortality. 81 levels of immortality. Immortality is too far away, but the cosmic wizard on the 9th level is within reach. In the Blood God's Tower of Babel, I can already fight against the solar wizard's early enemies, and the probability of winning is 50-50. It is not difficult for Nunu to reach the 5th level and get another chance to comprehend the Monument of Space. It's just that in this dream wizard realm, my body seems to be just an ordinary solar wizard at the peak level, which is quite different from my body and spirit that have been strengthened to the extreme by King Mufudi. Moreover, I can't call on the power of King Mufudi here. I can only rely on my comprehension of numerous laws and secrets. The guardian's evil thoughts made everyone's blood boil. Lu Feng carefully checked his situation, but his heart sank. He felt that his disadvantage might be a bit big. However, I am limited to the peak level of ordinary Morning Star wizards, and others are also limited to the peak level of ordinary Morning Star wizards, so I can't use King Mufudi, and others can't use their special methods. All interfering factors have been removed, which can be regarded as pulling everyone to the same level, and then through the Tower of Eternity to decide who is better. Although I can't use the power of King Mufudi, the laws I have comprehended along the way are real, the secret methods I have comprehended are also real, and all my powers are also real. With these powers combined with the perception of the Monument of Space, my combat effectiveness will not be much lower. Lu Feng quickly sorted out his mood and adjusted his mentality. Anyway, he had to pass the level and fight. At most, he would use the reward for passing the trial this time, the benefit of unlimited supply of resources, to push the size and foundation of King Mufudi up a little bit. If the Fudi is not good, Lu Feng will turn King Mufudi into a cave heaven. First, raise the realm of strength to the top, and then comprehend the space monument. With the help of Dongyan, Lu Feng's comprehension of the space monument will definitely not be worse than other geniuses. Work hard. I'm watching you here. The guardian Xingnian encouraged. When you pass the 45th floor and reach the level of Zhou wizards, you will have the permanent right to live in the Eternal City, and no other conditions are required. You must know that the Eternal City is the best place to be close to the origin of the wizard world. Even if there is no eternal monument, just watching the origin of the wizard world is also a great fortune and opportunity. However, the difficulty of passing the 45th floor is too great. After the introduction of the guardian Xingnian, many wizards in front of the Space Tower immediately entered the Space Tower under the guidance of Xingnian, trying to break through the Space Tower once and experience the strength of the Eternal Tower. If possible, they also want to directly pass the 5th floor of the Space Tower and get another precious opportunity to comprehend the Space Monument. Considering this level, the figures in front of the Space Tower gradually became scarce. Aren't you going to try the Space Tower? Guardian Xingnian asked calmly when he saw Lu Feng, who had no intention of trying the space tower. I have to go back and sort out the insights I just gained from the space monument. The space tower won't fly if it's placed here. It won't be too late to try the space tower after I've digested the insights. Lord Guardian, I'm leaving first. Lu Feng explained, and then said goodbye to Xenian mutely. Watching Lu Feng's rapidly disappearing figure, Guardian Xenian had no waves in his heart. He had seen many wizards, all kinds of them. A rational person like Lu Feng had seen at least tens of thousands of them, so there was nothing strange. He was here just to complete his work tasks. It was repetitive and boring. After leaving the Dream Wizard realm, Lu Feng hurriedly cleaned up his small building in the Eternal City, and immediately activated the key to the Eternal City and left the Eternal City. In just a short while, he had wasted most of the time he had lived in the Eternal City. Lu Feng looked at the time passing by second, and his heart was bleeding. However, there was no other way. It was time that had to be wasted in the Eternal City. When he returned to the Blood Cloud platform, Navis beside him had long disappeared. However, when Lu Feng opened his eyes, he saw familiar people. Leia, Alicia, Melia, why are you here? Lu Feng greeted them with a smile. I have already asked the teacher about your trip to the Eternal City with a messenger, so I naturally know about it. When I came here, I happened to meet Mr. Navis, the messenger who returned from the Eternal City. He told me a little about your situation, and we were waiting for you here. But we didn't wait for long, just half a day. Leia enthusiastically pulled Lu Feng's arm and explained with a smile. Alicia and Melia on the side were also full of enthusiasm. After all, Lu Feng was the first person around them to enter the Eternal Tower. Even Leia's wizard master, the Sunlight Wizard level Hongye Wizard, had only heard of the greatness of the Eternal City, but had never had the opportunity to go to the Eternal City. After returning from the trial, Wizard Leia told Wizard Hongye about her relationship with Lu Feng, and Wizard Hongye's eyes lit up. Although Wizard Hongye was a Sun Glory wizard, she was only an average Sun Glory wizard in the wizard civilization. She was neither high nor low. She was very good at guarding the Demon Blood Secret Realm on the Blood Cloud platform and bullying the weak Blood Beast clan in the Secret Realm, but she had no status in the wizard civilization. Otherwise, she, a Sun Glory wizard, would not have come to this remote starry sky to guard this barren Demon Blood Secret Realm. In the wizard civilization world, in the core area, and in the outer battlefield, there are many talented wizards there. Wizard Hongye really couldn't beat those powerful and talented wizards, so she came to this remote place. Therefore, now that she has met a wizard like Lu Feng who can enter the Eternal City and has a close relationship with her apprentice, she must build a relationship with him and invest in him. If Lu Feng becomes rich in the future, she can also use this relationship to get a better job and a better future. After Wizard Leia said this, Lu Feng roughly understood what her master Wizard Hongye meant, and he didn't feel any resentment in his heart. There is no hatred between him and Wizard Hongye, only gratitude. This time he can enter the bloody trial world, climb the Blood God Tower of Babel, and enter the Eternal City, and there is also a credit from Wizard Hongye. If Wizard Hongye hadn't given him a recommendation qualification, he might have missed this great opportunity directly, although he could also stand out from the competition in the virtual space and get the qualification to enter the trial. But at that time, Lu Feng's strength was not strong enough to compete with so many wizards at the peak level of Morning Star wizards. If Lu Feng really let Lu Feng go to competitive competition, he might have missed the opportunity of the Eternal City this time. After all, a large part of Lu Feng's current strength is the power accumulated from the 10 major regions in the blood trial world, where he plundered the talents and resources in the cities. At the invitation of the three wizards Leia, Lu Feng happily attended the private banquet of the Wizard Hongye, and had a good chat with the Wizard Hongye at the banquet. The Wizard Hongye, who was having a good chat, was very generous and directly gave Lu Feng a set of 6th level witchcraft secret treasures as a gift, and said that Lu Feng could choose from her treasure house. The move of the Wizard Hongye clearly showed that she wanted to invest in Lu Feng and deepen the relationship between them. Lu Feng did not refuse. After all, human relationships are just a matter of giving and taking. The Wizard Hongye values his future. If he becomes prosperous in the future, Lu Feng is willing to help the Wizard Hongye, who is quite good to him. After all, he has a close relationship with his apprentice Leia, and has long reached the point where I know your strengths and weaknesses and you know my depths. If he can take care of him in the future, it is all right. After the banquet, under the leadership of Leia, Lu Feng went to the Wizard Tower of Hongye Wizard. After carefully selecting from the Hongye wizard's treasure house, he found a set of 6th-level witchcraft secret treasures suitable for him. Although it is difficult for him to exert the full power of the 6th-level witchcraft secret treasure with his current strength, the inherent defense of the 6th-level witchcraft secret treasure is strong, which makes Lu Feng feel at ease. After entering the Tower of Eternity, Lu Feng's future is bright. Surviving and transforming this future into his own power and reality is still what he should do most now. Therefore, when Lu Feng accepted the favor of Hongye Wizard, his first thought was to make himself an iron barrel, ensuring safety as the first factor. When Lu Feng and Leia walked out of the Hongye Wizard's treasure house, they both had a set of dazzling equipment on their bodies. Not only did Lu Feng pick up a set of 6th-level witchcraft secret treasures, but the wizard Leia also chose a set in the treasure house. Leia, you traitor, you have forgotten your master. Now that you have a lover, you are always turning your elbows outward. Seeing the two people standing together, Wizard Hongye was still a little unforgiving in his words, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face, like an old mother watching her daughter get married. Wizard Leia has been an apprentice under Wizard Hongye for many years. Hongye has long regarded this apprentice as his own daughter. When Wizard Leia heard what Wizard Hongye said, there seemed to be moist liquid in her eyes. She remembered every bit of her life with her master in the past and couldn't help herself. Don't cry, isn't it just a trip back to the botanical garden with rest? I still have 60 years of guarding mission, it's not like I won't go back. Wizard Hongye hugged Wizard Leia, patted her back and comforted her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Returning Home in Glory. Although wizards are rational, they are not machines without emotions. It is just that because of their strong mental power, they have better control over their emotions. They neither indulge their emotions nor rely on their own strength to act recklessly. They live a straightforward and free life, which is quite similar to the carefree life of immortals described in Lu Feng's previous life. Moreover, because of the existence of wizard civilization, every wizard who enters the house carries a layer of responsibility called civilization. As Leia's master and relative, Wizard Hongye naturally has a layer of obligations and responsibilities. She also poured a lot of emotions into Leia. When she left, she was inevitably a little sad. However, as Wizard Hongye said, Leia just returned to the botanical garden with Lu Feng to live for a while, not that she would not come back. There is a plain gate leading to the secret realm of magic blood in the botanical garden. The transportation is convenient, and it is also very easy to come here to visit Wizard Hongye. After some consolation between the master and the apprentice, Wizard Leia finally calmed down, followed Lu Feng out of the blood cloud platform, and flew to the other plane with a plain gate nearby. When Lu Feng came, he was alone and penniless. When he returned, Lu Feng was rich and sat on a star-level floating beast given by Wizard Hongye. This kind of beast that lives in the star level has a body of steel and iron, and is very adaptable to the environment of the star level. Its strength has reached the level of Yuhu Wizard, and its flying speed is no worse than Lu Feng and his friends. This star-level floating beast was originally a tool used by Wizard Hongye to travel in the star level when he was a Yuhu Wizard. Now it has been eliminated. This time, her apprentice Wizard Leia left her side and just gave this mount that was idle in the plane space in her body to Lu Feng and his friends for travel. With the first star-level mount, Lu Feng felt like he had bought a car. It was very novel. He looked left and right, touched it, and drove the star-level floating beast in the starry sky for a while. After the novelty wore off, Lu Feng drove the star beast into the alien plane. The star beast was sent into the starry sky of the plane space in the body for storage. The different starry sky made the star beast feel a little novel, but this starry sky was as desolate and dark as the starry sky outside the wizard world. The star beast just wandered around for a few times and then stopped. It found a quiet place with peace of mind, floating in the starry sky like a meteorite, drifting freely with the gravity in the starry sky. However, the star beast, who had fallen into sleep, didn't know that his unconscious action scared the private star masters like Liu Haoran in the nearby starry sky. They were just in the morning star wizard realm, and suddenly saw a starry sky monster with a strong breath like the blazing sun, and they were immediately scared. Considering the strength of the enemy, none of the private star masters in the nearby starry sky area dared to move, for fear that they would accidentally attract this powerful star beast into their starry spirit realm. Such a powerful star-bound floating beast, a slight shake of its body, can deal a fatal blow to their newly developed, fragile star-bound spiritual realm. Fortunately, the star-bound floating beast only explored a little, and its ability was not too strong. It did not find the star-bound spiritual realm in the surrounding stars, and laid down and fell asleep peacefully. This situation also made Liu Horn and his team feel a little relieved, but they still did not dare to make a big noise when they acted, for fear of waking up the sleeping monster. At the same time, they also submitted their findings to Fan Chanking and others in Kingmu continent, and asked Fan Chanking and others to report to the master to deal with the matter. Passing through the plane gate, returning to the wizard world, breathing the familiar air in the botanical garden, Lu Feng felt as if he was in another world. However, this feeling did not last long, and Lu Feng received a report from King Mu Futi. Considering the strength of the star-bound floating beast and the fragility of the degraded version of the star-bound spiritual realm like Liu Horn, Lu Feng quickly woke up the sleeping star-bound floating beast and issued some restrictive orders to him. Understood, Master. Then I will continue to sleep. The star plankton sent a spiritual thought and obeyed Lu Feng's order. In the starry sky of King Mu Futi, the star plankton stared with its small eyes, looked around the starry sky, found all the starry spirit realms hidden in the darkness of the starry sky, and then turned over carefully. After making sure that it did not touch other people's starry spirit realms, the star plankton continued to sleep. It is a professional mount, and it is also an obedient child. However, after completing the task of the mount, the star plankton's daily life is left with eating and sleeping. Sleep after eating, eat after sleeping, and live happily every day. Leaving the plain square, Lu Feng returned to the Green Tower with Hongye Wizard and others. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the Green Tower, he saw brilliant witchcraft fireworks blooming in the air. The main figures of the Green Tower, Lu Feng's teacher Tia, Natasha and others all happily welcomed Lu Feng's arrival. Without thinking, Lu Feng knew that the news of his entry into the Eternal City had been reported back to the Green Tower. Such a big event was enough to make the entire Green Tower excited. That wizard rest walked out of our Green Tower. Just relying on this relationship, it was enough to make the Green Tower start to develop like a racing car in the future. Seeing this, Lu Feng was also very happy. His return this time was also a return to his hometown in glory. Life is boring. Now that he is rich, what's the point of not pretending and showing off in front of these familiar people? In a burst of joy, Lu Feng introduced the 3 female wizards Leia to his master Tia. After going out for a trip, he obtained the right to live in the Eternal City and brought back 3 female wizards at the level of Morning Star wizards. Wizard Tia felt a trance. He, as a master, was not as good as his apprentice. From now on, what dignity would he have as a master? However, thinking back, Rest's apprentice is so powerful, he can get along well wherever he goes with his identity as Rest's master. Thinking about those familiar wizard friends, Tia, who is usually a bit taciturn, now has a great desire to share. If his old friends heard about his apprentice Rest's current achievements, I'm afraid their faces would be very good. Such a scene, Tia's heart was full of joy just thinking about it. With Lu Feng's current achievements, I'm afraid he won't have to worry about the daily resources of the Green Tower in the future. Maybe he can also get resources for his own practice from Lu Feng. In the past, Tia's current goal was only a moonlight wizard, but now Tia feels that he can set his current goal higher. For example, first become a sunlight wizard. As far as he knew, geniuses who had obtained the qualification to live in the Eternal City in the past, as long as they practiced all the way and did not die unexpectedly, could at least reach the level of sunlight wizard. His apprentice Rest had a long-lived appearance, and he would definitely become a strong man of Yuguang's Hongye level, or even an immortal level. Wizard Tia felt that he could also be an old father, hoping that his son would become a dragon. Not to mention the drastic psychological changes in Wizard Tia's heart, the warm welcome of the Verdant Tower made Lu Feng very comfortable. Wizards are not dead machines, they also have spiritual needs. After the lively welcome party, Lu Feng's days in the Verdant Tower gradually calmed down. Lu Feng did not need to worry about the Verdant Tower. Wizard Leia and the others also had assets, and they did not rely on the meager income of the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng returned to the Verdant Tower. On the one hand, he was reluctant to leave his hometown, and on the other hand, he just wanted to find a quiet place for him to practice. Although the Green Tower is a little worse, under the care of Tia Wizard, The Morning Star Wizard, it has developed well over the past 10 years, enough for Lu Feng to stay here temporarily and practice daily. However, before Lu Feng settled down, a Yuguang wizard from the botanical garden came to visit Lu Feng on behalf of the botanical garden and commended Lu Feng for his achievements in the trial. The botanical garden can cultivate a genius wizard like Lu Feng who can enter the Eternal City, which can be regarded as a good teaching, and can be regarded as a meritorious existence. As one of the 9 wizard organizations in the wizard world, the Botanical Garden also bears the responsibility and obligation to cultivate wizards for the wizard civilization. There are many genius wizards in the Botanical Garden, and they can get more resources and power in the wizard civilization. Such a competition system is an orderly competition within the scope of rules, which can enable various wizard organizations to maintain the motivation for stable improvement and the vitality of vigorous development. The Yuguang wizard from the Botanical Garden not only brought verbal praise, but also brought the right to unlimited resources that would be of great help to Lu Feng now. With the help of this wizard named Shabot, Lu Feng's practice room was directly connected to a thin branch of a supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree from the Botanical Garden. In the practice room, in front of Lu Feng, a young child-sized emerald green tree was delicate and beautiful. Although it was just a thin branch of a supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree, Lu Feng used the power of the key to the Eternal City according to the method of the wizard Shabot to activate this branch, and a continuous stream of pure heaven and earth energy gushed out from the emerald green leaves of the branch. In an instant, Lu Feng's practice room became a place full of heaven and earth energy, and the rich heaven and earth energy began to liquefy directly, and even began to solidify. The gushing heaven and earth energy was filled with a natural vitality unique to the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree. Ordinary people could prolong their lives by breathing it, and even a morning star wizard like Lu Feng felt comfortable after breathing it. Such a huge amount of heaven and earth energy is enough for ordinary morning star wizards, or even moonlight wizards. If necessary, the heaven and earth energy gushing out of this thin branch can be adjusted to be larger, enough to support Lu Feng to practice to the peak of sunlight wizard. At this time, Lu Feng knew how to realize the second benefit after climbing to the 21st level of blood god Tuangshan. This second benefit is really suitable for Lu Feng, and it is really convenient. After happily sending off Yuguang wizard Shabete, Lu Feng immediately pulled Leia wizard and others to his practice room to enjoy the endless heaven and earth energy. Leia wizard and others have considerable power behind them, and they also enjoy a lot of resource supply on a daily basis. This is not too surprising. Leia wizard also said that her teacher, Hongye wizard, also has an energy supply source similar to this small branch in the territory of the Botanical Garden. That was the energy channel that Hongye wizard had applied for from the Botanical Garden after spending a lot of plane origin and contribution points from the Botanical Garden. Moreover, that energy channel had a time limit. Once the lease expired, if Hongye wizard could not pay the rent, the Botanical Garden would take back the energy channel. Hongye wizard's energy channel was generally used for building wizards in his territory and training apprentices. The flow rate was much smaller than Lu Feng's, and the quality of the energy of heaven and earth was not as good as Lu Feng's. It was not permanent. After comparing, Leia wizard felt that the difference was really big. Lu Feng's energy channel could be used unlimitedly. Hongye wizard and her friends had worked very hard in the blood trial. Now that they had left the trial side and came to Lu Feng's territory, it was just right for them to relax and practice. It happened that after Lu Feng had this energy channel, it could fully meet their daily practice. Leia wizard and her friends also planned to settle down in Lu Feng temporarily and stay with Lu Feng for a while. After learning about Leia wizard and her friends' ideas, Lu Feng was very happy. Living alone every day is comfortable, but it is too boring. Having more Taoist companions together, helping each other, communicating with each other, and adding some fun to the boring daily life. After settling the wizard Leia and the others, Lu Feng stayed in the practice room, opened the Kingmu Blessed Land, and devoured the energy of heaven and earth gushing out from the small tree branches. The speed of the energy of heaven and earth gushing out of the Morning Star Wizard level is not enough, add more. The Moonlight Wizard level is still not enough, add more. The Sunlight Wizard level, when open to this extent, the energy of heaven and earth gushing out from the emerald green tree branches is already as rich as solid crystals, but in front of the fully open Kingmu Blessed Land, it is just enough. The majestic energy of heaven and earth poured into the Kingmu Blessed Land, and was transformed by the 3,000 star spirit realms that had formed a formation in the starry sky of the blessed land, and then filtered and branded by the spiritual veins of heaven and earth in the Kingmu blessed land. When these energy of heaven and earth flowed into the practitioners on the Kingmu continent, these energy of heaven and earth were completely the energy of heaven and earth in the Kingmu blessed land. After all, Kingmu Futi was somewhat incompatible with the outside world of wizards, and had its own set of laws of heaven and earth that were not very complete. However, under Lu Feng's care, he still used every bit of his ability to make everything in Kingmu Futi more perfect. Directly sending the energy from the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree to the practitioners and creatures in Kingmu Futi saved Lu Feng a series of troublesome processes. Although it was much simpler, it was too simple. Chapter 400, The Development of the Blessed Land, The Emperor's Flow. In the training room, Lu Feng opened his belly to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Like a black hole, he frantically pulled the energy of heaven and earth around him. The energy of heaven and earth that flowed out from the tiny green branches was just enough for Lu Feng to use. Kingmu Futi seemed to have a rhythm of life. With each breath, it melted all the energy of heaven and earth and transformed it into energy of heaven and earth with a mark of Kingmu Futi. It was integrated into every inch of space in Kingmu Futi, slowly increasing the concentration of energy of heaven and earth in Kingmu Futi and enhancing the foundation of Kingmu Futi. This process is exactly the same as the process of humans swallowing and exhaling energy of heaven and earth and refining it into their own magic power for easy use. The human body is a small world, and Kingmu Futi is a big world, but all things have the same path, and there is no difference. With this unlimited supply of energy of heaven and earth, this is the first time that Lu Feng opened his heart and let Kingmu Futi absorb the energy of heaven and earth to his heart's content. With the speed at which Kingmu Futi devours the energy of heaven and earth, if it were in the outside world or other different planes, it would only take a moment for Kingmu Futi to devour a piece of fertile land with abundant vegetation, leaving it barren and dead. It can be said to be extremely brutal. The land in the outside world and the different planes all belong to the territory of the wizard civilization. If Lu Feng dares to do this, it won't be long before his name is on the wanted list of the wizard civilization. He will be regarded as a black wizard who does all kinds of evil and will face the pursuit and suppression of powerful wizards, with almost no chance of survival. Lu Feng's sense of identity with the wizard civilization is okay, and he is not so conscienceless as to waste the land that gave birth to him, nor does he want to abandon everything he has accumulated here for so many years just for Kingmu Futi. However, if Lu Feng were to go to the extraterritorial battlefield between the wizard civilization and the god civilization in the future, this ability, which could be called a disaster level, could be used on the god civilization. It would be a good choice to destroy the god civilization's other dimensional belief breeding farm and plunder the foundation of the god civilization's true gods. Experiencing the changes and development of Kingmu under the sufficient supply of heaven and earth energy, Lu Feng was overjoyed, and inevitably had some other miscellaneous thoughts. When the Kingmu blessed land absorbed the heaven and earth energy and refined it, Lu Feng only separated a trace of his mind to pay attention to the operation of Kingmu blessed land at all times, and the rest of his mind was all devoted to the comprehension and understanding of the monument of space. The memory of watching the monument of space that day was deeply imprinted in Lu Feng's soul. Now thinking back, the patterns on the monument of space began to blur and dissipate, but his understanding of the way of space was real. Lu Feng reviewed the past and learned new things, and there was still a constant stream of insights emerging from his heart. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in his mind, which gave him a deeper understanding of the way of space. At the same time, subtle changes were also taking place in Kingmu Futi. The ones who felt it most deeply were the 3,000 private star spirit realm masters in the starry sky of Kingmu Futi. As a large amount of heaven and earth energy from the outside world poured into Kingmu Futi, these private star spirit realm masters were the first to bear the brunt and face the heaven and earth energy like a tide. Suddenly, the private star spirit realms that they had invested a lot of energy in cultivating over the years seemed to be like a hurricane. The violent and surging heaven and earth energy turned into substantial power and raged in these private star spirit realms. In just a moment, the spiritual herbs and flowers, buildings and pavilions that they had cultivated with great effort were all destroyed. It was these private star spirit realm masters who reacted in time and protected the creatures living in the private star spirit realms, otherwise there would be a large area of blood on the land of these private star spirit realms. Faced with this scene, many lords of the starry spirit realms only felt a dull pain in their hearts. The things in these spirit realms are all treasures that they have invested a lot of effort and resources in. In just a moment, everything is gone. Suddenly, from a rich man, he became a poor boy who lost everything. Who can bear this gap? So, the starry sky was like a pot of boiling water. The spiritual thoughts of the private lords of the starry spirit realms were transmitted and communicated in the starry sky, containing raging anger, like a boiler that was about to explode, which made others tremble with fear. This movement even woke up the starry world floating in the starry sky. However, when it found that it was just the little people living in the stones in the starry sky quarreling, the starry world floating lazily turned around and fell asleep again. Anyway, it didn't affect it. On the contrary, the starry world floating felt that the environment around it was much more comfortable and more suitable for sleeping. So, it's none of my business, so I just hang up. The starry world floating continued to sleep. However, unlike the floating star realm, in another private star realm, Liu Horn's face gradually turned pale as he listened to the angry discussions of the surrounding star masters. After a moment, he coughed and suppressed the noisy shouts of the surrounding star masters. Enough. Liu Horn said angrily. You've quarreled and made enough noise, why don't you just get back here right away? What place is this? This is the Master's starry sky. You and I are both the Master's servants. Everything we have belongs to the Master. The resources for your daily practice are given by the Master, and the starry spiritual realm that you are so proud of was built by the Master himself. It's only been a few years. Have you forgotten the responsibilities that Fan Chanking told us when we became the masters of our private starry spiritual realm? The starry spiritual realm is not just our own private land. The starry sky of King Mu Blessed Land is a buffer zone between the outside world and King Mu Blessed Land. Although we have become the masters of the starry spiritual realm, anything can happen in the starry sky. Amid Liu Horn's angry shouts, the starry sky of King Mu Blessed Land suddenly became silent. Under Liu Horn's wake-up call, the masters of the private star realms woke up instantly and realized how terrible their thoughts were. The sudden natural disaster made them curse the heaven, that is, their master, and even came up with a plan to ask the master for an explanation. It is true that the master is kind, but the master will not blink an eye when killing people. Many of them were brought out from the blood trial world. Lu Feng was able to take them down because of sincerity and persuasion on the one hand, and naked fists on the other. Those loyalists with harder bones had already died on the road of the master's conquest of the blood trial world. If they had made a big fuss just now, they probably wouldn't need the master to take action for these heads. There are many people in King Mu Feudi who will take the initiative to cut off their heads and ask the master for the reward. Not to mention, when they joined King Mu Feudi, they also voluntarily donated one of their soul essences to merge into King Mu Feudi, which means that their life and death have long been controlled by the master. If the master is unhappy, it would only take a thought to kill them. After a moment of silence, the private star masters came to their senses and hurriedly thanked Liu Horn for saving their lives. The lively gathering just now suddenly disappeared. In his heart, Liu Horn secretly memorized the names and appearances of the few private star lords who had jumped the most happily, took the initiative to lead and were ready to make trouble, and then he mingled with the others with a smile on his face. Liu Horn also added, in fact, you don't have to be too afraid of the hurricane that suddenly appeared in the starry spiritual realm just now. You were in a hurry and didn't notice it at all. These hurricanes are condensed from pure energy of heaven and earth, and they also carry a strong vitality of plants, which is of great benefit to our starry spiritual realm. What shocked me the most was that after the hurricane's ravages, I found that my starry spiritual realm has actually expanded a little bit. Listening to Liu Horn's sharing, the other private star lords were shocked and hurried to check their own starry spiritual realms carefully. After checking, it turned out to be just as Liu Horn said. Their private star realm had really expanded after the hurricane. Moreover, the land in the star realm had been turned into acres of spiritual fields full of vitality after the hurricane. Whether it was for planting spiritual grass and trees or for living, it was extremely suitable. This discovery immediately made the star masters forget their anger and dissatisfaction. Master Lu Feng's actions caused them to lose some property in an unexpected way, but the subsequent compensation was in place, which made the star realm masters convinced. No one dared to say no. After this toss, Liu Horn's status among the 3,000 private star masters soared sharply, and there was a tendency to become the leader of the 3,000 stars. The attitude changes of these private star realm masters were trivial. The creatures on the Kingmu land looked up at the sky tonight. A bright moon was hanging high in the sky, and the 3,000 stars around were particularly dazzling and bright. When the stars and the moon shone together, there were faint bursts of light rain falling from the sky, scattering between heaven and earth. A cultivator who was observing the stars and the moon outdoors was drenched by this light rain, and immediately felt a gentle energy of heaven and earth flowing into his body, wandering among his limbs and bones, helping him to cleanse his tendons and marrow, improve his body, and enhance his cultivation. Emperor Liu Jiang, this must be Emperor Liu Jiang. I have seen it in an ancient book. It says that in the ancient times, every 60-year moon night, there would be a strange phenomenon of light rain falling from the sky. The plants and trees that were drenched by the light rain could open their spiritual wisdom and transform into monsters. For practitioners, it could cleanse their bones and improve their bones. Because this magical light rain looks like the nectar flowing down from the moon. Legend has it that a celestial emperor used the moon as a cup and the starry sky as wine. When he was drunk, he accidentally spilled the wine glass, causing the nectar to fall into the mortal world, forming this strange phenomenon of Emperor Liu Jiang. Someone with good intentions introduced the base and explained the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth in a complete way. This magical light rain really matches the legendary Emperor Liu Jiang. As the legend spread, all the practitioners on Kingmu continent believed in the legend of Emperor Liu Jiang. The government organizations under Fan Changking did not pay much attention to the legend of the human world. They wanted to tell the world about the strange phenomenon of the emperor flowing juice so that everyone in the world could safely enjoy the benefits of the emperor flowing juice. Cleansing the tendons and marrow, improving the bones, these effects are too extensive, and are real benefits to any living being. The young can be healthier and have more talent for cultivation. The old can get rid of diseases and disasters, prolong their lifespan, and even return to youth. The practitioners were overjoyed. This emperor flowing juice is simply a panacea, which is of great benefit to their cultivation. For a time, King Mufudi was thriving under the nourishment of the abundant energy of heaven and earth. And most of the 4th level and above practitioners who have begun to dabble in the comprehension of the law are also immersed in the comprehension of the law and the way of space like Lu Feng. The perception of one person may be insignificant, but there are many 4th level masters in King Mufudi, nearly 100,000. Even if 100,000 pigs were gathered together, it would be overwhelming, not to mention that these are all powerful 4th level masters who have achieved success in cultivation. The perception of everyone is imprinted in King Mufudi and gathered in the origin space of King Mufudi. When Lu Feng was comprehending, there were 100,000 4th level masters standing behind him. With the power of everyone, Lu Feng felt that his speed of comprehension of the way of space was definitely not inferior to those geniuses of the same period. He moved forward steadily step by step. The rest is left to time. Time passed day by day, and Lu Feng's life was very regular and plain. According to his own plan, Lu Feng balanced cultivation and life. While steadily advancing in the way of space and gaining a little, he took care of Leia the wizard and others, and helped teacher Tia take care of his verted tower. With the addition of Lu Feng, a big hand, the verted tower changed almost every day. The news that Lu Feng had obtained the qualification to live in the Eternal City spread around the Green Tower. Every day, many nearby wizard organizations came to the door, with sincerity and resources, trying to get on the Green Tower, which was about to take off. These wizard organizations knew that it would be troublesome to go directly to Lu Feng, so they chose Wizard Tia to start with, and sent all kinds of gifts and benefits to Lu Feng, just to make Lu Feng remember them. Wizard Tia was very annoyed by these wizard organizations and had a big head. Wizard Tia knew the plans of these wizard organizations very well. It was true that Lu Feng was his disciple, but as Lu Feng's teacher, Tia had a plan in mind and would never let these wizard organizations with ulterior motives become a stain on Lu Feng's life for some petty gains. For this reason, Wizard Tia also specially talked to Lu Feng about how to deal with these wizard organizations. Accept or not accept. Lu Feng originally didn't want to bother with these bullshit troubles, but when he saw the gifts and conditions these wizard organizations had sent, he touched his conscience and admitted that he was tempted. Of course he had to accept them. If he didn't accept these benefits that were delivered to his door, it would be too disrespectful to other wizard organizations. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.